Zabuza is very powerful, but Kakashi was easily captured. Most of the reasons are due to underestimating the enemy and relying on his strength. He wanted to continue to train Sasuke and Naruto, and he hid under the water to ambush and watch, but he underestimated the silent killing technique of Zabuza. The silent killing technique of Zabuza is performed in conjunction with the mist shinobi technique, and the mist shinobi technique can isolate sight and normal perception, which is equivalent to invalidating the Sharingan that Kakashi relies on most now. If Kakashi Grandmaster has the lightning style and saber technique handed down from his family, combined with White Fang's agility, it will be easier and quicker to deal with no cut, and even compete for superiority in the fog. Zabuza, who has honed the silent killing technique, not only has almost no sound in his actions, but also has extremely sensitive ears, which is more useful than the perception technique in certain environments. No longer easy to find Kakashi's location, use the water prison technique to control Kakashi, and then use the clone technique to deal with Naruto and the three of them. If it wasn't for the combination of Naruto and Sasuke, well, it was a combination that was tried and tested against Otsutsuki Momoji. Kakashi might have capsized in the gutter. If Uchiha Obito knew that his beloved Kakashi was also killed by the Kirigakure ninja, it is estimated that he would immediately start a massacre in Kirigakure, and then a ninja village would become history. At that time, it is not impossible for Uchiha Obito to cooperate with Akatsuki to directly start the hunting tail beast mode. Of course, with Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the seeds may explode at critical moments, and the defeat is doomed from the very beginning. Seeing this, all the girls nodded in their hearts. Naruto next to Kakashi is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once encountering a life or death crisis, Nine Tails will never stand by. Once Naruto becomes Nine Tails, the so-called silent killing technique will be directly invalidated. Kurenai. It's a real hammer, it's all because Kakashi underestimated the enemy. Terumi Mei. Indeed, the mist shinobi technique restrained the Sharingan, and made great achievements on the battlefield back then. Makoto. Speaking of this, I have to talk about the two bastards, Old Monkey and Danzo, who often send our Uchiha people to the battlefield against Kirigakure. Kushina. It's really outrageous. Uchiha is best at fire style, Sharingan illusion and Sharingan are used to assist in the battle, but was completely restrained by Kirigakure's water style and mist shinobi technique, but was sent to the Kirigakure battlefield. Makoto. The more outrageous point is the reason, saying that our Uchiha's Sharingan has strong insight and is very suitable for dealing with Yuan Yin. Yukura. Tisk, compared to ordinary people, this is true, but for Konoha with the supercilious Hyuga, innocence is just an excuse. Hinata. I seem to have heard news from our father that it was because a family was robbed by Kirigakure. Terumi Mei. Tsunade. Although this white eye is a trophy, at Terumi Mei, you understand? Terumi Mei. When the world government is established, I will return it to the Hyuga family with both hands. I, Terumi Mei, promise here. In the past month, the attitudes of the major ninja villages and all the daimyo towards Konoha, as envoys, they are very clear. It can be said that they are in awe, fear. They are afraid but dare not act rashly. It is said that they have begun to unite, but they dare not show anything. After all, the strength that Konoha is showing now is not that it can easily destroy a ninja village, but that it can suppress them after they are united. But when unity is not Konoha's opponent, they can only play Konoha not to act excessively, that's all. And when Yu Chen began to show his muscles, Terumi Mei thought that no ninja village dared to resist and had the ability to resist. Hyuga has a relationship with Hinata and Yu Chen, and Kirigakure's high-level executives have no problem in their brains, and they all know to show their affection. Terumi Mei. About Uchiha, we people in Kirigakure think it is outrageous. Now that I think about it, it is completely infighting. It is estimated that the roots have not been harvested later. Tsunade. I can give a real hammer on this matter. According to the investigation of the second grandpa from the root file, this is the fact. Kuretsuchi. Grandpa is right. Grandpa is Konoha's good partner. Yi Kang. I feel familiar with this. Makoto. If it weren't for the fact that there was a Uchiha Shisui in the family at that time, it might have suffered heavy losses. Speaking of which, both Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's researches were still started on the Mist Shinobi battlefield. These words of Uchiha are not rumors, but facts. Uchiha Shisui's prestige is almost comparable to that of Namikaze Minato and Konoha's White Fang, except for the express stipulation that Shisui can give up the mission and escape without punishment when encountering Shisui. The white eyes that were taken away by Kirigakure were transplanted to a person named Ching in Kirigakure. He used to see Uchiha Shisui from a distance with his white eyes, and he chose to lead the team to retreat at the first time, which shows the difference. Ino. I said, I just mentioned Mr. Kakashi's Sharingan. Why can my sister take it so far? Female. Group chat is such a magical power, you can't accept it, okay? Kurenai. So, it was just a coincidence that I didn't control Kakashi with one hand that year, and I don't know why Naruto. Now that we add us, knowing his information in advance is more like no problem. Terumi May. Then please be merciful as much as possible, I am rushing to the scene now, if I ride Suzaku, I can catch up with you in less than half an hour. Kurenai. Speaking of Suzaku, why don't we use Suzaku when we go to Namano country? Kurama Yakumo. This is something from the world government, not Konoha village. I can barely lend it to you for private use, but I'm thinking about it. Anko. Good guy, this elbow is turned outward, I would like to give it a thumbs up. Tsunade. You people, I really agree with that too. Tsunade. Tell me, at my age, it's not good for an old cow to eat young grass, and how about the whole Konoha village as a dowry? Female. Hey, it's nothing compared to being rolled up in the dowry. Tsunade. No way, our Senju family has become history and has been fully integrated into Konoha. Now that I am Hokage, it seems reasonable to take the whole Konoha as a dowry, right? Azuki Yugo. From this point of view, Master First Generation really played a big game of chess. Kuretsuchi. This is called great wisdom and stupidity. In this case, I can only ask my grandfather to take out Yanying village as a dowry, otherwise I will let senior brother Deidara go home and fry. Fried? I think you are a scumbag granddaughter. Tenten. In this case, I can only use our weapon shop as a dowry and fully join the world government. Hinata. It's a pity that I don't have the final say on our Hyuga family. If Hanabi and I are both, forget it. Yu Chen obviously has a preference for you. Okay, if you were bringing a sister-in-law, then we can't play anymore. Kirima Yakumo. Let me just add my own ability to a pommel horse family, I hope it will be useful. A bit? Then we are trash. Tamari. In this case, I can only guarantee the status by the Sanagakure Ruregal vein. Good guy, is this just a guarantee of status? Zi Yuan. I am just a country of ghosts. Yi Kang. Half of my dowry, Tamari, she should. Yugito ni. Then I will marry a Matabi? Matabi. I'm still in the group chat. If you want it, I'll give it to Yu Chen. I thank you. I have no opinion at all, but why dowry and dowry? Samui. Calm down, guest. Ino. My Yamanaka family is not bad, so sister Samui is the poorest. Samui. Aren't there also Kaorin, Kushina and Makoto? Kushina. I know several seal places of the Uzumaki clan. Makoto. Our Uchiha has a lot of property, and Konoha has to return it to us after liquidation, and the Sarutobi family has to bear a lot of matching, so it is not a problem for me to take half of it. Karen. Sister Kushina and I can just hang out for a while, and I'm a little maid, brother Yu Chen Chin Ji pays. Kagaya. I am a concubine, remove the accumulation of black zetsu, how about adding a 10 house? Effect. Kagaya. It's a pity, Otsutsuki's concubine doesn't count. Street. Okay, you are a ninja, no, the richest woman in the universe, I will not compete with you. Samuel expressed concern. In comparison, she is actually the poorest ninja world? Samui. Hey, you forced me to do this, are you going to make a big move? I don't believe what she can come up with except those 2 lumps of meat. Samui. I marry 2 highest peaks in the ninja world, and a white tiger spirit beast. To be honest, this was both expected and unexpected. It is within reason, and it is completely out of reason. They had thought that Samuel would mention the peak. This number 1 is really not boastful. We compared it when we went to the hot springs together. Even Tsunade, which has been processed the day after tomorrow, can be compared in terms of breadth, but the embellishment of the snow-capped mountains and the unique scenery, as well as the pure natural scenery, cannot be compared. This is indeed something she should be proud of, as well as her calm personality and bright head. What they didn't expect was that Samuel actually mentioned the white tiger. The picture of the white tiger was released that month, but it brought them a lot of critical blows. As women, they all want this unique spirit beast. Then as a man, Yu Chen must like it very much. Yugito ni. Samuel, how about calm down? Terumi May, you just blew yourself up. Samui. Calm. I am very calm. Women must know how to use their own advantages, such as Tsunadeji's 100 healings mark, such as Hinata's character and talented body, Conan's paperman, and the spirit bodies of Kushina and Makoto, and of course I have to use my strengths. Female. Tsunade's 100 healings mark, Hinata's character, talent, and figure don't matter. Is the Conan paper figure also an advantage? Samui. Once the white tiger comes out, the world is invincible. Effect. This woman is really crazy. you'd better talk about the summoning technique instead of rubbing the edge. Anko. In this way, wouldn't it mean that I'm at the bottom? Kurenai. No, I think it's me. Your riding talent and snake-like nimble tongue are your greatest capital. Azuki Yugo. That should be me at the bottom. You can still do illusions anyway, and I will save ordinary people. Anko. If you want to say that, how about we develop a little sister? How about that, Tsubaki? Female. You're enough, it's not, really not. Just when some people were about to complain, it was discovered that the contents of Yu Chen's diary had been updated again. Thanks to Mingzo's cooperation, Kakashi was successfully rescued from the water dungeon, and Zabuza was captured by using his strong strength and experience in fighting against the enemy, but a ninja who claimed to be Kirigakure Anbu appeared at a critical moment. This ninja is a fake mother, who was accidentally seen when Zabuza escaped from Kirigakure, and is a descendant of the Minazuki clan who was affected by the blood mist policy brought by Obito and became homeless, named. And Zabuza are the salvation of the other party. Although Zabuza has a bad attitude towards, he has firmly changed Kirigakure's mind because of. If as a real woman, she will definitely be able to get together with Zabuza. Speaking of which, this Minazuki Shiro is a woman who likes to wear women's clothing. He negotiated from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't kill anyone when Naruto was sleeping. Speaking of which, should be the woman that Naruto really likes from the bottom of his heart. The beauty of the mature big sister directly hit him violently, and even made him shy. Tisk tisk tisk, female. Ino. Wow, this is really a shocking melon. Kushina. This Naruto actually likes men? Kuretsuchi. Isn't that obvious? The one named Haruno Sakura looks like a man, and Mr. Yu Chen also likes to call her the nickname Brother Sakura, which is enough to explain everything. Samui. Let's say Hei too is stupid, she knows everything now but makes an analogy, knowing and discovering examples. But you say she is smart, but ignore the biggest difference between Minazuki Hai and Haruno Sakura. Although was a man, he was turned into a pseudo-mother and a lady dresser by Yu Chen, which means that he didn't know his gender in advance, but he was a woman from the outside, and she was a very beautiful woman. And Haruno Sakura is also a woman in appearance, but she has a very manly personality. That is to say, both of them are women in appearance, but they are a man and a woman in character. It can't be put together at all. Karen. Don't talk nonsense. Naruto was obviously cheated by that women's tycoon, Tisk. His first love ended without a problem. Hinata. It's either a woman who likes a man, or a man who likes a fake mother. Naruto-kun is really. Hinata didn't know what expression to make to this object of her dreams. When it comes to liking people, it's a bit too sloppy and special, isn't it? Makoto. Kushina, you have to take good care of her. Kushina. No, just leave it to Yu Chen, or Jiraiya. Makoto. You are so worried about Jiraiya. Kushina. According to Yu Chen, Jiraiya has no other major problems except for her weakness of lust and her liking for voyeurism. In the original track, Jiraiya was trained quite well, so just copy the homework, no? Kusakina. Although Naruto and I were mother and son in the previous life, and I have inherited the appearance and interpersonal relationship of the previous life in this life, I am a brand new body and soul in the world, and it is impossible to restrain myself because of the things in the previous life. Makoto. It makes sense, I think so too. Kushina. There seems to be a little difference between you and me, that is Uchiha Fugaku, he should be resurrected, right? How are you going to solve it then? Makoto. Don't worry, that filial son Itachi cremated the corpses of Uchiha Fugaku in my previous life, except for the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and according to what Yu Chen wrote in his diary, the pupil art in these eyes was destroyed absorbed, will be transplanted to Uzumaki Nagato to evolve into Rinnegan, so there is no medium to revive Uchiha Fugaku. Kushina. Just right. Bid farewell to the past and welcome a new life. Yugito ni. I'm not interested in your heart life, I'm just curious about how beautiful that waterless and moonless women's dress is. Matabi. Just curious, Ino. I'm also curious, Dr. Hinata, you started a live broadcast at that time. Hinata. No problem. Hinata readily agreed. In the past month, she kept mentioning chakra, plus the 1% increase every day. The chakra she now has is also very objective. Not only that, she also received a new magic blessing, which helped him completely absorb and privatize the chakra of Otsutsuki Hamura, and the current physique has transformed into the acquired Otsutsuki physique. In terms of physique and eyesight, she and Kagaya are the closest to Yu Chen now. With this strength, it is naturally easy not to broadcast live. Kurenai. Speaking of Hinata's strength, I always feel like I missed something. Anko. Don't worry, Yu Chen has already called your name. Ha. The girls opened the diary, but what I said are things that might have happened. In this parallel world, Everything may become different, even more real. The girls. Very well, I'll always think of it as a parallel world. When everyone becomes your woman and has a showdown with you, I don't know how wonderful your expression will be at that time. Don't talk about parallel worlds, just talk about Naruto's current strength. He can already use Kurama's power, not to mention ordinary perception. He can also perceive good and evil within a certain range. Although Sasuke is not close, but with my help to fuse part of Indra Chakra, he has been able to control 3 Tomo Sharingan and master Millennium and many fire-style ninjutsu. Little Sakura is not close, but she has already learned from Tsunade, and she has initially mastered medical ninjutsu and a lot of illusion, which can be regarded as a combination of Banana Hand and Red. There is also Kakashi. I secretly replaced his Kamui Mangekyo with a normal 3 Tomo Sharingan, and also transplanted a part of Hashirama Chakra, and now it is estimated that he can switch freely. Currently Class 7, the strength of Naruto just came back from training with Jiraiya 3 years later. If you don't cut it. Can you repeat the myth? What's more, this is not the Kakashi class acting alone, there is also a team with red belts, and the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, Hinata's White Eyes, and even Shino's bugs are all nemesis. If you don't cut it, facing such a situation, is it against the rules of heaven? Can you survive 3 rounds? Female. Good guy, before I knew it, now what I should be worrying about is not killing me anymore. Poor God. On the isolated island, Zhao Yuchen shook his head secretly. Originally, if he didn't kill him, he would not be Kakashi's opponent, but anyway, his strength is there. Naruto and Sasuke confronted him, that is, he met the big boss just after leaving the novice village. But now Naruto can turn on the 9 tails mode, and there is also a 3 Tomo Sharingan for doing things, and even little Sakura can do logistics. You can teach this elite Jonin who dared to assassinate the 4th Mizukage to be a man without Kakashi's action. Should I make a move? If you don't behead this person and put aside your position, it seems that there is no big problem. In this ninja world, if you use the 3 views of the law in your previous life to identify a person, you can't go there. I'm afraid that if you pull someone casually, you will have a good chance to be shot. As long as you don't study the human body like Orochimaru, bully teachers like Uchiha Obito, and kill parents like Uchiha Itachi, you can see it dialectically. If you don't cut it, it's just a poor man who wants to pick up soap. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Yuchen decided to save this pair of fateful mandarin ducks. They should be fateful mandarin ducks. Like the members of the Akatsuki organization, this is also a talent that can be used. In the future I may be able to reorganize the 7 ninja swordsmen and turn them into sharp weapons. What if in the future I can travel through the dimensions of the heavens and face the net? Let the 7 people fight with the 6 sword slaves? Well, I thought a little far for a while, but Zhao Yuchen really wanted to save the 2. But I can't save it in vain, I'm not such a selfless person. A flash of inspiration flashed in his eyes, and Zhao Yuchen started to write in his diary with a thought. Suddenly, I remembered that after my wife Terumi Mei became Mizukage, she once fell into a dilemma where no one was available to her. Thinking about it, Kirigakure's policy is cold-blooded, and it has always been the line of elites and blood successors. As a result, Uchiha Obito's policy of blood mist directly made Kirigakure almost extinct, and civilian ninjas such as Peaches, dried persimmons and ghosts all chose traitors. It is also difficult for me to choose the next Mizukage heir Terumi Mei, who is called the most water Mizukage. Although I plan to establish a world government, Mizukage will become an honorary title, but for the sake of my wife Terumi Mei, it seems that it is not impossible to save Zabujan and Mizukahiri. Alright, for the sake of these 2 people and Terumi Mei's wife, let's save them. It would appear that his kindness is very cheap if he keeps the peace without any reason. To put it bluntly, they value their abilities and want to recruit them. If Terumi Mei finds out, they might think that this is a competition for talent, or they might be disqualified, openly accepting Kirigakure's rebellious ninja, show power to the ninja villages. But if you say in the diary that you are doing this for her, then you can gain people's favor for a good reason. The same thing, if you do it after greeting in advance, the situation will be completely different. The most important thing is to make the woman you like happy. Why not do it? For me? In the Konoha village Hokage office, Terumi Mei saw the content in the diary, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This kind of feeling that can be thought of and valued in daily life really makes women intoxicated. No woman can refuse such details. Suzaku Mechanism Beast doesn't need to borrow you, does it? Tsunade propped his chin with one hand, and looked sideways at Terumi Mei. Zhao Yuchen is ready to make a move, and Bujan and Mizukahiri are sure to be fine. Terumi Mei doesn't need to go there in person at all. No, please lend it to me. Terumi Mei smiled. I want to meet this charming man, the sooner the better. Thinking of me so much, of course I offer a sweet kiss to show it. Tsunade. All of them became so active, causing her to be passive. Go, go. Tsunade waved his hands impatiently, with envy in his eyes. I haven't seen Yu Chen for more than a month, and I can only understand his psychological activities in the diary. I always feel that there is something missing. She actually wants to go to the land of waves. But recently, Senju Tobarama has been obsessed with various researches proposed by Yu Chen, as well as some special policies, and only a little time left is used to teach Ying to practice water style and various forbidden techniques. Her fifth Hokage can only work here. You ask Senju Hashirama. This guy who knows Madara and Madara every day is fine if he doesn't hold back in Hokage's office. She has long been sent by her to go to other ninja villages and various daimyo prefectures to intimidate with Uchiha Madara. Bah, it's an envoy, went for a friendly visit. No, the borders of the major countries should not be too peaceful recently. Some bandits and some armed forces circulated among ninjas are also as well behaved as mice. In Yu Chen's words, it is meaningless if the nuclear bomb is not displayed. I'll help you bring your greetings. Terumi Mei let out a chuckle, turned and walked towards the door. When she was about to disappear around the corner, Tsunade suddenly asked, Mei, are you really planning to go back to Kirigakure and become 5th Mizukage? Originally in the group chat, Terumi Mei has always expressed that she does not want to be Mizukage. And in the eyes of the girls, this is also a very smart choice. After all, they know Yu Chen's strength and thoughts, and they also know the power that Konoha has now. It can be said that it has become a foregone conclusion that the ninja world will be unified under Yu Chen. Whether or not Terumi Mei becomes 5th Mizukage, there will be no hindrance. Instead she becomes Mizukage, who will be the sinner at the end of Mist Shinobi. Those ancestors and old people mentioned, will certainly also be the backbone. All of this could have been done by 4th Hokage Yugura, who has made enough mistakes to deserve this pot. All in all, becoming 5th Mizukage doesn't seem to be good for Terumi Mei, but the impact is quite a bit. But now, she stated in the group chat that she would become 5th Mizukage. This made them unable to understand, and wanted to persuade her. It seems that you still don't understand. I'm quite confident about that charming man now. Terumi Mei stopped and looked back at Tsunade, with a special brilliance in her green eyes. Terumi Mei. Tsunade wonders why I changed my focus, and I must succeed and even strive to become 5th Mizukage. I believe you also have some puzzles, so I will tell everyone here. Terumi Mei. The shortcoming of becoming 5th Mizukage is nothing more than that the hidden village has been turned into history in my hands, and may become a sinner in the eyes of some people, bear a stigma, and even make me and Yu Chen impure. Terumi Mei. I thought so too at first, but after calming down and imagining, especially after Yu Chen showed his love for me just now, I don't think so. Terumi Mei. I became 5th Mizukage. In helping Kirigakure integrate into the world government, I can definitely reduce the resistance. Even if it is only a little bit, that is my contribution to Yu Chen, isn't it? Terumi Mei. To be more realistic, as long as Kirigakure joins the world government, most people will benefit from it, and the ninja world will gain peace, then my contribution will outweigh my demerit, or even not. Terumi Mei. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have no confidence in the world of peaceful ninja that Yu Chen wants to create? Terumi Mei. Zabuchin, Hoshigaki Kisame, I think these people will agree to follow me. Terumi Mei. I don't mind the ideas of some old people's accomplishments. Terumi Mei. I think it's better not to always enjoy Yu Chen's love for us, but to respond within the scope of his ability, and to go both ways, isn't it? A series of messages suddenly appeared in the group chat, which surprised everyone. But after reading it patiently, they were all shocked. Terumi Mei, this woman who looks sexy and charming, and even likes to take advantage of her mouth, did not expect that her heart is so hot for the one she loves. Going both ways, well said. Hinata, Sister Ming said very well. I am going to suppress the whole clan after I evolve the white eyes, and I am obedient near the Hyuga family. Smile. Hiss. You have a black belly, you are showing your dick feet. Kuretsuchi. From this point of view, I think Brother Didara's suggestion is good. Why don't I let Grandpa abdicate directly? All the girls. Have a caring little padded jacket. Tamari. In this case, at Yi Kang, Elder System, I support going back to the village to get the position of Kazekage. Sanagakure should get peace in your hands, and follow in the footsteps of Mr. Yu Chen. Yi Kang. Hey, you don't want it yourself? Tamari. Me? He. To tell you the truth, after my efforts and the help of Sister Tsunade, the daimyo of the country of the wind has decided to marry me a piece of land. When I know the exact location of the Greer mine from Mr. Yu Chen. The girls understood that this was already a huge benefit, and they didn't want to take it all. This is being human. Yi Kang. then I will be disrespectful and give me the position of Kazekage, so that I can truly let go of everything in the past and write it off. Hinata. At Samui at Yugito ni, 2 sisters. How about you? Do you need us to help you refer? Belly Hay had an idea, ready to create a little dispute. There is an inexplicable coldness behind all the girls. Samui. In our case, rakage should not be used. Hinata. Oh. Why? It's really pissing. Terumi Mei has set an example, and even mobilized Haitu, Yi Kang and the others. This homework is not copied. Regarding the choice of Yugito ni and Samuel not intending to be rakage, not only Hinata was puzzled, but all the other girls were also puzzled. Terumi Mei has made it so clear about the benefits of being a shadow, even if the relationship between the two of them is so good that they don't intend to fight, they should be humble. What's going on? Samui. We plan to let Mabui come to be the 5th rakage. Yugito ni. That's right, the 2 of us unanimously decided to let Azabui come. Matabi. Don't ignore me, okay. Tsunade. Azabui. If I remember correctly, it is the agent movie of Cloud Shinobi Village. That's right, Azabui is now the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village, Rakage. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara took a few people to visit the surrounding hidden villages. The first battle was chosen to be Cloud Shinobi Village, which has the strongest and most aggressive military force in the ninja world. 4th Rakage's temper is too hot, and he has always thought that he has surpassed the modern age, and it is not easy to shoot against 3rd Rakage because the latter is his father. In his opinion, the god of ninja world and ninja Shira are the best stepping stones, allowing him to prove that he has surpassed his predecessors. But the end result is that the eyeless Uchiha Madara directly teaches 4th Rakage Ai to be a human being. Later, Killer Bee went up together, but they were all suppressed by him. The Ab brothers who became famous in the ninja world for the 3rd time, after more than 10 years of becoming stronger, they could not beat Uchiha Madara even together. When this news came out, people were stunned and wondered how many jaws dropped. Especially when it is learned that Uchiha Madara has lost both eyes and is far from his prime, it is even more shocking. Uchiha Madara without eyes is so strong, so how strong is Senju Hashirama who is stronger than him? And now the number 1 powerhouse in Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both admit to being Yu Chen. Senju Hashirama may be humble, but Uchiha Madara definitely speaks from the heart. That is to say, the current Konoha, Yu Chen, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara alone can push a side of Ninja Village horizontally. If you add the long list of cage-level strong players. Good guy. All of you add up, it's not enough to play with one hand. Therefore, those who were still thinking carefully, thinking about probing or just about to make a move, all restrained their actions. Most of the people are secretly investigating and collecting information, wanting to know Konoha's next plan, while making corresponding countermeasures, considering whether to cooperate with each other and hit the rock with an egg, or make preparations in advance to survive by docking the tail. Of course, everyone has a steelyard in mind and knows which choice is better. In Cloud Shinobi Village, 3rd Rakage was the first to set an example, allowing 4th Rakage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who provoked Uchiha Madara, to face the wall and think about it, and let Izabui, Rakage's secretary, handle all aspects of affairs on behalf of Rakage. Over the past month, Izabui has shown a very good quality of Rakage regardless of his strength. All the girls were also very curious about this Rakage secretary who had the same name as Samui and had never met. Samui. That's right, it's the agent Rakage Mabui. After discussing with Yugito ni, I decided to let her become Rakage, and she will have the credit for promoting the world government. Kuretsuchi. I don't quite understand why the relationship between Mabui and you is so good. Samui. A good relationship is one thing, the main reason is that Yugito ni and I don't need the bonus item of Rakage, it's better to give it to Mabui hide. Women. Hinata. If I understand correctly, Sister Samui, you want to introduce women to Brother Yu Chen. There are so many women on their own that they can't get their turn, are you so generous to share and publish it? Yi Kang. We must agree to this matter, right? Kurenai. I really think it's a bit too much. Yes, you are stealing my character, do you know? Convergence. Is it the point of the character design? Samui. I'm sorry, this is my fault, I forgot to communicate with you first, mainly because I didn't expect to say such a thing suddenly at the banquet. Samui. In fact, we had this idea as early as a month ago. We are going to ask Mabui what she means. If she is interested in making a movie, we will tell you sisters, otherwise it will appear that we are self-indulgent. Samui. As for the reason why we want to pull Mabui into the water, it's not because we want to compete with for jobs. Samui. Of course we won't introduce casual women, but Yu Chen already admires them and has a good relationship with us. Coupled with other profitable reasons, we made this decision. Samui. If the sisters feel that this is not respectful to you, then Yugito ni and I can apologize first. It is indeed that our approach was thoughtless. Yugito ni. Sorry, sisters. Kuretsuchi. Actually, you don't need to be so serious, we just mentioned it casually. Ino. What does it matter? The Sanhong sisters, the Uzumaki family, the Konoha series, we have many small groups, you can develop as you develop. Hey, you've made money by sowing discord, right? If you can't speak, don't speak. Samui. To be honest, I do have such thoughts. Samui. Although there are no conflicts among us, having more acquaintances will make you feel more comfortable. Tsunade. Let's stop this topic here. It's not good to prepare for Gongdu before everyone enters Yuchen harem. Karama Yakumo. As long as it doesn't hurt my husband, I don't care. Kushina. You can do whatever you want. Makoto. Arrange it yourself. All the women expressed their understanding. The matter was thus revealed. At this time, within the territory of the Kingdom of Waves, there was a road passing through the forest. Two classes, Kurani Yuhi and Kakashi, acted together, with 4 people on each side escorting Dasna, the master bridge builder of Namonokuni, back. The blonde-haired Naruto holds his head in his hands, with a relaxed smile on his face. Those 2 Chunin who re-hidden are really weak. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, when you get back to Konoha, you can sign me up for the Chunin exam, I'm sure I'll pass. Boom. Naruto was greeted by Sakura Tekken Jr. She doesn't care how high Naruto's current status is and how strong he is, she still hammers him when he is unhappy. Such a performance is always, but it reflects the innocence of little Sakura, not a complete bitch. Idiot. Taking the Chunin exam is not just about strength, you also need a written exam. If you want to sign up for the Chunin exam, you should study hard first. What? You still need a written test? Naruto suddenly turned into a bitter face. Why are you so troublesome? Don't ninjas only need to complete the task? Aren't strength enough for some tasks? Inuzuka Teba laughed at the side. Tooth. If I remember correctly, you can't pass the written test, right? Naruto immediately confronted each other. That's stronger than you, too. Compared to the test of the pen, is there anyone who is not better than me? Uzumaki Naruto cut, feeling that this person Inuzuka Tooth is not interesting at all. What's the use of being stronger than him, and you can't pass the exam? Everyone. Isn't that something to be proud of? Naruto. Kakashi stared intently at heaven, ready to preach to Naruto. The Chunin test does require a written test, and most of the time it is not a test of knowledge reserves. Naruto is right in saying that ninjas don't need a high level of culture, and they need to focus on breaking through everything with one force. But if you want to achieve higher achievements, such as becoming a Jonin, such as taking on some powerful positions, you need to mention culture. Unless you plan to be a pure warrior. But the truth is the truth, for this teacher's son, Kakashi thinks that he needs to educate him well. Now Naruto, who has become a perfect Jinchuriki, has enough time to learn about culture. But just when he called out his name, the corner of his mouth twitched. Just because, Naruto has rushed out. Shua. Like a flash of golden light, Naruto appeared hundreds of meters away, standing on a big tree by the river. Uncle, you are very malicious, are you also here to kill old man Dasna? Naruto grinned at a man in bandages. No more chopping. He could French, didn't even see how Naruto moved over. This kind of strength is actually a brat who just graduated from ninja school. Incredible, etc. Zai Bujan stared and said, you are Nine Tails' helper. Naruto. Yes, both. Do not cut again. Why against Jinchuriki, the strongest tailed beast? As a Jinchuriki, why didn't you stay in the village? Zabuza's face hidden under the bandage was full of depression. Is there a rule that Jinchuriki must stay in the village? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and asked with a puzzled expression. No more chopping. There are no regulations, but such strategic weapons are placed in the village by default. After all, once such combat power goes berserk, it may cause damage that ordinary people cannot stop. Such combat power may also arouse the nerves of the major hidden villages. The most important thing is to control it in the village. But looking at Uzumaki Naruto's performance, I don't know at all. Right. Thinking that Nine Tails Jinchuriki belonged to Konoha, Zabuza suddenly felt a little silly. Ordinary ninja villages may have to worry about this and that, but Konoha's current village Yuchen, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the 3 great Buddhas, are all existences that can easily suppress Nine Tails. Not long ago, he also got information that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were beating everywhere in the ninja world, and their strength should not be too strong. Uzumaki Naruto went outside the village, so what? I said I was passing by, do you believe me? Zaibujan said with a slight change in his eyes. He has the experience of playing against Yagura, and he knows that he is not an opponent of Jinchuriki. It is estimated that even the opponent's half-tailed beast can't be forced out, let alone the strongest tailed beast 9 tails Renzuan. The most important point is that Cardo's money is not enough for him to show his life. He still has his own dream and doesn't want to die here. Uncle, do you think I'm stupid? Naruto grinned, and as I said, I can feel the evil in you. Before he could say the last word, Zabuza in front of him suddenly swung his big knife and slashed at Naruto. For this, Naruto displayed the shadow clone technique with a calm expression. Boom. A shadow clone appeared, clasping his hands together to catch the sword. At the same time, 2 chakra arms protruded from Naruto's body, grabbing directly to the side. Boom. The big tree was directly pushed horizontally, and a big hole was smashed out in the ground, exposing the real Zabuzan hidden in it. 9 tails Jinchuriki actually have the ability to perceive good and evil. Zabuza's eyes were very solemn, but he kept flashing back while making hand seals. At the same time, a body of water appeared under him, and his hands quickly formed seals. Mist Shinobi Technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bomb. No longer chopping the deity to perform Mist Shinobi Technique, preparing to use the location close to the river to quickly create a dense fog environment. He also didn't want to use the Book of Silent Killing. The ability of 9 tails Jinchuriki can't beat him, and the strength is also stronger than him. He only wanted to give himself a chance to escape. The water body that performs water-style ninjutsu also has a meaning. But at the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched, and at the last moment he withdrew the use of ninjutsu and raised his hands instead. His eyes were full of helplessness. Shua. Several figures appeared on both sides of the river and surrounded Zabuza. There is Hyuga Hinata with eyes open, and Inuzuka Tooth with Ninja Dog on his head. There are also countless bugs flying out of Aburame Shino and spreading towards the surroundings. Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, all are the nemesis of their Kirigakure Mist Shinobi technique and Silent Killing technique. In previous wars, the Konoha shinobi of the 3 tribes were the last ones that the ninjas of Yuanyan village would not want to face. As a result, now, he is facing 3 at the same time, plus a Naruto who can perceive good and evil. In addition, he also saw the one-eyed masked man and the red-eyed female ninja who came slowly. Copy Ninja. Hitaki Kakashi of Sharingan. Master of Konoha Illusion, Kurenai from the Yuhi clan. Zaibuzan's hoarse voice came out. I'm surprised that Dazna was able to invite you to protect him. To be honest, when he accepted Kaduo's task, he still thought that the other party was stupid and rich. After all, Dazna said he was a master bridge builder, but he was just an ordinary person, not even a nobleman, nor did he have enough money. He went to Konoha to issue missions. At most he would issue a C-level escort mission for a Chunin or a newly graduated Genin team led by a special Jonin to execute. It turned out that it was indeed the newly graduated Genin squad, but one of them was the 9 tails Jinchuriki. If it was his bad luck, then the existence of Kurenai's team made him feel like he was being targeted. Could it be that this was a trick set against him? Ghosts will not be beheaded again. Hitaki Kakashi folded the book in his hands, and said in surprise, you who failed to assassinate 4th Mizukage and became an S-rank rebel, did not expect you to be in the land of waves, and you also accepted the commission from Kado. Don't you Konoha know? Zabuza's eyes swept over the 3 of Hinata. It's really an accident. Yuhi Hong said, the reason why the 2 teams escorted Dazna is to hope that he will build the bridge well, promote the economy of the land of waves in the land of fire, and benefit the surrounding area. Oh? Zabuza's browless eyebrows frowned, and he said in surprise, you Konoha are now carrying out the mission, have you considered it so far? This is the policy of our Hokage support. Yu Hai Hong did not forget to mention Yu Chen. Konoha, it's much better than Kirigakure. Bujan sighed again, and then the big man said, okay, it's good that I can die at the hands of Konoha village 9 tails Jinchuriki and the famous copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi today, and I won't be insulted. The peach field will not be cut again. My life is not considered a failure. After speaking, he closed his eyes, as if to welcome death. But at this moment, a flying needle suddenly shot out from a nearby tree. Crack! The flying needle hit Zai Bukao's neck, and he panicked and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a masked figure jumped down from a nearby tree, with a Mist Shinobi forehead protector on his head. Everyone looked at her in unison. Inuzuka Ya and the others had vigilance in their eyes, while Kurenai Yuhi and Hinata lit up with curiosity and special interest. Hinata. Photo Terumi Mei. Has the fight started yet? My side is just approaching the border of the land of fire, and it may take another quarter of an hour. Terumi Mei. Huh? Anbu? No, this fake one. Kurenai. It can be seen at a glance. Photos, sisters. This should be Mizuna Moon White. Here it comes. Makoto. What can you see with a mask? Open it for him, and see how good Naruto's appearance can confuse in women's clothing. Kusakina. No, don't open the mask. Makoto, Kushina, aren't you curious? Kushina. I'm curious, but I'm even more curious about whether Minazuki women's clothing can really confuse Naruto, so please don't let her show her true face. Let him change into a costume later and meet Naruto for the first time. Female. F*K, is this what a real mother should do? Oh, forgot to pick it up, it doesn't matter which way you look at it now. Hinata. I think so. Female. Hinata-chan, have you been hacked? Hinata. Don't get me wrong, I just think that Naruto must have one heart and one mind for little Sakura, and it is impossible to be deceived by a big guy in women's clothing. Ino. You said so, I also became curious. Zayuan. I want to see it too. Zhao Meimei. This matter is settled like this, but what makes me puzzled is, what is Minazuki Shiro doing in disguise as Mist Shinobi Anbu? And it is still so full of loopholes. Kurenai. It should be because she wants to save her before killing her again. Saying that, Yu Hahong fully described what happened just now. Kuretsuchi. Ha ha ha, I can imagine the despair in my heart if I don't cut it. Tamari. Like when your grandfather Onogi met Uchiha Madara? Kuretsuchi. Long-winded army, Onoki has been on the verge of becoming a joke lately. The reason is the performance of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara after Iwagakure. The reality lied that he would not be sick, but was frightened by Uchiha Madara and said, go to work with illness, which is called a submissive performance, and some people even say that it is no different from a dog's leg. Even if there is the fate of fourth raikage as a warning, it's fine, right? Samui. Do you see the fear of not cutting again? Superficial. Matabi. Samuel, you may not be calm at all when you say this. Samui. No, I am very calm. What I want to say is that I see beautiful true love here. Female. Yugito ni, beautiful true love. Samuel, you're embarrassing us Cloud Shinobi village people. Matabi. Although I am just a tailed beast, I can also understand love. Can two men have sex? Terumi Mei. Samuel, don't be too outrageous, our Kirigakure is normal. Karama Yukumo. My husband said that Zabuza and Minazuki Shiro are each other's salvation, but they are not lovers. Kushina. A big guy in women's clothing doesn't mean she's really a woman. For a while, the girls were speechless at Samuel's explosive words. Mizunazuki Shiro pretended to be Mist Shinobi Anbu and then did not kill him. Although there were some loopholes, it was still a feasible retreat plan. From what angle did Samui see the love between the two? Samui. I'm very calm. I said you didn't notice that the performance of Zayabuko is very strange. Kuretsuchi. I don't know if you don't cut it, it's not the same, I don't know, but you are very strange. Tamari. Ha ha ha, what a nonsense. Samui. +1. Samui. At Terumi Mei, Ming, in your impression, the Peachland will not be cut again, or is there anyone in Kirigakure who does not resist voluntarily waiting to die? Samui. Aren't the people who came out of your Blood Mist village wise enough to bite off a piece of meat from the enemy's hand if they were going to die? Terumi Mei. Although I don't want to admit it, people in Kirigakure, if they are ordinary people from non-blood families, are indeed like this. Humans are more like machines. Terumi Mei. But this does not mean that there is something wrong with Zabuza's current behavior. I think most people, facing the perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Hitaki Kakashi, and three blood successors or secrets who completely restrain themselves jutsu ninjas would choose to be more straightforward, and perhaps suffer less pain. Terumi Mei. Not to mention, there is also Minazuki Shiro pretending to be Mist Shinobi Anbu to support her. Terumi Mei. If you guessed correctly, if you don't cut it, you will be feigning death to escape. Konoha, everyone, hello. When Terumi Mei made an inference on Hinata's side, Minazuki Shiro had already spoken. You are Sanagakure Anbu. Kakashi pretended not to see Minazuki Shiro's tricks. Yes. Minazuki Shiro nodded and said, I follow the order of Lord Fourth Mizukage, and I am responsible for hunting down and killing Momochi, obliterating his secrets about our Kirigakure, and cleaning up his body with my own hands. Your Excellencies should be willing to make it easier? Mizunazuki was a little nervous. If Konoha and his group bully others, she has nothing to do. Terumi Mei. Fake group, our Kirigakure is now decided by Yuenshi, and my right to speak is bigger than Fourth Mizukage. What do you think? Hitaki Kakashi did not give an answer, but asked Kurenai and others for their opinions. Mr. Kakashi, I think it's okay. Naruto walked to Kakashi's side, and was the first to speak. I feel that she has no malice towards us, so she should not be an enemy. What kind of betrayal? It should be like Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi. You can't forgive people who hurt your own village. I think it's good to let people in their own village solve it. Naruto's words are of a high level. Obviously he has used his brains, and even knows to use his own abilities. I agree. Sasuke voted yes. When Naruto mentioned Uchiha Itachi, it can be said that it was in his heart. He also felt that the traitor should be handed over to the people in the original village. I have no objection. Inuzuka Ya and the others expressed their opinions one after another. Only Hinata and Kurenai, who knew the truth in advance, remained silent, and Kakashi, who had doubts, was entangled in his heart. Good guy. I call him good guy. Naruto started giving assists before seeing him? Ju Ching Nai. The ability of 9 tails is too useless, the enemy's malice can't be felt. Hinata. This, that, Minazuki Shiro is indeed not hostile, I can see it now. Kagaya. Can you see? Could it be that you have awakened the pupil technique that can see through good and evil? Hinata. Yes, my white eyes evolved a few days ago. When I opened them, I could know what kind of emotions the other party has towards me through the chakra color, not just good or evil. Kagaya. Your pupil technique is very useful, and it is extremely rare in my Otsutsuki clan. If our family knows about it, we will specially train you. Hinata. This, so powerful. Kagaya. I won't talk about other things. When your strength reaches the level of 6 paths, this ability can be improved. If you go to the battlefield, you can distinguish the enemy with a glance. Whether the opponent uses the change technique, or planting traitors, or setting up formations to hide, or hiding spaces, there is nothing to hide in front of you. Kagaya. If combined with perception, your existence can dominate the victory of a battle. Kagaya. And this is just one way of using it. Hiss, at this moment, all the girls gasped inwardly. Otsutsuki Kagaya said lightly, but their current horizons have also been expanded a lot in the diary. For Otsutsuki's level of fighting, they can already imagine a thing or two. And after Hinata's ability is improved, it can actually play a decisive role in that level of war. It has to be said that the ability to awaken this pair of eyes is a bit powerful. Hinata. So powerful, how about I dig him up and give it to brother Yuchen, let him fuse with the Sky Eye. Aster. Hinata, white spots. Tenten. You don't have to, don't be scary. Ino. This gift can't be sent in such a role, right? Tamari. Scary, as this Hyuga Hinata. Kagaya. You. Hinata. I'm not joking, I have Otsutsuki's physique now, and I have integrated the chakra of the ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura. Awakening Tensigen is not difficult at all, especially with the help of brother Yuchen. Hinata. I will give these eyes to brother Yuchen for fusion, and then evolve into Tensigen. It is not a waste, is it? Hinata. I have no interest in becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki. After hearing this, all the girls suddenly felt that Hinata was right. If he intends to evolve Yan into Tensigen, Yan's basic ability will not disappear, but the exclusive pupil technique can no longer be used. That being the case, it is better to give this pupil technique to Yu Chen. Fragrant phosphorus. Even so, you are too fierce. Karama Yakumo. In terms of treating your husband well, I would call you one of the strongest. Hinata. When the time comes, tell brother Yu Chen and let him make the decision. I will listen to him. The girls chatted intensely in the group chat. As for Hinata and the others, Kakashi nodded after struggling for a while and said, I can let you handle it. Hearing this, Mizunazuki showed joy in the depths of her eyes. But the next moment, her expression froze on her face. You deal with Zabucho in front of us. Kakashi raised a hand, indicating that Shiro could start. Water without Moon White. She is now temporarily putting Zaibujan into a state of suspended animation. It's not an important killing. But what Hitaki Kakashi meant was clearly to let him destroy the body that would never be cut again. If she really wanted to do this, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would really die. Good. Ben wanted to bargain and try to take Zaibucha away. But after seeing the expressions of Kakashi and others, he realized that this would not work. That being the case, he could only think of another way. While thinking, walked to Zaibuzan's side, knelt down and checked. At this time, in the group chat. Samui. Next, it is the moment to witness love. Terumi Mei. Why do you still say that? Samui. And, if you don't kill such a person, I still don't think he will wait to die if he doesn't resist, and the words he yelled before letting you make a move are a bit deliberate. Samui. If the ghosts don't kill them, will they care about what they have? Samui. I think this is no longer a reminder to Minazuki Shiro to withdraw, but it's a pity that the latter still wants to use the filing plan to try to save people. If you don't write a book with your brains, it's really a loss for the novel world. At this moment, Zabuza suddenly stood up with a carp, and roared at Mizumu Yushiro. I told you to leave. Why do you want to stay behind? You really think you can fool Hitaki Kakashi and the others with your pretense? Bastard. Female. Foggrass. Dao Di Za Bi Yuzan's exasperated expression made all the girls agree with Samui's judgment even if they didn't want to believe it. Are these two men really in love? Moreover, it is still the kind of degree that can die for the other party. This is too fun. Shizune. It's actually true, but why? Yugito ni. I can't figure it out, two big men. Minazuki is really so good looking? Kushina. The pseudo-mother is not scary, but it is very scary if the pseudo-mother is prettier than a woman. Makoto. Suddenly, I have a better understanding of the appearance of making Naruto fall in love at first sight. Kuretsuchi. As a woman, I began to feel a sense of crisis. Tamari. When you say that, you really start to worry, I won't be inferior to a fake girl? Terumi Mei. As a mature woman, I am very confident in myself. What I am curious about now is how Samuel can tell that there is love between the two. Samui. As I said, it's too deliberate not to shout those words, it's obviously telling Minazukishiro to leave. Samui. According to Momochi Zabuza's character, even though he knew he was going to die, he would fight to the last moment, but he chose to be caught without a fight, and he still yelled those words inexplicably, because it was abnormal. Samui. As for this Shuiwuyue, I believe she knew her identity when she made the move, and there is a high probability that she will not be able to hide her identity, but after receiving the warning of not beheading, she still chooses to make a move. Samui. Isn't this going in both directions? Convergence. Now it seems that this is the case. Don't kill me again, I'm your tool, if you don't leave, I can't leave alone as a tool, Minazuki said firmly. No more chopping, I just felt a violent twitch in my heart, and the corners of my mouth hidden under the bandage moved slightly, obviously with strong emotions. He really wanted to tell Minazuki that you are no longer a tool in my heart. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't speak them. What? You're actually a bad guy. Listening to the conversation between the two, Naruto realized what was happening in front of him belatedly, but he couldn't believe it. Obviously he didn't feel the malice from Mizumizuki, but the latter is actually in the same group as Zabuza. Kurama, there is something wrong with your sensory ability. Naruto complained mercilessly to Nine Tails and instantly became the focus of the audience. Bah. After spitting out one of the French fries, Kurama opened his mouth angrily. What nonsense, how could there be a problem with the old man's ability? This sound came from the sealed space of the abdomen, and everyone could hear it. Due to the return of the half-body, although Nine Tails is still locked in the sealed space, they can move freely. This missed shinobi Anbu is in the same group as that one, you didn't even find out. Naruto expressed contempt. It's ridiculous. Although the other party is in the same group, he didn't show any hostility towards you. How could I feel that? They are a group, how could they not be hostile to me? You should ask him this question instead of the old man. Anyway, the old man's ability is fine. Kurama, I can see that your mouth is the toughest. Naruto's eyes became contemptuous. What did you say? Nine Tails immediately exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Isn't it? Naruto crossed his arms and said mercilessly, at the beginning you said that you were enemies with Master First Hokage and Master Uchiha Madara, but I only found out when I asked you, not an opponent. Waterma, take two perverts as an example, show some face. Kurama went into a state of madness. You just can't do it anyway, you can't do without me. I'm just asking you for rent, and you should pay it. Nonsense, if it wasn't for you Chen, I would have left long ago. Kurama and Naruto fought like no one else. Live Hitaki Kakashi et al. The girls watching the show in the Hinata studio. Good guy. Seeing this scene, Zabuza moved his eyes and looked around, trying to find the direction to retreat. But as soon as the idea of running away arose, he felt a feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast when he was a baby. As long as you move, you will die. This intuition had saved his life more than once when performing missions in the past. So, he chose to do nothing and just watched quietly. Minazukishiro was even quieter. He looked at Naruto with a mask on, and said softly, I just don't want to kill the adults anymore. I don't have or need my own thoughts. If I don't behead you and want to kill you, I will naturally have hostility and killing intent towards you. But now, I just want to protect Master Zabuza to leave. The implication is that I really have no hostility towards you. You heard me, the old man's ability is not a problem at all. Kurama became stiff in an instant. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes suddenly changed, and he said angrily, Kurama, you are killing me. Why did the old man kill you? Aren't we being reasonable? Kurama was taken aback. You wait for me. I'm going to file a complaint with Brother Yuchen, and I'll see how you explain it then. Naruto changed the topic. No, we're just talking about the perception of good and evil. Why can you bring up Yuchen? Kurama felt that Naruto was unreasonable. I don't care, you kill me. Missed grass. Yuchen doesn't know when he will come back, just wait for me. Everyone. Guys, you are not a partner, but a couple, right? This Naruto is outrageous, he even has a weapon like, you kill me, and he also knows how to use Feather Chen to threaten Nine Tails, it's really promising. Kuretsuchi. Why do I feel that Naruto is a little bit of a beating? Tsunade. Just a little bit. I want to use strange power. Kushina. Don't talk about you, I think he owes education. Ino. Although Naruto used to like to play pranks, isn't that the case? Samui. Let me tell you the truth, he is obviously drifting away. Azuki Yugo. Yes, Naruto used to be hostile by the villagers, and he always suffered from stares. He couldn't eat or dress well. Apart from using pranks to attract attention, he just kept expressing himself. Try to gain approval from others. Azuki Yugo. But in my heart, because of Mr. Yuchen, his identity as the son of a hero was revealed, and the villagers' guilt and respect for 4th Hokage were all transferred to him. Mr. Tsunade is your supporter, he can't help boasting on weekdays, just like Konohamaru before. Azuki Yugo. In addition, Mr. Yuchen managed 9 tails, making Naruto a perfect Jinchuriki. His strength in the golden body mode is stronger than Kakashi, and it is impossible for him not to float. Being touted and awe-inspiring all the time, and possessing a strength far beyond most people's, still getting something for nothing, it's hard for someone not to be indifferent. Kushina. Now, Naruto has become a bad boy. Makoto. This should not be the case. Naruto is not bad in nature, but he has experienced too much recently, so it is inevitable that there is no precipitation. Ino. This situation is actually the result of too many psychological hints. If it goes on for a long time, Naruto will really become an arrogant and unreasonable person in the end. Mi Ching Nai. This guy Kakashi taught Naruto like this? Tsunade. Naruto is too strong, maybe you have to take care of it. Kushina. Well, why should I do the things in my previous life in this life? Terumi Mei. By the way, where are you now? Kushina, on the island. Terumi Mei. Mr. Yuchen hasn't left yet. Kushina. Are you stupid? Mr. Yuchen left the mark of Flying Thunder God on both Hinata and Hong, but with his current strength. Kakunai didn't say what happened next, but everyone understood. Xiao Zhaobo's country is probably completely within Yuchen's sense and range. That is to say, as long as he thinks about it, nostalgia will appear beside Hinata and Yu Hahong at any time. That's when I said Cao Cao arrived. A figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Since everyone is following the chat between Naruto and Nine Tails, I noticed it all at once. This is a person wearing a black robe, standing in the sky, with long black hair blowing in the wind, and there is a line between the brows that looks very mysterious and beautiful at first glance, but if you look carefully, you will feel a sense of oppression. A pair of eyes are pitch black, but they appear to have another layer of light golden halo, mysterious and beautiful, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. As for the facial features of men, they are as delicate as sculptures. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth, which makes people subconsciously want to trust. At this time, the man said slowly, Naruto. When did I say you could use me to threaten Kurama's spoon? Shang Phosphorus. Handsome. 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 So handsome, Brother Yuchen. Terumi Mei. This man's temperament is becoming more and more prominent. Samui. I can't even keep calm through the live broadcast. Tenten. This clothing is amazing, I really like it very much. Kushina. Otherwise, why do you think we played for so long just now? Kurama Yukumo. You can't stop, if your body doesn't allow it. Z Yuan. Envious, but unfortunately I'm not old enough. Karen. No, you are not attractive enough, otherwise Brother Yuchen would rather start in 3 years. Hinata. Yugito ni. Your legs are weak, Matabi, what are you doing? Matabi. It has nothing to do with me, I didn't do anything, but your legs are weak, tisk tisk tisk. Ino. Together, I don't understand those men who are crazy and obsessed with Fuji Fushui, and now I suddenly feel the same. Yi Kang. I think the eyes are the most beautiful, as this Tensigen? At Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya. This is the appearance of after the second fetal movement. The evolution can be completely completed after one more fetal movement, and you only need to wait another 30 days at most. Tsunade. So, Yuchen copied the Rinnegan pupil technique, saving at least 1 month of Tensigen awakening time? Kagaya. Yes. Shizune. Then when the Chunin exam is held, Yu Chen has already entered the 6 paths level firmly, and can suppress all dissatisfaction. Kuretsuchi. The overall situation of the establishment of the world government has been decided. Kurenai. I'm the only one thinking, is Naruto going to be miserable? As soon as Yu Chen appeared on the stage, everyone was captured by his increasingly dusty temperament and handsome face, and didn't pay attention to what he said for a moment. Now that Kurenai mentioned it, the girls are reacting. Kushina. Sure enough, Yu Chen is my destiny. As soon as I encountered troubles, he appeared to solve them. Kukunai became intoxicated on the spot alone. At this time, Naruto turned around stiffly, met Zhao Yu Chen's eyes, scratched his head and said, "Brother Yu Chen, I was just joking with Kurama, just kidding." In the whole Konoha, the person he admires and recognizes most now is Yu Chen. Even Uzumaki Kushina, who is his mother, can't compare. Because he has always kept in mind that whether he is a hero's son, Kurama's approval, or the family affection he can enjoy now, it all comes from Yu Chen. Although he is a little drifting now, his heart of gratitude is still there. It doesn't matter if it's a joke or not. Zhao Yu Chen raised one hand and put it on Naruto lightly. The next moment, the golden body mode faded away, and Naruto returned to normal state. Kurama, starting today, you are not allowed to lend your power to Naruto, unless his life is in danger, okay? Zhao Yu Chen opened his mouth slowly, with a soft tone, but with an undeniable taste. No problem, of course no problem. Kurama originally wanted to be tough out of habit. But after looking at Yu Chen's eyes through the seal, it resolutely chose to be obedient. Just kidding. Don't say that he might be taught to be a tailed beast if he is disobedient. If Yu Chen cuts off his snacks and pans, he can make his life worse than death. You must listen to Yu Chen's words. Zhao Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zabuza, and asked, I have decided to bring peace to this ninja world. As long as Kirigakure is not stupid, he can realize the bloodless revolution. Terumi Mei is my woman. For her sake, I can spare you, but the premise is that you will be loyal to me from today on. How about it? Terumi Mei. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Yu Chen announced in a high-profile way that I was his woman. Terumi Mei. Such Haki's performance is really charming. If I were on the scene now, I would definitely offer a passionate kiss. Kuretsuchi. Envious, Yu Chen also announced that I am. Tamari. Me too, although she called me wife. Yi Kang. I am not envious, but I want to be fully revived as soon as possible. There are many things that impure world reincarnation can't do. If I go first, I will come later. Fragrant phosphorus. Cut, Sister Ming, you will be happy. Terumi Mei. You said I can only say hello. Just kidding, she really likes to talk, but not to Yu Chen. Well, if it's between each other, she might be provocative, but with flair. Karen. There is no evidence for words. If you really want to offer a kiss, it is not impossible to do it after you arrive now. Ino. Tisk tisk tisk. What kind of calculations are you making? I have heard it in the territory of Tien Zhiguo. Tenten. You don't think Sister Ming will be able to use the aggressive method, do you? Terumi Mei. Ridiculous, come as soon as you come, I will just say hello? You are still being provoked, etc. This guy. Tsunade laughed and shook his head. Shizune tightened the dolphin in his hand, and said, is this using the name of being provoked to act like a hooligan? How can you say that the beauty thing is a hooligan? Tsunade waved his hand and said, this is called taking the initiative, you have to learn a little bit. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shizune had a taut expression. Then she heard Tsunade whisper softly, if I ask Yu Chen to drink and accidentally do something out of line, is it understandable? It doesn't matter what an old cow eats tender grass. Forget it. I didn't take the initiative either. Shizune. Hi, really hi. It seems that he is speaking for Terumi Mei, but it turns out that he wants to do more. Is this in the name of being drunk to act like a hooligan? Learned. Karen. So when the time comes, the live broadcast will start, and it doesn't count if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Terumi Mei. Do you want to tell me? Watch. Fragrant phosphorus. That's right. How about it, is it okay? Terumi Mei. I will take a photo for you to see. Fragrant phosphorus. Ah. Damn it. Suddenly showed an unhappy expression. She didn't dare to expect extravagant meat scenes, but it would be too much not to even show the beautiful kisses. This is not the previous life novel website mentioned by brother Yu Chen in his diary, even kisses will be. Terumi Mei. Tisk, I beg you to grow up quickly. Fragrant phosphorus. Damn it, don't you have the power to travel through time and space? Kagaya. Yes, there are many more, but it is useless even if you travel through time. Kagaya is telling the truth. Travels too early, and if she doesn't meet Yu Chen, she has to wait, and may go back to the parallel world. It was too late to time travel, and what I saw might be that other women such as Hinata have grown up, but she is the only one who still looks like a girl. In fact, what Yu Chen cares about is never their age, but their bodies. Ziyuan. Well, speaking of it, although Lord Yu Chen doesn't do that kind of thing to minors, kissing is actually okay, right? Samui. Yugito ni. Samuel puts a question mark, not because she has a problem, but because you have a problem. Kuretsuchi. This is too much, how can a minor think about such a thing? Tamari. When you say this, can you not beat your thigh excitedly? Yi Kang. Well, I won't be really behind in my grades in one word, right? Tenten. Hot day. How can you think so? A heart-pounding thing. Kushina. I suggest you don't try it. Yu Chen has a habit of stretching, and then touching. Blushes appeared on many women's faces. How can you speak in such detail? Hinata. I think it's feasible. It doesn't take 3 years to start, right? Good guy. Even the Hinata sauce is here. And it can't be against a woman's will, right? Hinata silently looked at Yu Chen not far away. Yu Chen suddenly felt a chill behind his back. Why did he suddenly feel like someone was plotting against him? Could it be that old jerk from Sage of Six Paths? Glancing at Zabuza, who was still thinking, Yu Chen raised a finger and output some chakra. Strange ripples appeared, and special twists and turns occurred in a certain space. Only Zhao Yu Chen could see this twists and turns, his eyes twinkled slightly. Really? This fluctuation? It turned out to be by the tail beast chakra. I should have thought of that earlier. Yu Chen put away his fingers, looked to Naruto's side, and said lightly, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, since you're here, why bother peeping? Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As soon as the name came out, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly froze. Hitaki Kakashi and other people who knew his identity all became serious. Although Zabuza and Minazuki didn't know who Otsutsuki Hagoromo was, they didn't realize that there were people peeping around, and this Otsutsuki Hagoromo could be valued by Yu Chen, obviously not an ordinary person. How dare you underestimate it? Yugito ni. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Matabi, can you feel it? Matabi. Matabi. That's the old man, through the diary, you let me dare to feel it? Matabi felt very speechless. She is only 1/9 of chakra from 10 tails, and her strength can only be regarded as Zhonglian. And the Sage of Six Paths as their creator, the former 10 tails Jinchuriki, with many means. It's easy for Sage of Six Paths to spot her voyeurism, but it's totally impossible for her to do the reverse. Yugito ni. You scumbag. Matabi. Hey, 9 tails was not found at the scene, so please be reasonable. Yugito ni. How do you know that 9 tails didn't find out? Ju Yukina. Yugo, at Kurenai, be careful. Kurenai. I am ready to use illusion to control Naruto at any time. Kagaya. At Hinata, you use your eyes to keep an eye on the chakra fluctuations in Naruto's body. Hinata. Understood. Kuretsuchi. What's the matter? The atmosphere seems to have suddenly become very dignified. Everyone reacted so quickly that the idiot Hagen didn't react for a while. Ziyuan. The sisters are afraid that 9 tails and Sage of Six Paths will get mixed up, so be on guard. Kuretsuchi. Oh, I see. All the girls are all focused on the live broadcast room opened by Hinata. Have you been found? In a strange space, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, sitting cross-legged in midair with a tin staff in his hand, stretched out a hand and swiped it forward. The 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body was mobilized, and after leaving the body, it caused a ripple in the air. Soon, an illusory figure appeared, with 2 horns growing on its head, and its hair was stubble. It was wearing a suit with 6 black jade-shaped patterns on the front of its chest, a red swirl-shaped logo on its back, and 9 square grids of jade-like patterns on its back. White coat. There is a unique mark between the brows, and the eyes are rippling purple eyes. This is the legendary Rinnegan. Zabuza and Mizunazuki noticed those eyes immediately. In the water country where Kirigakure is located, there are also many blood successor boundary families, and it is also adjacent to the URL country, so it can be said that he knows a lot about this aspect. Kirigakure education also makes the ninjas in the village not only have strong strength, but also have a considerable knowledge reserve. I've heard rumors of Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths. Is this the Sage of Six Paths? Sage of Six Paths called Otsutsuki Hagoromo? This Yu Chen actually challenged the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Don't be caught in a brainstorm any longer. At this time, Otsutsuki Hagoromo smiled and said, Yu Chen, we meet again. I remember you said a month ago that you were looking forward to our meeting again. Can I talk now? Otsutsuki Hagoromo's voice is kind, and there is a feeling that people subconsciously want to relax their guard. But Yu Chen could hear the arrogance in it. Calling him by his name, it seems that he knows him very well, invisibly shaping his own mysterious image. At the same time, he also mentioned what he said a month ago, probably thinking that he made a mistake in his prediction, and did not expect the two to meet again so soon. After all, what Yu Chen said back then sounded more like saying, "I will go to you when the time comes." But in the current situation, it is obviously not the case. Regarding this, the corners of Yu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't speak. The next moment, an orange chakra split out of Naruto's body, quickly condensed into the head of Nine Tails, and then roared at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Otsutsuki Hagoromo was taken aback. "You actually spy on me and use me to peep, aren't you making me unjust?" Kurama said angrily, "Don't try to drive a wedge between me and Yu Chen. Otherwise I won't be standing next to you when you fight. Bah, bah, it's not right to watch the excitement from the sidelines. It's not right. In short, if you use me, I'll stand by Yu Chen's side and beat you." Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Zhao Yu Chen. Female. Uzumaki Naruto, Kurama, you're exposed. Kushina. Tisk, this guy Nine Tails has revealed his true thoughts. I really fear that the world will not be chaotic. Matabi. Don't look at him as Nine Tails, but when it comes to 8 trigrams, he is better than 8 tails. Yi Kang, Archfire. I, Scorch-style Yi Kang, would like to call you the strongest. Makoto. Madara's rotten stems are really easy to use. Azuki Yugo. Rose on the battlefield thought she was blowing with you? Hinata. I can see that Kurama is very nervous, even a little scared, probably because he doesn't know it. Matabi. It's actually quite normal. Although the old man created us, it was mainly because he was dying at that time, and he had no choice but to do so because he was afraid that 10 tails would harm the ninja world. Matabi. Although we are grateful and respectful to the old man, we can do things for him, but we will not work hard for him, the kind that is not resurrected. Matabi. Yu Chen has a very good attitude towards us tail beasts. The most important thing is that he has a way to create a peaceful environment for us and entertainment for us. With Kurama's character, he dare not offend at all. Yugito ni. Didn't you say it earlier? Matabi. Are you stupid? As a tailed beast, if I said these words before, maybe you would think that I was also drawn by the old man. Shizune. You think too much. With a copy of the diary, we can rest assured of you. Fragrant Phosphorus. Well, it doesn't matter, I just want to know what Sage of Six Paths is going to do. The expressions of all the girls are very dignified. Legendary existences like Sage of Six Paths were able to successfully seal Kagaya with Otsutsuki Hamura back then. In the past 1,000 years, no one knows what they have done in secret. Even if Yu Chen can temporarily enter the Six Paths class, it is still not safe enough. Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked at Kurama's expression and was speechless for a while. This is a white-eyed fox. In comparison, Zhao Yu Chen was relaxed and smiled. Kurama, don't worry, I know you didn't help Otsutsuki Hagoromo, it can't be hidden from my eyes. As the former 10 Tails Jinchuriki and the creator of your 9-tailed beasts, it is not difficult for him to perceive your chakra and peek into the world through you. Then is there a way to isolate me permanently? Kurama asked immediately. He didn't want to be watched or even used by others at any time, even if the other party was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. When I fully awaken Tensegan, I'll help you get it done, Yu Chen promised. He is not afraid of the progress of Tensegan's awakening. First of all, Otsutsuki Hagoromo can definitely tell the same. Secondly, he has received a lot of rewards in the past month, and his life-saving means have improved again. To him, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was no threat. It's a deal. Kurama grinned and returned to Naruto's body. Many people watching this scene felt speechless. Did Sage of Six Paths create you, 9 tails, or feather dust? Is your Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, are you Chen? I'm afraid Naruto is not just your temporary hotel, is it? As for your question. Yu Chen looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, folded his hands on his chest, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Our current relationship, you can call me adoptive father. Everyone. Zabuza and Mizunazuki were the most shocked, their pupils constricted and they felt that they had auditory hallucinations. Yu Chen actually asked a legendary figure from at least 1,000 years ago to call him adoptive father. If this is not insulting, it is too much information. Comparing the two of them, Kakashi and Inuzuka teeth are also shocked. Now, they more or less know that Yu Chen's identity is very special. After all, they have presented too many strange things that did not exist in this world. Once or twice can be said to be talent or ability. If there are too many, there must be a special reason. And Kakashi has also learned from Kushinath that both Namikaze Minato and her have been reincarnated and did not stay in the Pure Land. The reincarnation method of Kushine to reshape the physical body by selectively retaining memory, while Namikaze Minato becomes a new person and bids farewell to the previous life. Yu Chen was just joking with him at the beginning. After being speechless for a while, he was not angry. Because Nohara Lin was revived by Yu Chen, he is his reborn parents. And he also learned from Nohara Lin that Obito and Namikaze Minato were reincarnated together. In other words, you can't take them with you when you resurrect. Although he is sorry, that's all. The regret of killing a close friend with his own hands was finally made up for. How could he be angry with Yu Chen? But now, he felt that the dust collection might have started to have a bad taste. Fragrant phosphorus. Sure enough. Terumi Mei, as expected. Kuretsuchi. This time, I guessed what Yu Chen would say in advance. Why do you always use a special way to express the fact that you are relatively naive? Zion. I am somewhat looking forward to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's next expression, it will be fun. Hinata. Do you call it Sage of Six Paths without respect? Zayuan. Huh? Your Majesty Kagaya is the wife of Master Yu Chen. If I and my Majesty can become sisters in the future, isn't that the elder of Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Honorable title? Kagaya. Well said. Female, hiss. Because Yu Chen and Kagaya are together, don't they all have ridiculously high seniority? Tsunade. I seem to see the scene where my grandpa calls me my little grandma. Puff. All the girls couldn't help but laugh. Unlike them, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's smile froze and his face became ugly. Are you humiliating me? Humiliation? I'm just stating a fact. Fact? Do you know who my mother is? Isn't it Kagaya? I know you still. So, let me say that I am your adoptive father. Zhao Yu Chen sighed and clapped his hands. Shua. A figure floated from the ground next to Naruto. It was Kaguya's will, Black Zetsu. Yuya. Father is the man chosen by mother. You were right to be called adoptive father. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Who are you, a black and white guy? Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Black Zetsu. His face became very ugly. He didn't recognize this guy, but based on the analysis a month ago, he had some guesses. Combine that with the fact that this guy calls Otsutsuki Kagaya his mother, and he can pretty much tell who she is. But he didn't want to admit it. Looking at your expression, you don't want to admit me? Black Zetsu grinned and showed big white eyes, and said with a sneer, actually, I don't want to admit to you yet. You were born with the blessing of the human beings in this world with the chakra part of the 10 tails, and I was born with the will of the mother combined with the power of the blood successor snare. Although you and I are both created by my mother, the essence is not the same, and I don't like to be confused with you, an unworthy son. For the past month, he has traveled to and from the moon every few days, acting as a sounding board between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Yu Chen. So he has confirmed Yu Chen's identity, knowing that Yu Chen is the man identified by Otsutsuki Kagaya, that is, his cheap father. In addition, he also knows that Otsutsuki Kagaya will break the seal within a month at the earliest and come to this planet again. This time, Kagaya will not only learn the lessons of previous failures, but also rely on Yu Chen as a strong support, so it is impossible to lose again. As a product of Kaguya's will, she is proud of Black Zetsu and highly recognizes Yu Chen. For nothing else, Kagaya will definitely follow those whom Kagaya recognizes to the death. And it can't have a good attitude towards Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who betrayed his mother back then. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's complexion changed for a while, and he asked aloud, is it you who bewitched Indra back then? It's me. Black Zetsu admitted frankly, and then sneered. What can you do to me? Saying that, it floated to Yu Chen's side, looking like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Zhao Yu Chen twitched vaguely. When did he become the umbrella of Black Zetsu? And this dark guy is so arrogant that he wants to step on his feet first. Even though you are the product of Kagaya-ji's will, it still feels a little awkward to be called father by you all the time. After all, you are really ugly. Correct. Thinking of the image of Black Zetsu, Yu Chen suddenly thought that its essence is the same as that of tailed beasts. It is a combination of chakra, and it can even be said that it is a combination of 10 tails chakra. It's just that the consciousness of tailed beasts is born by itself. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are born with the blessing of humans, and Black Zetsu is based on Kaguya's will. Then Black Zetsu should be the same as Kurama, without a fixed gender. As for it acting like a male now, the probabilities are to masquerade as Uchiha Madara's will. Can't the will of a 10,000 years straight man be feminine? After all these years of faking it in front of Obito, it is what it is. But it is essentially Kaguya's will and can never really become a male personality. Thinking of this, Yu Chen put a hand on Black Zetsu's head. Seeing this scene, the diary copy group chat became active for a while. Kuretsuchi. I said that arrogance will be beaten, and it is true. Ino. Although you all have black in your name, you can't be so hostile, right? Kuretsuchi. Tisk. I just don't like its pretentious appearance. Hinata. But it is the will of Sister Kaguya, aren't you talking about Sister Kaguya? Gentle reminder. Black Belly. Kuretsuchi. Well, that's not what I mean. How can Black Zetsu be confused with Kaguya-ji? Samui. You mean Kaguya-ji is not worthy? Kuretsuchi. Huh? I mean Black Zetsu is not worthy. Matabi. But Black Zetsu is the product of the will created by Master Kaguya, essentially the same. Kuretsuchi. Uf*k me. Crazy, puff. All the girls laughed in unison. This is really a fun pistachio. Kaguya. The image of Black Zetsu is really not very good, so this performance now seems a bit of a villain. After I leave the seal, I will remake her. Makoto. Hey, you don't plan to absorb Black Zetsu. I remember it can be regarded as part of your power. Kaguya. If it is not necessary, I will not do that, because memories and experiences determine a person's true self. Kushina. What do you mean by being so tall? Azuki Yugo. If I didn't understand, Kaguya-ji is saying that our experience and memory determine us, not other things such as body or soul. Kaguya. Yes, the soul can be reincarnated, and the body can be reborn. It is memory that really determines who you are. Kushina. I understand a little bit. My body was reborn, my soul remained unchanged, but I still completely erased many memories of my previous life, which is no longer my experience, so it has nothing to do with me now. Kaguya. Not bad. Makoto. I like this statement, and I can explain it more clearly with Sasuke. Conan. So you don't want to be affected by Black Zetsu's memory? Yes, its cognitive philosophy and goals were born because of me, but after thousands of years, I have formed my own 3 cognitive views, and I do not want to inherit these. Kaguya. It has worked for me, and I don't intend to kill him. All the girls understood what Kaguya meant at once. In this way, the so-called remaking is just to change the image? Kuretsuchi. What is it to remake? Just like Black Zetsu, where can it be better to see, or just make a big change? Kaguya. I always think it will be ugly. Makoto. Let me state first that I am not jealous, but Otsutsuki Hagoromo is not good looking, and I think Kaguya may be a handicapped party. Kaguya. She originally wanted to explain that the image of Yukin and Yuya is a natural dazzle, and she is responsible for the direction of the people's blessing and the trend of 10 Tails chakra. But as soon as the idea came up, she remembered Yu Chen's complaints back then, saying that their Otsutsuki clan likes to have eyeballs on their foreheads, which is aesthetically problematic. Open your mouth to explain, isn't Zo going to be whipped to death? But in the next moment, her pure white eyes became extremely bright. At the scene of Hinata's live broadcast, a light curtain suddenly appeared on Black Zetsu. When the light curtain disappeared, a black and white golden-eyed little loli appeared with a height of nearly 1.6 meters, with long green hair, a curvy figure, and a delicate and lovely image. Under Yu Chen's slap, Black Zetsu actually changed his image. It's like going directly from a big man with a foot picking to a loli sauce with 2 ponytails. The visual impact brought by the comparison of the front and rear appearances made everyone dumbfounded. Yes, not bad. Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction, and created an ice mirror with a wave of his hand. Ice escape bloodline. He now has 2 Tensigan fetal movements, and Otsutsuki's top physique, which he synthesized casually. Is this what I look like now? Black Zetsu looked at his own image in the mirror, his golden eyes glowed brightly. As the embodiment of Kaguya's will, she is very satisfied with her current image. It is better to be close to the mother, of course, the daughter. What is an unworthy son? Kuretsuchi. I admit that I spoke a little louder just now, isn't it that I am a half-sister? Fragrant phosphorus. So cute, I really want to lick her. Matabi. I can't stand a cat. Sure enough, the one who understands women best is a man. Kushina. Yu Chen's aesthetics, Kaguya-ji must be far behind. Makoto. I began to look forward to how cute Yu Chen and the future child would be. All the girls were impressed by the new image of Black Zetsu for a while. Even Zan and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were a little surprised. So how can a guy who is dark and not slippery become a cute girl with big eyes? It's not bad to have such a younger sister. Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought for the first time. Thank you, father. Black Zetsu saluted obediently. This sentence is not at all the same as the previous Jia 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 image. As the image changes, a part of her true nature is released. That's right. Yu Chen nodded and agreed. From now on, you will maintain this image, and after Kaguya leaves the seal, let her infuse you with the power of Yang Escape to complete the real creation. Hearing this, Black Zetsu didn't immediately agree, but tilted his neck and asked, Father, can't you inject the power of Yang Dun? Oh? That's right. Black Zetsu smiled and said, My Lord Mother created my spirit, will, soul, and form. You came to give me life, vigor, body. Then I am the real daughter of you and your mother. Kaguya. Have a thought. Doesn't the concubine stand in front of all the women? As expected of my will, it is so clever. Kushina, foul, foul. Makoto. This kind of sneaking behavior is a bit too much. Nice dangerous. Ino. Some people still have their first kiss, but some people already have children, how can they be cultivated? Fragrant phosphorus. Well, you stole my lines. Samui. Calm down. This can't be regarded as Yu Chen's child in the true sense, it's just the product of the combination of 6 paths level Yin Dun Chakra and Yang Dun Chakra. Although Kaguya-ji came out of Yin Dun, and Yu Chen came out of Yang Dun, it was created by the combination of 2 people, but it doesn't count. Well, I object. Anko. At Kurenai, stop, must stop. Kurenai. For what reason? Kuretsuchi. Just say you don't want to be a mother? Tamari. Hey, I've heard of she becoming a father, and she becoming a mother has not yet happened. Tsunade. See you in a long time. Really see you in a long time. Kaguya-ji. Don't think that if you are old, I don't know that you are connoting me. Kaguya. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yu Chen's affairs are up to him to decide. Samui. It's good for you, of course you said so. Kaguya. So you want to influence his decision? Samui. I'm not that restless. Kurenai. So, should I stop it? Conan. I think you need to be anxious, no matter whether Yu Chen answers or not, there is no way to do it now. The truth of what Conan said. The essence of Black Zetsu is the will of Kaguya-ji, which is properly 6 paths level. To inject the same level of Yang Dun power, Yu Chen had to wait until Tensigen was fully awakened. Let's talk about it later. Yu Chen didn't say whether it was good or not, and smiled. After Kaguya comes out, I'll discuss it with her. He didn't mind giving Black Zetsu Yang Dun Chakra, but decided to respect Kaguya's opinion. What if the latter wants to devour Black Zetsu? Kaguya. Sure enough, I suddenly feel that Yu Chen can be a bit domineering sometimes, and he doesn't need to respect me. Cut. All the girls pouted in their hearts. It's really ridiculous that you, the Empress, have such an idea. Yes, father. Black Zetsu responded obediently, then looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya with one hand on his hip, and said tuggingly, Hagoromo, with your strength, you must know that I am not lying. Father is the person recognized by mother, do you recognize it or not? Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't respond, but looked at Yu Chen and asked, Are you the mother whom Yukon and I were appointed? Didn't he be fooled by the stinky toad from Mount Myoboku? Yu Chen asked back. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression remained unchanged, he shook his head and said, Hamamaru just taught me Sage Mode and told me about the existence of bitch. As for everything else, it's my own judgment and my own thoughts. Toad Wan really didn't deceive him, at most he was guided. But in his eyes, these guides are to tell him some information, and then let him analyze and decide what to do. Without the help of Ha Toma Wan, he would have mistakenly saved his lover, so it is impossible to blame Ha Toma Wan. It wasn't tricked by Hamo Wan. A sneer appeared on the corner of Zhao Yu Chen's mouth. That's because of my own woman, and hurt my mother. Otsutsuki Hamura's expression froze. Kaguya. It's pretty good, I like it very much. Fragrant phosphorus. Brother Yu Chen. Haki is protecting his wife, as this? Makoto. Tisk, Kaguya was so excited about this wave. Tamari. Suddenly I really want Yu Chen to go to Sanagakure and say to my father, from today on, Tamari is my woman, and I give you peace. Yi Kang. Yu Chen is a bit difficult, but I can help you achieve it, do you want it? Tamari. Don't, I'm afraid you're playing for real. Terumi Mei. This is a good note, I accept it. Tsunade. This Zuyi is not bad, I accept it. Kuretsuchi. Then I accept it without hesitation. Samui. Then I will take the linen cloth. Yugito ni, selling girlfriends, cut. Samui. Isn't that what the two of us came up with together? This matter, I think you may not understand it comprehensively. Otsutsuki Hagoromo pulled back his expression. Aside from some righteousness, he would directly declare war on Kaguya, because the human woman he fell in love with was engulfed by the sacred tree and entered infinite Tsukuyomi. But even now, he has no regrets. The birth of Hamura and I is not just the power of 10 tails, but also the blessings of humans in this world. My mother is naturally our mother, but I think the common blessing of mankind in this world is our father. We were born as the times require, and infinite Tsukuyomi was launched by the mother to devour the human beings in this world, which is equivalent to constantly hurting our parents. I stand on the side of peace and justice, and there must be no miscalculation. For the first time, Otsutsuki Hagoromo speaks his mind to an outsider. His idea was also agreed by Otsutsuki Hamura, so the latter helped him. But Otsutsuki Hamura did not have feelings for human women, so after the relationship ended, he chose to go to the moon to accompany Kagaya. Ah. After listening to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's thoughts, Yu Chen showed a scornful smile. I will return what you said just now. How do you have the confidence to talk to me without knowing the whole picture? You mean that I misunderstood my mother back then? Yu Yi's eyes moved. For so many years, I don't believe you didn't realize it. Otherwise, why would you open up a Pure Land? There was another silence, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo put the tin rod on his lap and asked, if there is something hidden, why didn't your mother tell us? It was Kagaya who kept silent and fought with the two brothers, so that they would be firm in what they saw was the truth. Huh? Otsutsuki Hagoromo, do you want me to die laughing so I can inherit my Tensigan? Zhao Yu Chen laughed while holding his stomach, and then asked, who is Kagaya, don't you know? Shang Phosphorus. I know this question, I know this question. Ino. Arrogance. Hinata. Lust. Fragrant phosphorus. Hey, you are stealing my lines again. Ziyuan. This can only be blamed on you for not giving the answer immediately. Samui. Ultimate's calmness and coolness. Phosphorus. Samui. I didn't say that it must be the answer that Yu Chen said, and arrogance and lust can't sum up Kaguya's whole. Makoto. Indeed, she is still a tsundere. Kagaya. Don't think that the concubine has given you good looks recently, and the concubine is already a good person, okay? I got angry and set off a palace fight for you, believe it or not. Mother. Otsutsuki Hagoromo bowed his head and thought for a while, and said, I think she is a lonely, noble, and inviolable person. But Hamura and I are his sons, so she should treat us differently. Hearing this, Yu Chen almost laughed out loud, and said speechlessly, you have an emotional intelligence, I'm curious how you managed to catch up with your wife back then, I'm afraid it wasn't using illusion. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Let me tell you. Yu Chen said with his hands behind his back. A few simple words can't describe Kaguya's character. She is a diverse person. Hearing this sentence, Kagaya in the ball space nodded. See, educated people speak nicely. Even if you want to say some derogatory words, you have to pave the way in advance. Maybe she is arrogant, lustful, and arrogant, but she is indeed lonely, noble, and inviolable. It is not an easy thing to describe her. Kagaya. This man, Yu Chen, understands her. But there is one sentence that perfectly sums up Kaguya's character. Yu Chen changed the topic. Suddenly, including Kagaya himself, everyone became curious. How can a person who is diverse, whose heart is not known, and who is not very social, be summed up in one sentence? What? Yuki asked. Zhao Yu Chen smiled lightly. The whole body is soft, only the mouth is hard. Kagaya. In the first ball space, Kagaya blinked, and Katsuyuki's white face flushed instantly, brighter and hotter than when Hinata was shy. She couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. Yu Chen actually said that her whole body was soft. Well, this is the truth, regardless of her appearance and temperament, she is indeed a soft girl. But what does the latter half of the sentence mean, only hard-mouthed? Karen. Truth, the long circle theory of Yu's novels. Makoto. Hey, I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. I got up halfway to read a book, and finally saw two words between the words, and my mouth was stiff. Kushina. Pahaha, the mountain behind Konoha is so bald, you must have taken all the bamboo shoots. Makoto. This is not what I said, it was what Mr. Yu Chen said. The truth. Ino. An arrogant person, can his mouth be hard? Hinata. People with lust, can their mouths not be hard? Samui. How can a cold person be tough? Aster. A noble and indefeasible cold and arrogant person, with a mouth. Tsunade. So, Yu Chen summed it up quite well. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became lively. Everyone thinks that Yu Chen's generalization is absolutely perfect, and he is not just playing tricks. Kagaya-ji is indeed such a person. Literally, I will never admit defeat. At the scene, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Not only because of Yu Chen's evaluation of Kagaya, but also because of Black Zetsu's supportive remarks. That's right, father is right, mother's whole body is very soft, except her mouth. Black Zetsu's eyes revealed bewilderment and helplessness. In the end, she realized that what Yu Chen said was not a good word, and she still wanted to express her agreement. Tough mouth. After being speechless for a moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo already understood what Yu Chen wanted to say. Mother is because of her stubborn mouth, so she refuses to explain to them, you are willing to be sealed. It sounds a little outrageous, let him think for himself, he will definitely not be so suspicious. However, if we analyze some of Kaguya's speech and behavior, it seems that it is not nonsense. Do you know the Otsutsuki clan? Yu Chen asked suddenly. Know a little. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded. After becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I know some information about Otsutsuki, a special race outside this planet. Hearing this sentence, Kakashi and others did not react, because this is public information among the high-level Konoha. 10 family ninjas and civilians already know about Song Scale Claw. But Zabuza and Mizunazuki, who heard it for the first time, only felt that their brains were shocked, and countless information came, making them feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. It's okay for Shiro to focus on being a tool, but then he suddenly feels that he is really small when he focuses on Kirigakure. It is known that Otsutsuki Kagaya came from beyond the sky, the legendary sage of 6 paths named Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura were created by Kagaya. What else as 10 tails, birth of a tailed beast, seals and more. Everything is related to the entire ninja world. This race is a long-lived race, and they can reach the 10,000 years for thousands of years. Yu Chen patiently explained to Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Under normal circumstances, you and Otsutsuki Hamura can reach the 6 paths level by relying on your own strength. This level. But you and Hamura offended Kagaya before achieving the 6 paths level, and the physiques of the two of you have not been transformed, especially since you forced yourself to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, laying the groundwork for an early death. The pursuit of this family is only one, and that is to become a god. For this reason, they invaded, fought, and searched for a world with natural chakra in various ways to plant a sacred tree, and after obtaining the tripod fruit, they made alchemy and swallowed it. Kagaya is one of them, but because of some special reasons, he is against the family, and the opposition is not so hostile to this planet. As he said that, Yu Chen told what Kagaya did after he came to this week with Otsutsuki, and also named the origin of Chakra's ancestor, and kept saying that Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the Hamura brothers were born. Here, I need to correct your perception a little bit. Yu Chen stretched out a finger, and said lightly, look, you and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were born because of the blessings of 10 Tails Chakra and humans in this world. However, 10 Tails Chakra belongs to Kagaya, and human beings, blessed from the heart, also belong to Kagaya, the goddess of Azuki they all believe in. If Kagaya doesn't want to, she can absorb this blessing, and prove her own strength at once, and turn it into a part of one tail and the fruit. But she may feel that she is alone as Otsutsuki, or she may not want to fight against Otsutsuki alone in the future, or for other reasons. In short, she chose to use those two forces to create you and Otsutsuki Hamura. If you have no problem with cognition, you should know that the only thing you are grateful for is Kagaya. Otherwise, you'd have to thank 10 Tails, and the Otsutsuki clan behind 10 Tails, wouldn't you? Zhao Yuchen's eyes became sharp in an instant. He really wants to know, after he clarifies everything, whether Otsutsuki Hagoromo continues to deceive others by changing concepts secretly, or realizes that he is wrong. After a long silence, Yuya said in a deep voice, if the facts are as you said, I really only need to be grateful to my mother, but I have a doubt that needs to be answered by you. Explain. What is the real purpose of Mother using infinite Tsukuyomi to create White Zetsu? Fend off the Otsutsuki who come to get her. White Zetsu is also available? It's not that Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't think about Kaguya's difficulties. But White Zetsu is similar to ants in his eyes, no matter how many there are, they can be wiped out with a wave. Otsutsuki Kagaya made them, and it looked like sheer tyranny. That's because of the rules of the Otsutsuki clan. Yu Chen told the rules of fighting among the same clan of Otsutsuki clan. Although White Zetsu is useless, it is the only helper that Kagaya can make except Hagoromo and Hamura. And Kagaya didn't create White Zetsu randomly, but just turned some people who should have died according to the law at that time into White Zetsu. The only exception is Otsutsuki Hagoromo's loved one, Haori. Why is Haori an exception? Otsutsuki Hagoromo wondered. He and Yuji are childhood sweethearts, and he knows that the other party is definitely not a bad person. This is also the most fundamental reason why he feels that Otsutsuki Kagaya is killing innocent people indiscriminately. Who would have thought that Kagaya would only kill the damned? Your question. Yu Chen was a little speechless, thought for a while and asked. If Indra and Ashura grew up with a bitch, Indra came to tell you one day that he wanted to be with the bitch. What would you think? Otsutsuki Hagoromo showed a surprised expression. Black Zetsu nodded in approval. Tay, F*K, this is a bit too much. Don't doubt it. Yu Chen added. In Kaguya's eyes at the time, humans and the noble Otsutsuki family were incomparable. She saw humans and we saw pets not much differently, at most because of their similar images. Haori grew up with you. In Kaguya's eyes, growing up with pet dogs means the same thing. This is the innate arrogance brought about by race. So, of course she will not be satisfied with the marriage. What's more, you were created by her at the cost of 10 tails chakra and human blessings, and she has high hopes. If you combine with humans, your offspring will not be pure blood Otsutsuki, and will share your own chakra, just like Kaguya gave you in the first place. Your behavior is tantamount to forcing Kaguya to spread out. Do you think she can agree? Otsutsuki Hagoromo immediately shook his head. Bringing in the perspective of Yu Chen's description, he found that Wei Yoruichi was not wrong at all. This is a matter of position and height, I see. Yu Yi's expression became very serious, and he said, the mother race, the sacred tree, wants to continue to bear fruit and take it to improve its strength. If you meet a damned person, use the sacred tree to devour it, absorb power and create white Zetsu at the same time. Hamura and I are the companions she wanted to cultivate, but they were sealed by us. Is that what you mean? Except for your wife Haori, everything else is true. Zhao Yuchen nodded. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded, and then said, I checked these things. If you didn't lie to me, I would release my mother myself and take the initiative to plead guilty. But if you're lying to me, Otsutsuki Hagoromo waved his staff. Suddenly, the space behind him began to distort, revealing a strange space. Countless figures with their eyes closed were sitting there cross-legged, figures illusory yet real. Mother. Minazuki noticed a figure. Father. Hitaki Kakashi's pupils shrank because he saw Hitaki Sakumo. Uncle. Hyuga Hinata also saw Hyuga Hazashi's figure. If you don't cut it, you will still see the figures of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the past. I don't know if it's people they know, and the shadows of the hidden villages of past dynasties are also among them. Apparently, the souls of these people are under the control of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and may fight for him at any time. At that time, it will be even more exaggerated than the 4th Ninja World War in the original trajectory. As Yu Chen watched this scene, the smile that was originally on the corner of his mouth slowly disappeared, turning into a coldness. Are you threatening me? As the voice fell, the divine pattern between his brows suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, highly condensed and compressed. The fluctuations emanating from it made the soul of Sage of 6 Paths tremble. And in the pure land he controlled, all the souls seemed to be summoned by some kind of call, and they opened their eyes one after another. How can it be? Otsutsuki Hagoromo exclaimed in a gaffe. You can actually control Soul Mountain. Otsutsuki Hagoromo can feel the energy fluctuations in his pure land. Those souls broke free from his power to wake up, forcing their eyes open. And the reason why they were able to do so was because of the light that appeared between Yu Chen's brows. That is the power that directly acts on the soul, an application of the power of Yindon, which is extremely rare. But no matter how rare, with Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique of spiritualization technique and Uchiha Mikoto in front, it would not make Otsutsuki Hagoromo lose his composure like this. He was surprised because this energy of Yu Chen could compete with him. The Pure Land is created by using the power of 10 tails, which is far beyond ordinary 6 paths. Yu Chen's Tensigen only kicked twice and hadn't fully awakened, so it wasn't considered a 6 paths class. Non-6 paths level, after relying on some means, he can actually compete with the energy that surpasses ordinary 6 paths. How can he not be shocked? Surprised. Zhao Yu Chen smiled lightly, stretched out a finger and tapped lightly. Chakra gathers into substance in the void, and then spreads out. At the next moment the souls in the Pure Land feel a force coming, and they may be sent to a certain space at any time. There is real death, but also ushering in new life. It is the kingdom of the underworld. The power of rebirth. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression changed again, and he was even more surprised. Your Tensigen hasn't fully awakened yet, how could it have such power? Tensigen and Rinnegan are eyes on the same level. To go beyond this level, Tensigen has a unique way to become stronger, and Rinnegan can increase Guyu. Reincarnation and reincarnation are both forces that can manipulate 6 paths, but as the name suggests, reincarnation focuses on control, while Tensigen is the introduction. To open up the Pure Land, it was Otsutsuki Hagoromo who used Rinnegan to open up after sensing the power of the underworld. His control over the soul stayed on retention and reincarnation. For example, the souls of some strong men were intercepted by him and left in the Pure Land time. And his own children, Indra and Ashura, have been reincarnated for thousands of years. This reincarnation can be a real reincarnation that retains memory, It can also be a reincarnation of a soul, or it can even be a reincarnation of power at the chakra level. Due to some special reasons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not choose to keep the memory of Indra and Ashura, but let the chakra of the two entangled together for continuous reincarnation, confronting countless times, seeking a peaceful answer. Therefore, their reincarnation is still an individual in terms of body and reincarnation, but there are 10 special chakras in the chakra formed by the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. In comparison, Tensigan is more domineering in this respect, and can even reincarnate people directly to the animal realm, or even to other realms, as long as the strength is sufficient. One is to circulate on the established road, and the other is to send it into several mouths. However, Tensagan's power is too strong, so after being very skilled, the regiment can use some means. But now Yu Chen's eyes are still in the state of fetal movement, but they can induce the power of rebirth, and can forcefully awaken his soul in the Pure Land. This brother's level is a bit ridiculously high. It's amazing. Yu Chen smiled lightly, and said, if you have any means to threaten me, use them up. Dignified sage of 6 paths, you won't let me down, will you? Otsutsuki Hagoromo fell silent for a moment, with helplessness appearing in his eyes. Yu Chen's strength and methods are so strong, it is completely beyond his comprehension. He did have some backup players, but it was absolutely impossible to use them in this situation to challenge Yu Chen. That was his whole card, and it was also the power he really relied on, so he couldn't use it easily. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo suddenly flicked the tin stick in his hand, and a powerful chakra surged in full bloom. Boom. A corner of the Pure Land space trembled again. Just when everyone thought Otsutsuki Hagoromo was going to do something, the space began to heal and eventually disappeared. Believe it or not, I didn't mean to threaten you. Leaving a word, because Sutsuki Kagaya disappeared like a bubble. Everyone. Makoto. I didn't expect Sage of 6 Paths to be like this Sage of 6 Paths, what a shame. Kushina. I think it means that those who know the current affairs are the best. Kuretsuchi. Sage of 6 Paths has to kneel when it is difficult to decide. Samui. Right now, I am curious about how strong Yu Chen is, able to scare Sage of 6 Paths like this. Kagaya. Regardless of blood, physique, or energy, all aspects have not yet reached the 6 Paths level, but the overall combat power is definitely at the 6 Paths level, and it is not weak. Kagaya. This kind of talent, in my Otsutsuki family, is also a peerless genius. It is difficult to find one in thousands of years, and it can be treated differently by the family. Karama Yakumo, as expected of my husband, he is amazing. Anko. Then, Chen is invincible in the ninja world, right? Kagaya. Not necessarily, don't forget that there is also Otsutsuki, who is a member of the clan, and has swallowed the pill refined from the fruit of the sacred tree, and has also practiced several divine arts. Conan. How is this Otsutsuki at its peak compared to you? Kagaya. Stronger than me now, but definitely weaker than me at my peak. Speaking of this, Kagaya once again felt the specialness of this planet in his heart. Living planets are very rare and precious resources in the entire universe, and they are one of the main targets for the races of the overlords of the universe to compete for. Naturally, not every living planet has chakra, and even if there is a quality of 3, 6, or 9 grades. For the Otsutsuki family, finding a primitive, unexploited, and extremely high natural chakra life planet is a harvest that may not be possible once in thousands of years. But even on such a planet, planting 10 tails will not necessarily yield the fruit of the sacred tree. It also depends on the aptitude and youth of the Otsutsuki people who sacrificed to 10 tails. The younger, the purer the bloodline, the less times the members of the Otsutsuki branch house are devoured by 10 tails, the stronger the root system of the sacred tree that can be awakened. The combination of the two conditions, the better the quality of the fruit produced by the sacred tree after devouring the natural chakra, it will take thousands of years. If it is a middle-grade fruit, it is possible to get rewards from the clan and some merit indicators. If it is a top-grade fruit, it will be descended from the main family, and the branch house may even have a chance to change the fate. If it's the top-grade fruit, it's a level that even the family has to fight for. If you bring it back, you can get countless resources, including the sacred tree and a young newborn 10 tails and so on. And after she sacrificed Otsutsuki, the fruit of the sacred tree is infinitely close to the top grade. Originally, she felt it was a pity, because if the first fruit she took was the best, she would directly become a member of the family. That's right, she is a member who has just been reduced from the main family to a branch house. After devouring the best fruits, she can be accepted by the main family and get a lot of training resources. And now, she is very angry, because she already knew that Otsutsuki did not die in Yishi, but just sacrificed a fat body at the beginning. If 10 tails had devoured Otsutsuki completely, the awakened root system would have been even better, maybe what she got was the ultimate fruit. But thinking of Yu Chen, Kagaya felt that this matter was a blessing rather than a disaster. Even the incarnation of Otsutsuki Shibaju's will can be easily solved in this diary, at least it is a fetish at the same level as Otsutsuki Shiba's body. With the support of such fetishes, Yu Chen's future is limitless. She is attached to such a strong person, and the height she can reach will not be lower than that of swallowing the top-grade fruit of the sacred tree. Kagaya. Don't think too much, maybe Yu Chen is not invincible, but absolutely no one can kill him. Kagaya. As long as you give him enough time, he will eventually benefit from the summit of this universe in the future. Kagaya. I just want Black Zetsu to come to me quickly, so that I can let Yu Chen release me from the seal. Kagaya. Although there is no Tensigan, he doesn't have to worry about me at all. There was anticipation in Kaguya's eyes. It's not scary to be alone for thousands of years, but since joining the group chat of the diary copy, she can no longer bear the loneliness. What's more, now she has recognized Yu Chen. Then this man should also fulfill his obligations as a man. Isn't it? It runs really fast. But then, the old toad at Mount Myoboku should be in trouble. Yu Chen didn't know what Kagaya-ji was thinking. Otherwise he would immediately use heavenly control to meet her for a while, and try to see the depth of the ancestor of chakra. But his current strength has changed again, maybe even Kagaya-ji can't measure his length. Now, he was even more curious about what would happen between Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Gamamaru. Yu Chen-kun, do you mean that Sage of Six Paths will go to the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku? Kurenai approached Yu Chen and asked, with joy and love in her eyes. This graceful and handsome man, but she is the man who is red in the evening. Certainly. Yu Chen reached out and brushed Yuhi's red and black hair, smiled and said, I've got angry here, of course I have to find a place to vent, don't I? Why do you seem to be a little gloating? Kurenai Yuhi said softly. I remember that the Great Toad Sage asked Master Jiraiya to bring you the immortal talisman? So what? Yu Chen said with a light smile, it was given to me just to beg for mercy. At most, if the toads are well behaved in the future, I won't trouble them. But if you want to use it as a medium to make friends with me, it's far from it. Hama Wan is not because of sincerity, but because of the electric system. If you don't see a rabbit, you don't scatter an eagle. If there is no other way, this old toad will never come to beg for mercy. But it can be regarded as quick to beg for mercy. In the future, if it is determined that it has done something to persecute human beings and is willing to bring Mount Myoboku to join the world government, he will not be too targeted. Nah. Brother Yu Chen, who is the old toad you're talking about? Naruto couldn't help asking curiously. Zhao Yu Chen glanced at him, did not answer, but waved forward. A cold pure white ice mirror was formed in an instant, and a scene was reflected in it. Boom. In the depths of Mount Myoboku, a loud noise erupted. The entire mountain range shook accordingly, and a big tree fell due to the earthquake. For this situation, the big toads such as Toad Wentai, the small toads such as Toad Dragon, and even the newborn tadpoles did not have much emotional change on their faces. This kind of thing would never happen once in tens of hundreds of years on Mount Myoboku, but they have become accustomed to it during this period of time. Every time I tremble with fear, thinking that some strong person will hit us, but the result is Great Toad Sage, convulsion. Anyway, with the Great Toad Sage sitting on Mount Myoboku, nothing big can happen. If something big happens that the Great Toad Sage can't solve, then they can't do anything about it. Jien. What do you think is going on this time? Toad Wentai took a puff of a big cigarette, and looked at the big purple-skinned Toad Hama Jien beside him. I'm clumsy, I can't guess. Toad Jien Gu held up a huge weapon by himself. The corners of Hama Wentai's mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly scolded himself for being stupid, for actually asking Hama Jien. What do you think? Toad Jien looked at Toad Guang who was wiping his swords not far away. Toad Hiroshi is a big toad with turquoise skin, and he is a brother to Toad Bunta and Toad Ken. If there is an enemy, I will strike. Toad Guang stared at him, and quickly swung the two swords in his hands, leaving a string of lights and swords in the air. Many toads and tadpoles in the vicinity immediately made worshipping sounds, their eyes full of hope. They hope that one day they can grow up to such a big size and have strong strength and shelter. Toad Bunta. This huge Mount Myoboku, is there no normal toad except for him, Toad Bunta? At this moment, Toad Wentai felt a crisis coming, raised his legs high and fell backward. Toad Jien shouted clumsily, but his movements were not slow at all, and he reacted at the same time as Gamma Wentai. Toad Guang seems to be slower, but it will protect the surrounding small toads and tadpoles in advance. Boom. The mountains cracked, the earth trembled, and the river overflowed. A huge toad flew up from the depths of Mount Myoboku, surrounded by several rich natural chakra. The sky began to gather dark clouds, and purple and blue lightning appeared alternately, giving people a sense of destruction. Opposite this giant toad, there is a relatively smaller figure, but the aura it exudes is also not weak, and the space behind it is distorting. Hagoromo, do you want to break with me? The big toad let out a roar, and the thunder and lightning in the dark cloud exploded, covering a range of tens of miles. Hamawan, why didn't you tell me the truth back then? You led me to discover the sacred tree. Did you deliberately make me think too much, and then broke with my mother? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for disregarding Yuhi's feelings. As the voice fell, Otsutsuki Hagoromo waved his tin staff, and countless natural chakra began to gather. At the same time, 5 beams of light suddenly rose around Mount Myoboku, and colorful chakra converged to the top. Seeing this scene, Tamamaru's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, Yuya, you were actually surrounded by the innate 5 elements barrier around Mount Myoboku. You have long wanted to plot against me. Thinking against you. Otsutsuki Hagoromo shook his head lightly, and said seriously, Hamamaru, I have always been very grateful to you, and I never wanted to plot against you. Otherwise you thought Mount Myoboku could exist safely for thousands of years? It's just that, for people's sense of security, it's the front that arranges the back. If you have bad intentions for me, I will use this result. But if you keep being kind to me, nothing will happen naturally. And now, Otsutsuki Hagoromo waved his tin stick again, and said seriously, at the beginning, Hamura and I sealed the seal. Mother, it seemed that you were behind the scenes. You must give me an explanation. Boom. The 5-colored chakra poured into Otsutsuki Hagoromo's body, and his soul body began to become more and more solid, and then began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the same height as the toad ball. In the huge Rinnegan, there seems to be the power to dominate ups and downs. The deterrent is real. Hiss. Seeing this scene through the ice mirror made by Yuchen, everyone at the scene took a deep breath. In a battle of this level, fearing the aftermath of death is not something they can deal with, just lie down and die equally. Sage of 6 paths, worthy of being a legendary figure, mastered the power zone of the fairy gods. Azuki Yugo. I can feel the sense of deterrence through 2 screens. Shizune. 6 paths level, inhuman. Makoto. This kind of strength. No wonder Kagaya is so arrogant. Samui. Calm down, everyone. I am more concerned about this innate 5-element enchantment. Everyone needs to sound the alarm in their hearts. Kuretsuchi. Oh. What does this have to do with us? Tamari. Say you are stupid, but don't be stupid. Who arranged this enchantment? Kuretsuchi. This is clear from, it must be inspired by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Shizune. This is Mount Myoboku. Otsutsuki Hagoromo can actually set up an enchantment for thousands of years without being discovered. Don't you think he is very clever? Ino. More than that, he was able to leave an enchantment thousands of years ago, which shows that he has deep thoughts. Makoto. It's normal, isn't it? He doesn't even believe his own mother, stubbornly believes that what he sees is true, and then seals Kagaya. How can he believe in a toad? Karen. Brother Yuchen has lost a long time ago. He is not of my race, so his heart must be different. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo does not want to take the initiative to hurt Hamawan, he will definitely take precautions, and the fact is the same. Kuretsuchi. I see. What you mean is that if Otsutsuki Hagoromo can leave an innate 5-element barrier on Mount Myoboku, he may leave behind any backhand anywhere in the ninja world. Yugito ni. You just need to understand it. It is worthwhile for us to analyze so much for you. Matabi. It has nothing to do with you, I can hear you say, that's how it is. Yugito ni. Long-winded. Kuretsuchi, so I'm not alone. Yugito ni. Yes, you are not alone. Kuretsuchi. Huh, you actually admitted it. Yugito ni, of course, what's there to deny? Kuretsuchi. I thought you would be stubborn. Yugito ni. No, of course not. Kuretsuchi. Huh. I always feel that what you say is very strange. Hinata. Sister Haitu, I would like to ask, if you are not human, are you Otsutsuki? Kuretsuchi. Kuretsuchi, Yugito ni I fought with you. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yugito ni. Are you stupid, blame me? Kuretsuchi. You wait for me, I want to duel with you, let you know what Scorch style is, at Matabi, don't help. Matabi. Don't worry, this is a family conflict, and I won't take sides. Ino. Call me when it is open, and I will watch it on time. Kurenai. Add me, remember to start the live broadcast. Tsunade. How about we take a gamble and see who wins? I'll be the banker. Ju Qing Nai. Elder sister Tsunade, you don't want to bet on anything, okay? Cover your face. Ju Ching Nai. I am from Yugito ni, after all, I am also from Jinchuriki. Tsunade. I felt guilty for a second, but in the end you took the lead. Makoto. I'm from Yugito ni, station fire style, no problem. Tamari. I stand on the Kuretsuchi, not for anything else, but to stand underage. Ino. In this case, I also choose Hei Wanglong. Aster. +1. Conan. I stand in Kuretsuchi, everyone is sister, it is difficult for me to choose, if I have to choose, I don't like playing with fire. Female. You can talk. For a while, all the girls stand in line, one after another, even Matabi, the tailed beast, and Lin Nohara, who rarely speaks. Looking at the scene where all expressed their opinions in the group chat, Haitu and Yugito ni, who were sitting together drinking afternoon tea, looked at each other, and both could read the regretful emotion in each other's eyes. Originally, they were just talking about it, but with the girls participating so enthusiastically, if they change their minds, they will be very disappointed, and they will offend people at that time. Then let's fight. Yugito ni said with serious eyes, that's great, I also want to know how strong 4th Tsuchikage is in the future with Scorch Style, the granddaughter of 3rd Tsuchikage. Haitu nodded lightly, and said with a fighting spirit, I want to experience the strength of Jinchuriki, the second tale of Cloud Shinobi Village. Kuretsuchi. Yes, then make an appointment. Yugito ni. I think Yu Chen is the referee, he is absolutely fair, and he has absolute strength to ensure that we will not have any accidents, and we will be able to shoot with all our strength. Kuretsuchi. Good idea, that's it. When Yu Chen returns to Konoha, I'll talk to him. This little episode temporarily came to an end with the agreement of the two women. In the forest in the Kingdom of Waves, everyone was watching the battle on Mount Myoboku through the ice mirror. Hinata couldn't help asking the curious Super Yu Chen. Brother Yu Chen, who do you think will win? Win? Neither. Yu Chen smiled at Hinata, and then said, the place they chose to fight is Mount Myoboku. Otsutsuki Hagoromo had a deep scheming mind, and arranged a barrier near Mount Myoboku thousands of years in advance, and even the old bastard Hamamaru didn't notice it. But Mount Myoboku is Hamamaru's lair after all, or he inherited it from the monks he once loyal to, so he must have a strong hole card and background. And Otsutsuki Hagoromo just went to ask for an explanation and vent his anger, not really to settle accounts with Hamamaru. It's impossible for them to really tell the winner, and it's almost enough to have a big fight. Boom. The battle lasted for half an hour. Everyone can see the meteorological change, which is enough to easily change the appearance of explosions and destruction on the surface, but it will be swallowed up by space. No one can see the specific process of the fight. Yu Chen could see it at the scene, but he couldn't follow him how far away, so naturally he couldn't. And the final result was the same as Yu Chen guessed, it ended in a draw. Yuya, it's almost time to vent your anger, so it's time to talk about what's going on. The sound of Hamamaru resounded throughout Mount Myoboku. Behind him, there is a huge futon floating, which consumes most of the power of the innate 5 elements enchantment. A string of Buddhist beads appeared around Mount Myoboku, and all the aftermath of the explosion was absorbed and suppressed just now. These are one of Hama Wan's trump cards. Otsutsuki Hagoromo glanced at these two things, and said coldly, back then, how much did you know about my mother's information? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Gamamaru frowned, and said in a deep voice, you said what you said back then. I just learned from the master that she came from outside the sky, and she would come with disaster and hope. Hakiri just look at her own choice. After the world was unified, she was revered as the goddess of Izuki, and I thought she came with peace. But after accidentally discovering that she devoured humans with a sacred tree and created a life called White Zetsu, I thought she was a demon. It was also at this time that I accidentally discovered that your childhood sweetheart was swallowed by Kaguya's order for the sacred tree, so I took you to discover the sacred tree. After that, I will just teach you to master the magic of immortality. As he said that, a flash of reminiscence flashed in Hama Wan's eyes. Back then, he was far less powerful than he is now, and he couldn't predict the future. In the earliest days, he acted in accordance with the Lord's will to judge whether Kagaya is good or bad for this world. At that time, he was just an important chess piece under the general trend, not a chess player. Until now, he is still not a chess player, he just has the ability to jump out of the chess game and land on the chessboard. Therefore, he can take advantage of the situation to do some things, so as to benefit the Toad clan. As for manipulating or playing chess directly, he doesn't have the strength and no reason to do so. You didn't know that my mother was from the Otsutsuki clan? Hagoromo asked. I also only recently learned about Otsutsuki, Gamamaru said honestly. You led me to find Haori, didn't you deliberately turn me against my mother? It was indeed my intention, but I didn't want you to turn against Kagaya, but I wanted you to destroy the sacred tree or take it for yourself. Hamamaru said speechlessly. The Lord once lost, and your birth it is because of the sacred tree, and also because of the blessings of humans in this world to Kagaya. And Kaguya's power comes from the divine tree, and the power of the divine tree comes from this world. Everything about you is closely related to this world. If you control the sacred tree, maybe the energy world will change. In the end, I didn't expect you to be so extreme and directly join forces with Hamura to suppress Kagaya. You've played a few, and the continents and oceans have changed. You think I'd like to see that? And after you sealed Kagaya, you did control the sacred tree, and did create ninja, and scattered chakra, leading the world to change, cutting and prophesying. But in the future I see, the ninja world is caught in endless wars. You're trying to get everyone to understand each other and make peace through chakra, but it's just a naive shot. Everyone is human because everyone has their own independent personality, and behavior. It's ridiculous for you to imagine that different people are all working towards the same goal. But it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it was because of the sudden action of Otsutsuki Hagoromo that he was really angry. Tamamaru said a lot, and even began to mock what Otsutsuki Hagoromo did back then. Otsutsuki Hagoromo fell into wordless silence. Yu Chen looked at this scene, and said calmly, from this point of view, relying on 10 tails to become a god is really not a good choice. The Otsutsuki clan are nothing but the bones of the family. Kagaya. Dry bones in the tomb. Chewing this word, Kagaya only felt a kind of dread in the depths of his soul, as if aware of some great horror. This is a feeling that I have never experienced before, as if my soul is being infected. For some reason, a face and a pair of familiar eyes appeared in front of her eyes. It's 10 tails, it smiles and always feels scary and eerie. No, this feeling, I also felt when I wanted to resist the diary, but it was not as deep. And for 10 tails, my concubine has never doubted it, and I don't even think there is a problem. Why do I feel like there is a big fear now? Suspicion appeared in Kaguya's pure white eyes. Could it be that something happened to her, that her own will was changed? By the way, a copy of the diary. Kagaya took out a copy of the diary and realized something. To say that her biggest change now comes from this copy of the diary. And the source of this diary copy, but even Otsutsuki Shibahu is not afraid, and can hold her soul will not be discovered, it is the most powerful fetish. Then it is not difficult for this fetish to prevent her from being bewitched by some kind of cognition. What Yu Chen means is that the king is kind to our clan. Or, 10 tails has a conspiracy for my family? Kagaya set off a brainstorm. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt in her heart. But she still couldn't figure out the real reason. I am so silly. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Kaguya's face. The entire starting ball space becomes more and more beautiful at this moment. The world of ice and snow will smile instantly, spring back to the earth, and give people a sense of comfort. She may be used to being lonely and independent, forgetting that she is no longer alone. In the group chat, there are so many smart tanks available, and you can even ask Yu Chen directly about the situation, isn't it? Thinking of this, Kagaya immediately prepared at Kurenai and asked her to help. But when she put her attention into the live broadcast, she found that she didn't need to do it at all. Kurenai had already opened her mouth and asked Yu Chen. The dry bone in the tomb, the entire Otsutsuki clan, is there something wrong with 10 tails? Clever. Yu Chen praised Yu Hahong, then nodded and said, this problem is actually clearly reflected in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but they thought of the answer in a blink of an eye. Because Yu Chen has mentioned more than once the abnormal development of the Uchiha family, that is, the eyes are opened under emotional stimulation, and the evolution becomes stronger. In this case, the strength does become stronger very quickly. For example, Uchiha Itachi has the cage-level strength to slaughter the whole family at the age of 13, which makes Deidara worship and Orochimaru fear and covet. Another example is Uchiha Obito. The situation is actually similar. Under the emotional stimulation, Arguyu directly goes to Mangekyo, and has the power to control 4th Mizukage's policy of creating blood fog in Kirigakure. But behind such a fast and powerful are their uncontrollable emotions and extreme cognition. Even if the outside world sends them a lot of information, they will stubbornly strengthen themselves. If they're right, that's a good thing. But once their ideas are wrong and they have power, it will be a disaster for the whole world. And all of this is not to say that Uchiha is born with problems. It can only be said that in such an environment as the ninja world, he suffered a curse, and had to become like this. If they are given a peaceful environment and the right way to become stronger, they don't have to open their eyes in extreme ways. They are not willing to bear the hematological disease and the complex of the body alone. The power of the Uchiha family is inherited from Indra, and the power of Indra comes from the power of Yin escaped from Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, which is the early stage of the fairy eye. According to what Yu Chen once said, the sage body and immortal eyes come from the power of 10 tails, which is different from the white-eyed physique possessed by the Otsutsuki clan. From this point of view, could it be that the power of abnormal development is directed at the source of Tianwei? It seems that you have already thought of the answer. Looking into the eyes of everyone, Yu Chen said seriously, Uchiha's development method of taking shortcuts is the same as the Otsutsuki family's way of planting trees to become stronger by devouring them. It can be said that they get something for nothing. As long as you plant a tree, you can become stronger by eating the fruit and making alchemy after 1,000 years. How wonderful it sounds. But there are such good things in the world, why Otsutsuki's turn? Moreover, Otsutsuki's character is mostly arrogant, self-centered, and even cannibalism. Devouring each other is no problem. This is really no problem. Is it really normal? Yu Chen didn't give a clear answer, but let everyone think for themselves, because he was just guessing. But this kind of thing, people who are a little more cautious will think about it and take precautions. It is certainly very tempting to get something for nothing, and the pie in the sky. But if you really get it, you have to think about whether there are traps in it. For example, his diary gives him a lot of rewards and strength, but he also loses his troubles and hard work, doesn't he? Bah. It's the diary being read by a group of women. Wang's death is serious, isn't it? So everything he has now makes sense. Kushina. Yu Chen said so. I think the water in Otsutsuki is very deep. Makoto. Indeed, if you think about Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you will find that his situation is actually very Uchiha. Samui. As long as Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Kagaya-ji communicated more, the following things would not happen. Tsunade. I believe most of Hamamaru's words. I think it must have unspoken calculations, but when dealing with Kagaya-ji, I certainly didn't expect Otsutsuki Hagoromo to be so decisive and straightforward. Shizune. Hamamaru definitely doesn't know Kaguya's purpose of making white zetsu, and it's impossible to know that Kagaya came from Otsutsuki. After all, even Sage of Six Paths doesn't know. Tamari. The truth is, Tamamaru really wanted to plot against Kagaya-ji, and guided Sage of Six Paths to do it, and it did succeed in the end. But the result was even more exaggerated than he believed, and this also shows that Sage of Six Paths was heavily influenced by 10 Tails. Hinata. Comparing with Hamura, the ancestor of our Hyuga clan, it seems that this is indeed the case. Ino. They are both created by Sister Kagaya. One is well-behaved and obedient, and the other is stubborn. The former inherits Otsutsuki's white eyes and physique, and the latter inherits the power of 10 Tails to open Rinnegan. It is hard not to suspect that there is something wrong with it. Kagaya. I remember that Hagoromo opened 3 Tomo Sharingan because he saw Haori's corpse. From Sanguyu, Rinnegan killed Yukin by himself, although he was later revived with the immortal talisman, which is obviously deliberate. Yugito ni, good guy, Sage of Six Paths is the real professional when it comes to hacking. Samui. The Uchiha clan is still passive, but he is now active. Kagaya. From this point of view, 10 Tails really has a big problem. Maybe after the concubine breaks the seal, she should change to a growth path. Matabi. Well, what about my 10 Tails chakra part, isn't it the problem itself? Kagaya. Originally, maybe, but after you obtain some diary copy permissions from Yugito ni, it has become intolerable. Kagaya. Thinking about it carefully, the change in my personality is not just because I often chat with you in the diary, but because of the protection of the diary, which gradually strips away the influence of 10 Tails on me. Kagaya. I even suspect that I would sneak attack Otsutsuki Ichi style back then, to a large extent because I was bewitched by 10 Tails, not myself. After all, there are quite a lot of costs and risks, and even hidden dangers. Kagaya. I remember when I was a child, I also thought about taking the road of Tensigan, combined with the ability to open the sky, it is a perfect match. Kagaya. But in the end, I chose to cultivate the sacred tree. Following the unified analysis of the women, Kagaya has grown fearful of 10 Tails, and it can even be said to be afraid. The 4 words Yu Chen mentioned are dry bones in the tomb. The description of the Otsutsuki family is very apt. Kagaya. Wait. Kagaya. I have asked Black Zetsu to give Yu Chen the method of identifying the master of 10 Tails. He will not do anything to Tianwei, right? Hearing this, the girls were also shocked. Could it be that Yu Chen himself will be in danger? The 10 Tails issue affects the entire Otsutsuki family. All the girls were instinctively worried for Yu Chen, afraid that his worries would be affected. Imagine Yu Chen becoming Otsutsuki's character, they are instinctively afraid. Mr. Yu Chen, so you are not interested in Tianwei? Kurenai asked Yu Chen with a smile. All the girls immediately called out, beautiful, in their hearts, they need such active women in their group. How can you not be interested? Yu Chen didn't seem to expect that Shi Hahong would care about this. He shook his head after being slightly stunned. On the contrary, I'm very interested. Isn't it very dangerous? Kurenai deliberately bit the two words very hard. It's very dangerous, but that's when everything is handed over to 10 tails. Zhao Yu Chen shook his head gently, and explained earnestly, danger and benefit always coexist. The Otsutsuki family thinks that they are the masters of 10 tails, and they sacrifice some people to activate the sacred tree, so they think that they are in control of everything, so they are affected and counted unknowingly. But I am different. I will not blindly rely on the power of 10 tails, but plan to keep it as a pet, and maybe get benefits from it. It involves an initiative. Is it true that the Otsutsuki family has no way to restrict and control 10 tails? Of course it is negative. Otherwise, becoming a god is not Otsutsuki Shi, but a 10 tails. But just like the caged bird imprint of the Hyuga clan, it was created with a good starting point, which is to protect the boundary of the family's blood inheritance from being coveted and stolen by the outside world. However, with the passage of time, this caged bird has become a tool for the clan to control the branch house, and if it is not careful, it will use the imprint to control and suppress it. Over time, the branch house became the dog of the clan, and the clan turned itself into a pig. Since the Otsutsuki family is divided into main family, and branch house, there must be differences in the control of 10 tails information, etc. Maybe, 10 tails is the props that the main family controls the main family and even the branch house, and Nadin technique is worthy of attention. And Otsutsuki's refusal to cooperate with 10 tails also shows that the latter has his own personality. Just like a weapon, if you use it well, it is a sharp weapon in your hand, and if you don't use it well, it will hurt your life. Father, rest assured, after 10 tails recognizes the master, there is no possibility of betraying the master. Standing aside, Black Zetsu spoke suddenly, and glanced at Kurenai Yuhi with displeased eyes. In her opinion, the mother is the main palace of the father, and this Shi Hahong is the concubine who is fighting for favor. If my mother did an order, I would be hated by my father, and it's not easy for her to do anything. But if this little concubine has any small thoughts, she can't bear it. 10 tails is the mother's reliance, the beast of the Otsutsuki clan, a good thing that many people can't ask for. How could there be problems? Suspicious. Kagaya. What a Black Zetsu, really loyal, ha ha ha. Anko. Looking at Shaosan's expression on this face, it really made me laugh. I'm afraid she doesn't know that her mother is Sanba. Azuki Yugo. What nonsense. According to the sequence with Yu Chen, Yukumo is the third son. Kirima Yukumo. Kurama Yukumo. It's ridiculous. According to the order of calling her husband, I am the main palace pendant. Hinata. According to the order in which brother Yu Chen calls his wives, I should be the main palace. Hinata, you have really changed, you actually participated in such a topic, and you became able to focus. Ziyuan. Regarding this, shouldn't it be more democratic and voted by everyone? Karen. Brother Yu Chen has the final say, of course. Karen. Don't even think about it according to age, strength, title, or even ability in bed. Conan. I agree. Yi Kang. Exactly. Samui. That's very good, otherwise you won't be directly defeated by Bishan Freeze. Tsunade. Samui. All natural. Tsunade. Let's fight, Samui. Hinata. It's decided. Starting today, I will eat an extra bowl of rice every day. Female. Knowing that you are very talented and you are admired by Yu Chen, there is no need to fight so hard, just leave us a way to survive. Kuretsuchi. Cough, aren't you talking about Black Zetsu? Kagaya. Children are ignorant and don't know what we say in the group chat. What do you care about when you were elders? Misty Grass. Is this what you, Kagaya Heim, can say? When you put it this way, we seem to care about something. After all, we are own children. At the scene, Kurenai looked at Black Zetsu, and suddenly became very gentle and kind. Black Zetsu felt uncomfortable being watched by her, and always felt that he had lived in vain for thousands of years. Containing the uncomfortable feeling, she continued to say to Yu Chen, My Lord Father, you have to trust me. Don't worry, I won't think too much about it. Yu Chen signaled Black Zetsu not to be nervous. There are only benefits for 10 tails to recognize the Lord, and problems will occur after becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, or swallowing the fruit of the sacred tree. And he has a diary, so he doesn't need to go this way at all. But these things, there is no need to tell Black Zetsu. Comparatively speaking, I want to know the extent of the connection between Otsutsuki Hagoromo and 10 tails. Last time you asked Kagaya, did she give an answer? Zhao Yuchen changed the topic. When he was in the moon, Kagaya once told him that the relationship between Ten Tails and Otsutsuki Hagoromo is not as close as hers, and the reason is the identification of the Lord. But after chakra was divided into 9-tailed beasts in 10 tails, Yuchen had reservations about this matter. Although this guy has some ego and conceit, his IQ strategy is definitely not low. This point can be seen from his opening up of the Pure Land in the layout in advance without Hamawan noticing. And he has become a national 10 tails Jinchuriki, perhaps longer than Kagaya. He can separate the body of 10 tails from chakra, and disperse chakra. It is hard to say that there is no special purpose. About this, my Lord Mother said, "Don't worry." Black Zetsu puffed up his chest, and said in a self-satisfied voice, "My Lord Mother's method of controlling 10 tails is learned from the Otsutsuki family, and it is a method accumulated by the 10,000 years of the Otsutsuki family. Time to figure out how to crack it." His way of distracting chakra is nothing more than self-righteousness. The powerful Otsutsuki can directly swallow the scattered chakra into pills. The so-called 9-tailed beast is far less threatening than 10 tails. I think his behavior is just to make it more difficult for Mother to be resurrected. But it's nothing but whimsy. Black Zetsu had a burst of contempt for Otsutsuki Hagoromo. At this moment, in the picture presented by Bing Jing, Tamamaru said to Otsutsuki Hagoromo, "Hagoromo, I didn't expect you to have plans for my Mount Myoboku. If my guess is correct, whether it's the 9-tailed beasts or the body of the 10 tails, you've got a backhand. If you let your 9-tailed beasts who look at your father know that you are counting on them, how do you think they will feel?" Hearing this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo snorted coldly. "You don't need to care about this matter. This is what you want to see, isn't it? And I can tell you that I am no longer prepared to prevent the resurrection of my mother, and may even take the initiative to release my Lord Mother. Those so-called second-handers are useless." After speaking, Otsutsuki Hagoromo turned around with his tin stick in his hand. "The final change is about to come, Hama-wan, please do it yourself." The voice fell, because the figure of Sutsuki Hagoromo began to become unreal. Hama-wan completely saw all this and did not stop it. It didn't speak until Otsutsuki Hagoromo disappeared completely. "Hagoromo, I know far more than you. Release you Kagaya Heim. Maybe you who know the truth are willing to do it, but it is absolutely impossible to be so straightforward." With a cold snort, Tamamaru put away his 2 treasures and returned to the depths of Mount Myoboku. The scene ends here, but the scene is very silent. The white half of Black Zetsu's face was black enough to rival the pitch black half of his face. Who can stand being slapped in the face just after talking big? Yu Chen didn't say anything to ridicule it. He tore off the ice mirror casually and looked at Zaibuko. "If I don't go ahead, what do you think? No more chopping. With so much experience, does he still have room for consideration?" Right here, everyone was suddenly enveloped by a shadow. Naruto glanced up, and immediately showed an excited expression. It's Suzaku's organ beggar. Shua. Under everyone's gaze, Suzaku Mechanism Beast landed beside Yu Chen and the others. Terumi Mei jumped from above to the ground, and focused his eyes on Yu Chen. "Yu Chen-jun, long time no see, I miss you very much. I didn't expect that I would meet you when I left Konoha. It seems that we are really destined." The sassy sister Yu, who comes up as it can be said to be quite active. Yu Chen directly met Terumi Mei's eyes, smiled and said, "It's really a fate, so Sister Ming shouldn't go back to Kirigakure, right?" For this kind of seemingly active woman, shyness must not be shy, otherwise the other party will only push forward, or even press every step of the way. But when you really show your intentions, people will find all kinds of reasons to prevaricate, making you unable to stop. The best way is to If the other party just wants to tease you and doesn't really mean it, he will retreat immediately. But if it's actually interesting to you, then you'll be happy to hear about the future development. Then it depends on your sincerity, Mr. Yu Chen. As long as you can move me, what's the point of staying in Konoha? Terumi Mei didn't back down. Yu Chen didn't say. It's not that he didn't dare to make promises, or that he said some dirty words. But there are too many outsiders at the scene. It is not the time to flirt with Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's offensive side is fun. Of course you have to watch it privately, right? Speaking of which, why did you come here and sit on the Suzaku Mechanism Beast? Yu Chen changed the subject and asked knowingly. Terumi Mei came here, of course, because of what he wrote in his diary. But he was curious what Terumi Mei would say. "I'm working hard for the peace of our 2 villages." Terumi Mei fired at Yu Chen. Then Kong Lanyu pointed at the peach field and said, "I heard from the village that he was active in the Wave Country generation, mainly for a man named Cardo businessman doing things. At the beginning, 4th Mizukage implemented the Blood Mist policy, which was not his original intention, but the damage caused to the village was real, and he abdicated some time ago. For Hoshigaki Kisame, Momochi Zabuza and others, the village has signed a special decree, expressing that the past will not be blamed. Whether they are willing to go back to the village or want to be wandering ninjas from now on, as long as they don't join the hostile forces, the village is unwilling to take care of them. But for a talent like Zabuza, of course the village still wants to keep it, so it sent me to set off from Konoha to the country of waves to look for him. Before I left Konoha, I told Hime Tsunade about this, and she told me that Kakashi and the Red Belt team were on a mission in the land of waves, and the person protecting them seemed to have conflicts with Kato. To be on the safe side, I'll come and see for myself. I didn't expect you to be here, I'm completely redundant. Terumi Mei shrugged, her delicate collarbone perfectly reflected. Zhao Yuchen couldn't help but take another look, for fear that her old shoulders were slippery and something would be revealed. Fortunately, Terumi Mei has her own way of dressing, just like her way of speaking. Only to hook people, not to sell. How can it be redundant? Doesn't this prove our fate? With a teasing smile, Zhao Yuchen said, I really let Zabuju make a decision, whether to die or to be loyal to me, you can help persuade me. Persuasion. Terumi Mei raised her bangs in front of her eyes, stroked her forehead with one hand, and said in a reproachful voice, Yuchen-jun, you want me to persuade our elite Jonin of Kirigakure, or the elite Jonin with a ninja sword, to join you, then you might as well let I also rely on you. Then are you willing to take refuge in me? Zhao Yuchen asked. Look at your performance, Terumi Mei blinked. How else should I behave? Zhao Yuchen thought while resting his chin. How about I destroy Kirigakure and let them cede land and pay compensation to women? By the way, is there any woman in Chongyan village who is prettier and better than you? If the Minazuki clan was still there might be one, but it doesn't exist now. Terumi Mei brushed her long hair, as if she was the most beautiful woman in Kirigakure. In that case, let Kirigakure pay you back to me when the time comes. Yuchen-jun, you are not serious, are you? Not serious. No, I am serious. Zhao Yuchen said seriously. I will only send one shadow clone to Kirigakure and allow you to use the power of the whole village to resist. If you can stop me from saying shadow clone, Kirigakure will remain independent forever while I am alive. I am responsible for Kirigakure peace, and you still have autonomy. But if you can't resist, you Kirigakure need to surrender the whole village, otherwise. Boom. Zhao Yuchen's shining eyes flashed. An invisible coercion spread, and everyone at the scene felt their hearts sink. They only feel that they are in the deep sea, and there is boundless pressure to swallow them up. Although this feeling is only for a moment, they can feel the smell of death. Yuchen, maybe he really only needs to move his fingers to kill them. Terumi Mei. 1 second he flirted with me, the next he said he wanted to destroy my village. You are such a good man. It seems that my feeling is right, you really want to unify the ninja world, don't you? Terumi Mei asked with burning eyes. Finally, is this man going to start the great cause of world unification? Unify the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yuchen in shock. This Hokage assistant has disappeared for nearly a month, and he will do such a sensational event as soon as he appears? But for some reason, they didn't feel that there was a problem with this, but instead felt that it should be taken for granted. After all, Konoha said that he wants to unify the ninja world, and he definitely has enough strength. Recently, Uzumaki Nagato is guiding and Senju Tobarama is urging the education of high-level personnel and core personnel within Konoha village. Unification and peace are regarded by them as a great cause and a feat of liberating the whole ninja world. It's just that no one has said the specific time to start implementing it. Now it seems that they are waiting for Yuchen. Good. The ninja world should no longer fight among themselves, it should be unified. Zhao Yuchen nodded without hiding his thoughts. He plans to wait until he has seen the progress of the construction of the world government building, and then announces that the ninja daimyo, nobles, and ninja village chiefs will take care of them. Followers benefit a lot. Those who are rebellious will not carry out iron and blood pressure. But it will accept economic and other aspects of sanctions. At that time, there will be a time when they beg to join. But the price to be paid at that time is different from the initial stage. Zhao Yuchen turned his head to look at Dao Di Zabuza, and said in a deep voice, do you want to pledge your allegiance to me? Boom. Kneeled down on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and said seriously, if you don't chop again, I would like to offer my loyalty to the heavenly beings. The coercion that Yu Chen released just now, he alone is estimated to be the same as the sum of the others. The feeling that the heart and the whole body are going to be squeezed is really uncomfortable. In fact, if that was the case, he would commit suicide at worst. As a ghost from Kirigakure, he will never be killed again. He has never lacked this courage. But the problem is that I have just seen the confrontation between Zhao Yuchen and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, both of whom have the ability to control and affect the dead. In other words, if Yu Chen disliked him, he would not be able to rest in peace after death, and would be more easily manipulated. Taking into account the water without the moon. Why should he be so stubborn? That's right. Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction, and said lightly, then from now on, you and Mizumu Yu will be by Ming's side and be his Chunin swords. Yes. A look of astonishment flashed in Zabuzon's eyes, but he agreed quickly. He didn't understand why Yu Chen, who was just saying that he wanted me to intimidate Kirigakure, asked him to work for Terumi Mei, but it didn't affect his loyalty. You Kirigakure, how many ninja swords do you still have? Zhao Chen asked Terumi Mei. I want to answer you, but I don't know. Terumi Mei spread her hands. The 7 ninja swords are arguably the most powerful weapon in Mizukage's hands. Now 4th Mizukage is still alive, only he knows the situation of the ninja 7. Even a high-ranking element teacher in Kirigakure can only know part of the information. Terumi Mei is only a candidate for the next Mizukage, so naturally she doesn't know this core news. Do you know? Yu Chen looked at Dao Di without cutting. The subordinates only know that the shark muscle is in the hands of Qianshi Guisha, the Lei Dao Ya is in the hands of the Black Ho Lei Ya, and the double swords flounder is in the hands of Gui Dangman Yu. They don't know anything else. Zabuza replied. That's it. Yu Chen rubbed his chin and murmured. Lei Knife Ya is still in the hands of Hei Ho Lei Ya, which means this guy is still alive, so there should be a person with red eyes and blood inheritance around him. The next owner of Rai Dao Ya is Hayashi Yu Yuri, who is the best fit for Rai Dao Ya, but it is a pity that he died young, and then he was collected by Ghost Lantern Moon. After the death of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, the double sword Flounder was inherited by Chongjuro. From this point of view, Ghost Lantern Full Moon is still alive, and the other 4 ninja tools are still in his hands. Speaking of this, Zhao Yuchen looked at Terumi Mei, smiled and said, send a letter to Kirigakure to ask Gaidong Manue to come to see me if you don't want his lovely brother Gaidong Shuiyong to die. Terumi Mei. Everyone. Misty Grass, you know so much, but who is the test for this question? Yu Chen-kun, you really know us, Kirigakure. Terumi Mei looked at Yu Chen with meaningful eyes. For the 7 ninja swordsmen, ninja tools are more important than their lives. Each ninja tool is not an inheritance, and the way to obtain it is either to fight for it, or to fight for it among the people who want it after the death of the predecessor. The ninja tools of the 7 ninja swordsmen are not only powerful, but also have a special status in Kirigakure, and both the elders and Mizukage attach great importance to them. It can be said that if Mizukage knows that all the ninja tools are in the hands of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, he will not let him be vacant, but immediately select talents to inherit them. From this, it can be inferred that the fact that the ninja tool is in the hands of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon is only known to him. Yu Chen can know, isn't the level of understanding better than Mizukage and Master Yuenshi? Yes, I know Kirigakure well, better than you. So, I advise you to take the initiative to surrender at that time, don't resist, understand? Yu Chen had no intention of hiding anything. His current strength no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. I will definitely think about it. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and said, putting on a very angry look. Seeing the two chatting like no one else, the girls in the group chat couldn't bear it. Karen. No, didn't some people say they would offer a kiss when they were there? What are they doing? Yugito ni. My pants are all, no, I was beaten by Matabi times, you just show me this? Samui. Ming, don't let me despise you, smiling face. Tamari. Please start your performance. Yukura. People from Kirigakure, I believe it is impossible. Tsunade. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tsunade. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want to start the game a little longer, you can bet on whether you dare to kiss Yu Chen. How are you doing? Female. As expected of you, the ability to ask for gambling is really powerful, no one can beat you. But it's really unnecessary to gamble with this kind of thing. Hinata. I think it's better to forget it. Sister Ming definitely can't kiss brother Yu Chen on this occasion. Kurenai. Indeed, it's okay for our own people to look at it. There are also old-fashioned critics like Kakashi. It's not appropriate to let these outsiders be present. Terumi Mei. You guys understand me. To be honest, Yu Chen's current charm is beyond the charts, and he can earn money just by kissing his wife, but with outsiders present, it is really inconvenient to operate. Hinata. I can sit on this point, the current charm of brother Yu Chen. I can feel this kind of thing through the screen, okay? Kurenai. No, I can't feel that kind of attraction through the screen. To be honest, I want to discharge the reserved kind. Kurenai. I am Yu Chen's woman, he knows my depth, I know her length, but now the feeling of throbbing is more intense, so don't you? Kushina. Hee, we don't understand. Anko. Red. Yu Chen really knows your depth, but you can't grasp his current length. Karama Yakumo. I have already begun to look forward to my husband Tensagen's appearance after a complete transformation. He will definitely be more charming than now. Kagaya. As I said, this is the transformation of the essence of life, and it will continue to progress towards perfection. In your eyes, the 6 paths level is not only a god, but also a synonym for perfection, not to mention that you are still contaminated with feather dust. Chakra, for you, is a poison deep in your soul. Tsunade. Collect it, there are still many people here who have not eaten meat. Ino. It's nothing if you don't eat meat, you can always eat it if you want, but it's hard for us to eat soup now. Hinata. That's why I want to see how Sister Ming kisses brother Yu Chen. Female. You have a bit of talent for bringing the topic back. Terumi Mei. In short, when my sister wants to take down Yu Chen, she will broadcast a live broadcast for you, but you must never do such a thing in front of outsiders. Yugito Ni. Will you broadcast the whole process of taking down Yu Chen? Makoto. I would like to call you your warrior. Anko. Yes, this is all ahead of us. Azuki Yugo. I have to admire this too. Terumi Mei. I mean just kissing, well, how could that kind of thing be broadcast live for you to watch? Mr. Yu Chen. Where are you going next? Terumi Mei ignored the group chat and chose to chat with Yu Chen. Let you envy a wave, of course it is to get rid of Kaduo. Zhao Yu Chen replied. Solve Kado. Dasna, who had no sense of existence, exclaimed, and even climbed up and asked, My lord, do you want to get rid of Kado? Of course. Yu Chen nodded. If he uses formal methods to monopolize shipping and sea trade, I have nothing to say, I can only say that he is outstanding. But he used all kinds of insidious means to do this, and it also touched my interests. Whether public or private, emotional or reasonable, he has to be dealt with. Kado's maritime trade is not only in the country of waves, but spreads all over the country except the country of thunder and the country of water, especially there are multiple bases in the country of Yu and the country of waves. If he was only doing business, Yu Chen would never touch him, but chose to recruit him. After all, Kaduo is just an ordinary person, and if he wants to protect his own interests, he must take refuge in and be loyal to the strong. And he, Zhao Yu Chen, can not only give Kaduo the highest protection, but also give Kaduo the chance to become stronger. I believe he will make a choice. But after he asked Gurren and Tayuya to send people to collect information, he found that Kado was really doing all kinds of bad things. Not only did he control the Kingdom of Waves with high armed forces, but he also raised a group of pirates on the sea, specializing in the no-cost business of killing people and stealing goods, and then he did it himself. Except for the fleets and caravans of the 5 great Yin villages, which he did not dare to touch, other small countries and small ninja villages were returned by him. In other words, this is a villain who will do anything purely for his own benefit. I'm sorry, he has to act as an envoy of justice, and by the way, he can accept everything about Kado. Thank you sir, Wasner wanted to kneel down excitedly. He saw the strength and ability that Yu Chen had shown just now. With the help of such a person, what can Kado do? The truth is, nothing can be done. 10 minutes later, a group of people turned around and appeared in Kado's home. Undoubtedly a good guy, Yu Chen used illusion to control Kaduo, making him tell the bad things he did. Facts have proved that there are many visible crimes such as running pirates and robbing civilian women, etc., and his death is not a pity. A more unexpected harvest is knowing from Kado that there are some nobles from the land of fire and the land of thunder standing behind him, and that he, a merchant, and the other party are using each other. In the hands of Kado, there are many evidences of the nobles' rebellion. This is a good harvest, and it can have miraculous effects in some aspects. This mission is really easy, Naruto sighed in displeasure. He has longed for a task worthy of his point. I feel relaxed. How about I arrange a task for you? Zhao Yu Chen frowned. This cheap little guy is a little clueless. Time to whip him up. Okay. Naruto didn't know what Yu Chen was thinking, and thought that he could be authorized to perform high-level tasks, so he agreed immediately. But just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly froze. Yu Chen followed his gaze, and what he saw was a girl, wearing a suit, a shawl, delicate features, and clogs, with a gentle temperament. Such a girl can be described as the representative of Hei Changzi. The most unbearable thing for a young boy with a spring heart is this one. No, not just girls. Shizune. Wow, she is also a big beauty. Her temperament and appearance are unmatched when I was young. Makoto. As the former Uchiha's #1 beauty and an outstanding representative of Kuro Nagao, I can't praise her. Kushina. I sit here, and this is indeed comparable to you when you were young, but now you are not as good as you. After all, you can reshape your body and it is also perfect. Maoyue Xian. Fortunately, I am purple and straight, with my own characteristics. Samui. Fortunately, this girl is not doing well there, otherwise I would be in danger. Kuratsuchi. Yu Chen killed Kaduo, wouldn't it be for this beauty? Sunset Red. Hinata. Terumi Mei. Conan. What's wrong? Hinata. This person is Minazuki Shiro. Te. F*K, you told me it was a man. Fragrant Phosphorus. Outrageous, this is really outrageous. Makoto. Hiss, both women and men are silent after watching the series. Samui. It is normal for a woman to see silence, and it is estimated that 99 out of 10 women do not have her. Bah, he is amazing, but why is a man silent? Kushina. Suddenly, I wonder why Naruto likes Sasuke. Ino. Ah. Sister Kakuna, you typed it wrong, right? What does this have to do with Sasuke? Kushina. That's right, don't forget who Naruto's favorite is. Hiss, be ruthless or you are ruthless, unexpectedly revealing the truth about this bloody Lin. Kuratsuchi. So, what Naruto likes is actually a man, but because of the worldly vision, he can only choose a woman to say he likes it? Tsunade. It's rare for you to be smart, and I suddenly found that everything can be matched. Hinata. Naruto announced that the woman he likes is Little Sakura, and Little Sakura is the most manly woman in Konoha village. Fragrant Phosphorus. Naruto is stunned by Minazuki Shiro now. Brother Yu Chen didn't say anything nonsense, he is 100% love at first sight, so he likes men in women's clothing. Tsunade. The most feminine man, the most masculine woman, actually all imply men? It's for Sasuke. Hiss, the truth is, Naruto's true love has to be Sasuke. Hinata. Little Sakura is really miserable, thinking that the male protagonist in this world is Uzumaki Naruto, and the female protagonist is Haruno Sakura, and they will come together in the end. Hinata couldn't help but mourn for the latter. How pathetic is it that a protagonist with a man in his heart acquires a woman for the sake of worldly considerations? Fortunately, she woke up early and got out of the trap, so she didn't hurt herself. Brother Yu Chen is right. Longing is the furthest distance from understanding. I have never really understood Naruto. I don't know what kind of person he is. Little Sakura, it's really miserable. At this moment, Hinata sympathized with Shaolo. She likes Sasuke, she never thought that she would get together with a man who also likes Sasuke one day, right? Thinking of this, Hinata's eyes suddenly changed. Hinata. Sisters, I realize a terrible thing. Fragrant Phosphorus. Hey, even Hinata thinks it's scary, how scary is that? Kuratsuchi. Hey, even Hinata finds it scary, how scary is that? Sunset Red. Hiss Maoyue Xian. Hiss. This group of women taught themselves without a teacher, and they all became repeaters. A faint blackness flashed in Hinata's eyes. Hinata. I remember Little Sakura likes Sasuke, and Little Sakura is the heroine that Brother Yu Chen said, so she wants to be with the hero in the end, right? Conan. Yukura. Terumi Mei. Scary, so Haruno Sakura ended up marrying her rival? Shi Yuan. Horrible, so Naruto finally married his rival in love? Makoto. Speechless, so Sasuke ends up alone, watching two rivals in love together. Tamari. I think, this also requires a bit of talent. Nohara Lin, but I think Minazuki Shiro is simply because she is too beautiful. Kushina. Hey, Lin, you can speak, it's really rare. Karen. Yes, I always feel that there is a strange person in our brother Yu Chen's harem group. Yugito ni. Odd man, shouldn't it be Matabi? Matabi. I am not human. Hinata. Everyone, don't be crooked. At Nohara Lin, did Sister Lin find anything? Nohara Lin. You can watch Kakashi's expression in the live broadcast room. Kakashi? What happened to this guy who likes to read pornographic books? The girls couldn't help observing curiously, and soon saw Kakashi in the corner of the live broadcast room opened by Hinata. At this time, he didn't focus on making out with Heaven with his hands as usual, but stared blankly at Mizuna Yushiro in women's clothing. Even though half of his face is covered by a mask, it can still be seen that his expression is a little dazed at this time, and even a blush appears on his cheeks. To put it bluntly, Kakashi showed a pig brother to Minazuki Shiro. In fact, Inuzuka is also in a daze, but his performance is not as bad as Naruto and Kakashi. In contrast, the gap is obvious. Kushina. Kushina. Don't say I know him in the future, really. Makoto. This guy's Sharingan should be returned to Uchiha, shame on him. Shizune. When I was young, I thought Kakashi was cold and cold. After he started reading pornographic books, I thought he was sullen. After knowing that he had passed away, I sympathized with his sadness, but now I know that he is a little perverted. Karen. I really don't understand this. If you want to talk about beautiful women, there are many in the whole ninja world. Tsunade. After so many years, I have met so many beauties, but no one can be tempted by Kakashi. I always thought that he had a high vision and was concerned. Nohara Lin. Nohara Lin. I feel the same way as Hinata right now. Hinata. Nohara Lin. Longing is the furthest distance from understanding. I didn't know Kakashi before. Terumi Mei. Hey, what are you shocked about? Kakashi and Obito have a couple space. Does liking men need to be discussed? Nohara Lin. Ah, isn't that a joke from Mr. Yuchen? Kushina. No, I think it's the truth. I just discovered a terrible thing. Yugito ni. What is it? What is it? Kushina. People in the Konoha Hokage family actually like men. Female. True or not, can this kind of thing also be inherited through the Hokage position? Ju Ching Nai. Let me talk about first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara first, so I don't need to talk about it? Tsunade. Mikoto. Kusakina. Well, these two don't count, as long as they are attracted to each other because of the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra. Tsunade. When? Ju Ching Nai. Second Hokage, who has been a bachelor all his life, with his status, he can't start a family and start a business. Why do you think so? Tsunade. Hey, you're too far-fetched, right? Tsunade. Besides, the old monkey married a wife and has 2 sons and a grandson. Kushina. Hee, it's light. Tsunade. Forget it. Just treat it as you are praising me. Ju Ching Nai. Let me ask you, has Shimura Danzo been single all his life? Are Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also single? Obviously they are small ninjas. Pay attention to inheritance. Kushina. Isn't the old monkey's maintenance and tolerance of Danzo a little too much? Kushina. None of them are normal. Kushina. There is also Jiraiya, who said he likes you, but I think he has more affection for Orochimaru than you, and that is called true love. Kushina. As for the 4th generation, I was very attractive in my previous life. Otherwise there must be something wrong. I think it might be with Uchiha Fugaku. Tsunade. What about me? Kushina. You have to thank Yuchen. Otherwise the Senju clan will be buried in your hands, and you probably died because of Shizune. Shizune. Thank you, Mr. Yuchen, Nohara Lin, 6th Hokage Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito. Terumi Mei. Speaking of which, you are all disciples of 4th Hokage. Yugito ni. If Kakashi and Obito are together, Rin Nohara. Nohara Lin. It's too scary. Fragrant phosphorus. Finally, we are looking forward to Hokage Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone. Looking at it this way, Huo Shadow series is really scary. Shao Gang. What's wrong with you? In Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama, who rarely came here to see Tsunade's handling of government affairs, noticed Tsunade's unconscious trembling and showed a puzzled expression. Tsunade glanced at Senju Tobarama, not knowing what to say for a moment. Could it be that I am afraid that I will be cursed by the Hokage series? I'm afraid Senju Tobarama called Senju Hashirama to give her a scolding meal. I thought of something scary. Tsunade rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, second grandpa, you also know that I have suffered from hemophobia. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama didn't have too much doubt, but asked. Recently, the government affairs have been handled well, so where can I compare you and Kid Yuchen? Tsunade. Please, Yuchen has been outside, what can she do? But thinking of Yuchen, her eyes lit up. Second grandpa, don't worry, I have received the information that Yuchen will return to Konoha within 2 days. At that time, even if I use force, I will get him. It's a knife anyway. Becoming a feather dust woman, at least she doesn't need to be stopped by Hokage, right? Plan to pass. Shizune. A wave of criminals broke the news. Shizune. Sisters, big event, big event. Tsunade. Huh. Shizune. Samui. Tisk, 5th Hokage is so powerful. Terumi Mei. In the future, 5th Mizukage said that he has learned. Kuratsuchi. In the future, 4th Tsuchikage said that he has learned. Yukura. In the future, 5th Kazekage will also. So what is the big event? Tsunade. It's okay, we are just kidding ourselves. Yugito ni. What I hate the most is that others arouse my curiosity but don't take responsibility for solving it. Matabi. Curiosity killed the cat, but this cat is not afraid, cats have 9 lives. Tsunere face. Ju Ching Nai. Ms. Tsunade, We are all equal in this group chat, so don't try to coerce Shizune. Makoto. Say it boldly, we will support you. Kagaya. Yes, there is a concubine, and no one in this group can shake the sky. Even Kagaya-ji came out. Offend a group of people, or offend a Tsunade. Shizune secretly looked at Tsunade's expression, thinking that he should know how to do it. With so many sisters supporting her, what can even Master Tsunade do with her? Shizune. In fact, it's not a big deal, it's just that Master Tsunade has just issued a military order on the side of Master Second Generation, saying that when Lord Yuchen returns to Konoha, he will immediately take him down by any means, such as raw rice and cooked rice. Seeing the first half of the sentence, Jongen thought that Shizune still chose to compromise. When I was frustrated and decided to fight again, I saw the second half of the sentence. Hiss, the girls were shocked. Tsunade issued a military order to Second Generation, so it must be for real. In other words, if the old cow eats the tender grass, it really happens by force. For the face-conscious Tsunade, it's better not to make fun of this kind of thing. If you want to ridicule, you have to wait until all the dust settles, at least people earn money, and then ridicule. What to say now, but it is easy to be self-defeating. Tamari. It's really dark tonight. Shizune. Ah, it's obviously afternoon now. Kushina. Makoto, let's go shopping. Shizune. No, Masamuro and Makoto are not on the island near Namano. Samui. From Yugito ni, we discussed how to persuade Meibai, this is a big deal. Yugito ni. Received Yugito ni. Matabi, come on, hurry up. Yi Kang. Tamari came to discuss helping me. Tamari. Tamari is already on the way. Karen. Ms. Chun called me, let the deputy team of the Yuchen regiment go. Azuki Yugo. Ino, perform the task. Kurenai. Hinata, we also perform missions. Shizune. No, has your mission been completed yet? Shizune. You actually abandoned me collectively. Shizune. By the way, at Otsutsuki Kagaya, Lord Kagaya saved me. Kagaya. I would like to be a concubine, but I am still in the moon. Shizune. Master Tsunade. Ino shot Tsunade a begging look. Oh. With one hand on his hip, Tsunade casually threw a stack of documents in front of Senju Tobarama, and walked over to Shizune. Second grandpa, I haven't had a good rest recently, so I'll be hungry for a while. I'll go home and take a hot spring first, Shizune will accompany me. Shizune. Tsunade-sama, you'd better let me soak in the hot spring with you. Damn it, I will never trust these women again. Mr. Yuchen is right, a woman's mouth is a liar. Woo woo woo, at the same time, in the land of waves, in Kado's private estate. Chen looked at the strange atmosphere at the scene, smiled, and said, I said, why are you staring at a young man like this? Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto hadn't realized what Yu Chen said, blushed and said, hey, brother Yu Chen, who is this big sister? The corners of Yu Chen's eyes moved slightly, and he said, no more beheading the fake Kirigakure Anbu next to him, called Minazuki. Waterless Moon White. Naruto's eyes lit up, he scratched his head and said, it's really a nice name, and people live up to their name. Everyone. Good guy, people can say such things as their name suggests, Naruto is enlightened. But the place where he opened up is wrong. Boom. Haruno Sakura habitually punched Naruto on the head, and said angrily, you can't show such an expression of brother pig, you are the one who lost our Konoha, the one who lost Lord 4th Hokage, you know. After becoming Tsunade's direct disciple, Haruno Sakura became more and more uncomfortable with Naruto, and even disciplined him even more. In her words, Uzumaki Naruto walks outside, representing more than herself. As the son of the 4th Hokage, and as the aide of the Nine Tails, he also represents Konoha and the Hokage in every move. No one cared about Naruto before, so he was a bit uneducated. After Haruno Sakura became Tsunade's apprentice and had a good relationship with Kakuna, he felt that he could do this as a teammate. It can be said that the current Haruno Sakura is somewhat approaching Nohara Rin, becoming a team's violent fusion agent. Nohara Lin is extremely gentle, but Chunbupo relies on violence to achieve her goal. At least after Yu Chen got to know some things recently, he felt that she had changed a lot. This may have something to do with her early apprenticeship with Tsunade, and it may also have something to do with her knowing Naruto's identity early and no longer wearing tinted glasses. Of course, it may also be that Sasuke's personality has changed a lot because of Makoto's resurrection. In short, the current atmosphere of the 7th team is very good, and Haruno Sakura's words are often more effective than Kakashi. Yes, maintain your image, and maintain your image in front of beautiful women. Naruto patted himself on the head, then walked up to Minazuki Shiro, pretending to be a gentleman. Hello, Sister. I am Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha village, son of 4th Hokage, assisted by 9 tails. The most important thing is Chen, big brother, little brother, nice to meet you. Everyone. How can Naruto become so obscene? He knows how to use his identity to strike up a conversation and get close to women. At this time, a hand appeared next to Naruto's ear, pulling him aside. Not Haruno Sakura, but Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto. Kakashi put it away without knowing it, and educated Naruto. It's embarrassing for you to behave like this, and don't you like little Sakura? You can't be careless. Huh? Naruto rubbed his ears, wondering. Brother Chen has many women, doesn't he? Feather dust. Female. Kakashi's eyes twitched. He took out a mirror from somewhere and put it in front of Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked blankly. Let you look in the mirror. Sasuke sneered from the side. I'm handsome too. Naruto smiled at himself in the mirror. He is not narcissistic. After his identity was exposed and he was treated kindly, all his clothes and grooming went up to a higher level, and the disciple who inherited Namikaze Minato was also revealed. Coupled with the self-confidence brought by his identity and strength, his temperament was also improved. Combined, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a replica of Little Son, and it is indeed worthy of being a handsome guy. But you can compare with Big Brother Chen. Sasuke pouted and said, besides, Big Brother Chen is not crazy, and he has the ability to treat every sister-in-law very well. If you can deal with little Sakura, and let little Sakura agree to find another one, it's not impossible. But now I say that I like little Sakura, but in the blink of an eye I see a beautiful woman and I'll fall in love with you, cut. Sasuke with an open personality is a bit like Uchiha Madara, and his ridicule ability is directly full. Uzumaki Naruto's whole face turned red immediately, especially after feeling the little Sakura's eyes looking at the scumbag. He felt ashamed. Kakashi looked at this scene, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Sasuke is right. Naruto, miss, if you can't grasp it, let me be your teacher. Everyone. Kakashi, did you hear what I just said? What? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chen suspiciously. Just now, his attention was all on Shui Yu, and he really didn't hear what he said. Sasuke, tell him. Chen looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, didn't even you hear clearly? Sasuke turned his head and didn't dare to look at Chen, and there was a blush behind his ears. At this moment, silence is better than sound, and obviously Sasuke didn't hear what he said. Little Sakura, you will never let me down, right? Chen looked at Haruno Sakura speechlessly. If even the girl Haruno Sakura didn't hear what he said, then the 7th class would be over sooner or later. Yes, but I think I may have misheard. Haruno Sakura smiled sheepishly. Did you hear wrong? Chen raised his brows and said with a smile, repeat it again. Yes. Haruno Sakura immediately nodded and said, Chen asked you just now, what are you doing staring at a young man? As she said that, she couldn't help but looked at Minazuki Shiro several times. This beautiful woman, that she felt ashamed to see, and even pitied me, is actually a man? Unbelievable, completely incomprehensible. She dare not say that Chen made a slip of the tongue, it must be her own hearing error. Less. Youth. At this moment, the 3 of Kakashi naturally heard clearly. They all looked at Minazuki Shiro with unbelievable eyes, completely unable to connect him with the man. Hey, brother Chen, did you make a mistake? Naruto questioned fearlessly. But after seeing Haruno Sakura's raised fist, she decisively lowered her voice. Impossible. Sasuke turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, and said firmly, my eyes tell me that this is absolutely impossible to be a man. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kakashi shook his head frantically. Before Nohara Lin was resurrected, he kept his heart closed. Because he felt that he was an unfortunate person, starting from his father Konoha's White Fang, to his close friend Uchiha Obito who died protecting him, and Nohara Rin was killed by him personally. Namikaze Minato also died in battle. He didn't dare to get close to anyone, except Might Guy, a fool. Finally, now that Nohara Lin is resurrected, Kuko Na is also resurrected, and Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo will also be resurrected in the future. Only then did he come out of the shadows and welcome a new life. He finally decided to bid farewell to books and girls with right and left hands, and was ready to start a family. And Shui Yu directly poked his heart, making him feel like seeing his first love. As a result, Chen told him now that this is a man. How could he believe it? At this time, a gloating voice suddenly came to mind. As indeed a man, and he likes to wear women's clothes just to commemorate the protection of his mother who was in the hands of his father. This is all due to the influence of the blood mist policy back then. If you don't believe me, you can take a bath or go to the bathroom with, and he will definitely not refuse you. Everyone is a man, it's okay. Minazuki-hime smiled at Kakashi alone. His voice is not masculine, but rather feminine because of his gentle tone. Coupled with the smile he showed, the three of Naruto only felt that there was one in their hearts. But after thinking that he was carrying the same handle as himself, they felt a chill again. How can there be such outrageous things in this world? Such a cute and good-looking person, if he is not a woman, it would be too wasteful. Sasuke, I must be dreaming, right? Naruto shot Sasuke a begging look. But Sasuke responded with a cold face, get out. He still thought he was dreaming again. Still, he didn't have any thoughts about Minazuki, but was simply amazed by this woman. Otherwise, he would be a joke like Kakashi and Naruto. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt that it was necessary to distance himself from the two, otherwise it would be too shameful to be classified as one. Kakashi, Naruto, you two are too embarrassing, stay away from me in the future. Sasuke quickly moved to the side of little Sakura. Everyone. Shizune. Sasuke has a little bit of talent in separating relationships. Nohara Lin. But Sasuke looks different from Kakashi Naruto. Hinata. It's really different. Mr. Sasuke likes Naruto, and it's too late to be happy now. It's over, our Hinata is completely broken. There may be problems with this thinking. Ino. Tisk, Mr. Kakashi's gloomy expression is really interesting. Tsunade. This guy who would be patronizing for a lifetime actually fell in love with a big guy in women's clothes. Wouldn't it be a laughing stock for his Konoha to spread the word? Samui. Don't worry, I'll talk to Mabui about it, and it won't spread. Tamari. Except for the revived mother, I will say something to make her happy, and I will not talk nonsense. Matabi. Don't worry, I will only pass on one story among our tail beasts. Tsunade. Tsunade. Forget it, you can do whatever you like. Tsunade didn't want to worry about it anymore. It won't be long before Konoha village isn't that important in this world anyway. Okay, Kakashi, you are in charge of dealing with the aftermath of the wave country. I made them famous and they left first. After watching the excitement, Yu Chen has no reason to stay here any longer. Originally, he wanted to cast Flying Thunder God by himself and leave. But Kurenai expressed that she missed her very much and wanted to be with him. Hinata didn't say a word, but what the look in his eyes meant, as long as he had no problem with his EQ, he could figure it out. There is also a Terumi Mei who said that he would follow along to watch the excitement. Fortunately, I took the three girls to Tianjiguo not far away to see. It's been nearly a month, and I don't know how the world government building has been built. If you don't cut it, you will follow Kakashi and the others to Konoha. Terumi Mei confessed to Zabuza, and lightly jumped onto the Suzaku mechanism beast. The companions are Yu Chen, Kurenai, Hinata and no one else. Mr. Yu Chen. Why did you choose Tianjiguo as the world government? I think our Kirigakure is also a good choice. We can attack and defend, and we can also navigate the sea. Terumi Mei took the initiative to talk to Yu Chen. They actually knew Zhao Yu Chen's purpose in choosing Tianjiguo, but the information channel was the diary, so they still don't know, even if they took the initiative. Out of common sense, of course she has to ask, and even try her best for Kirigakure. We Konoha haven't spoken yet, you can stay away from Kirigakure as far as you can. Right, Hinata. Before Yu Chen could answer, Kurenai spoke first. Hinata next to him nodded in agreement, with a serious expression on his face. Considering geography, people and familiarity, etc., it must be sleepy. Of course she has to stand on Kurenai's side. Of course I have my own considerations. Anyway, if I have time, I will explain it to you. Yu Chen naturally also knew that the girls knew the reason why he chose Tianjiguo. But since they choose to act, of course he has to accompany them. Afterwards, Yu Chen repeated his old tune and expressed his thoughts. The three daughters of Kurenai also went from being puzzled at the beginning to nodding, and finally suddenly realized. But in private, their emotions are even more exciting than their expressions. Kurenai. At Terumi Mei, next time don't suddenly go crazy. Hinata. Even though we all know about it, it is very difficult to pretend that we just heard it. Terumi Mei. I'm the one who's having trouble, don't you two worship your face all the time? Kurama Yakumo. I'm not afraid, because I would also worship the whole process. Fragrant Phosphorus. +1, Kuretsuchi. Fortunately, without me, I definitely can't pretend well. Anko. Tisk, it's really thrilling, Misty Grass. Anko suddenly swears. All because a huge pink enchantment suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room opened by Terumi Mei. With a wave of Yu Chen's hand, the pink crystal barrier was opened, and then a towering building appeared in the camera. If each floor is calculated at 5 meters, this is a tall building over 400 meters, and each floor covers an area of thousands of square meters. This is a building beyond their imagination. But in fact, Yu Chen, who proposed this architectural concept, was also frightened. It's so high, if it weren't for Earth style and crystal style, let alone build it in a month, it would take a few years and there would be a huge safety hazard. Crystal style is really good, and Red Lotus is even better. It must be rewarded. Red Lotus, it's really great. I decided to give her a reward. Female, small. Old color critic. Do you want to reward others? We are too lazy to expose you. You are giving yourself crazy benefits in the name of rewards. Honglian met you, it's really miserable. Oh, the Lord said to thank me. In the office on the last basement floor of the tall building, Tayuya winked at Gurren. The latter's heroic pretty face was reddish, and he said with reproach, "You can share some with you when the time comes." "What's the point?" Tayuya waved a finger, and said solemnly, "You have to say it, it's not you dividing me, but me helping you. If you learn from Master to say things backwards like this, don't blame me for not helping you then, let's see you get rewarded. Rewarded? Oh. If you say that, aren't you afraid that I won't help you when the Lord takes care of you in the future?" Hong Lian said angrily. "This is obviously a matter of helping each other. I don't care, the facts must be clarified." Tayuya said indifferently, "It's impossible to die, there are so many women in the Lord, I just find an organization. I don't believe that they alone can bear Lord. Hearing this, Honglian was helpless. She knew very well what Tayuya had said. But she has a special physique, and when she is with other women, her fighting power will be even worse. Taiyu is also an exception, because the two have known each other for a long time and know each other very well. But it will take a long process for her to accept other women. But facing Yu Chen alone, she really didn't have the guts. Thinking of this, Gurren was ready to agree to Tayuya. But at this moment, he saw that the contents of the diary were updated again. To be honest, I didn't expect Honglian to build the building so well, far beyond my imagination. With such a building, it will be much more convenient to intimidate people. Writing a diary during this period, I got a good thing. Wearing it for a long time can make the blood successor boundary evolve, and practicing secret and fairy arts will also get twice the result with half the effort, but it doesn't matter much to me. I will reward this thing to Honglian, hoping that her strength will become stronger, and she can practice the 100 healings mark after the immortal surgery, so that her youth will remain forever, and her strength will increase greatly. Not bad, not bad. This is the surprise. Red Lotus. Unexpectedly, this is actually a serious reward. It can evolve the blood succession limit, improve the efficiency of secret art and sage mode practice, and thus increase the speed of mastering 100 healings mark, which has many benefits. Snapped. Before Gurren could react, she was suddenly hugged by Tayuya. Honglian, I will share your reward with you. Red Lotus. It smells so good. Let's see how you behave. At this time, all the girls in the group were also surprised by Yu Chen's updated content. Terumi Mei. I never thought that Yu Chen could get such a reward for writing a diary, I still want it. Yi Kanjis, for those of us who are older, 100 healings mark cannot wait. Tamari. Elder sister, you haven't been resurrected yet, when the time comes, let Mr. Yu Chen revive you to make you younger. Yi Kang. I just want to say that everyone wants to have good things. Shizun. This Red Lotus is really lucky. If you give me such a reward, you will be able to master the 100 healings mark soon. Kashina. But I think they deserve it. The world government building shocked me. Tsunade. This world government building is not worthy of our Konoha. Shizun. I suddenly found that everything in Hokage Rock is weak, and everything is in this building. Terumi Mei. It's hard to believe that such tall buildings appear in Kirigakure. Makoto. About this point, I remember Yu Chen once said that after the unification of the ninja world, each hidden village will be targeted for construction, and he also said a bunch of terms that I don't understand. Karama Yukumo. What are the nouns? Makoto. Different cities need different constructions. For example, the land of wind will build trains, the land of earth will build subways, the land of thunder will develop bullet trains, the land of water will build express sea bridges and underwater passages, and Cloud Shinobi Village is suitable for building stargazing coffins and rocket launch centers. Some can be understood, some can be imagined as the name suggests, but some are completely incomprehensible. Karama Yukumo. Sure enough, if this is the case, then the 5 hidden villages will be blessed, and the economic and political volume they can have in the future can at least exceed 100 times that of the current 5 famous mansions. Hiss. The girls gasped in their hearts. Speaking of the economy, the 5 great hidden villages are not very developed, and the real outstanding ones are actually the 5 great famous mansions. In fact, If you want to say it hard, the daimyo is the nominal supreme leader of the major countries, so the shadows of the major hidden villages are similar to the admiral army of the country that controls the army. The admiral army controls the military power of the army, and in fact, it can launch a mutiny as long as it wants. From a clear point of view, it is impossible for the daimyo to be the opponent of Yinkun. But Hidden Village has never done this before. Why? The reason is actually very simple. The daimyos are not stupid, they have always liked marriages. All countries have in-law care. Even the daimyos of the 5 major countries are all blood relatives with the daimyos of other countries. In other words, although the big names of the major countries all want to annex each other, they are united tacitly in some aspects and help each other. It is easy for the Hidden Village to rebel, but it will inevitably make the daimyos of other countries defend themselves, and then pressure the hidden villages of their own country to revolt. The young master is still the kind who will not stop dying, because it has already affected their survival. It is an iron law not to touch daimyos, unless you have the power to directly solve all daimyos. Just like in ancient Kyushu, Qin state could attack other countries, but it could not annex them, otherwise it would be mobilized and attacked. In the end, victory is the result of accumulation of many aspects. In the ninja world, as violent as Fourth Raikage, he has been clamoring dissatisfaction with the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. At most, he speaks a little more forcefully, and even has more right to speak, but he definitely does not want to kill the daimyo. In a word, unless you have the ability to resist the counterattack of the whole world, you will definitely not attack your country's big names. Usually he is a mascot, but he is also a bomb that must be protected. In Konoha village, the gloomy Danzo didn't dare to think about the daimyo, and he didn't even want to support a puppet. At most, he used illusion to control it for a short time, or use the illusion of the distinguished heavenly gods level. Under such circumstances, the daimyo can only engage in economy and people's livelihood, and develop another level of protection, apart from man-made and Sino-Japanese boredom. With the support of the people, the armed forces under him will be more afraid to rebel, because if the name is not right, the words will not go well. In short, due to various reasons, Damingfu is the most developed place in every country. The Hidden Village is nothing more than a military fortified position, with some civilians maintaining their lives. But now, Kurama Yakumo said that with the support of Yuchen, Yinkun can easily achieve 100 times the economic and political development of Damingfu. Who can calm down after hearing it? Samui. How do you know this? Kuratsuchi. Can you talk about in detail? Yukura, be sure to elaborate. I think it will be Sanagakure to come up with a plan. They had to ask me to be Cage. Makoto. How do you know all this? Anko. Why don't we know? Kushina. Well, I seem to know a little bit, but not much. Kurama Yakumo. Don't even think about it. The reason why I know it is entirely because my bloodline can turn some imaginary things into reality, so Yuchen once took me to see the world before he traveled. Fragrant phosphorus. The world before time travel? Conan. It should be reproduced with imagination. Didn't he use a similar method to convey the picture to Deidara and Scorpion that day? Kurama Yakumo. That's right, that's it. Kushina. Ah, I remembered, the first time I did it with Yu Chen, it was in front of the window of a high-rise building, and the scenery outside was really good. Female. Misty grass, you guys are playing so wildly. The wildness of Kakuna is not unfamiliar to all the girls, and they are even familiar with it. After all, she is a grandmaster who has cultivated the 18 moves, and she often teaches them in the group chat, saying that she can use them when fighting Yu Chen in the future. But they didn't expect that they still muttered about this woman's playfulness, and actually played with such fancy things in front of the high-altitude French windows. Tsunade. I'm already tired of talking, can you please take care of the minors in the group? Hey, Sister Tsunade, don't worry, as a minor I mean it's really nothing. Hinata. It's okay Tsunade sister, I'm used to it, smiling face. Tsunade. Look at you, you are used to Hinata sauce, can you be a little self-aware? Seeing this, the women felt guilty in their hearts. It's too bad for such a pure white flower to become like this. How could they do this, and when did they start doing this? For such a thing, they must repent, for a second. Hey, Hinata sauce has become like this, what are you pretending to do? Act unrestrainedly, be unrestrainedly high, unrestrainedly be happy, unrestrainedly talk. Yu Chen Jun once said that once the bottom line of a person is broken, anything can be done, and the bottom line of our group is Hinata sauce. I can't bear it anymore. The women said they wanted to have a carnival. Makoto. Back to business, I remember the first time you and Yu Chen were in his dream. Kushina. That's right. Hinata. It seems to look at the world of brother Yu Chen's previous life, it must be very interesting to play. What's the matter, you tell him directly, can he not give it to you? Ino. Stupid, if we do this, won't we be exposed? You are so stupid, Sister Yakumo, Sister Kakuna, Sister Makoto, they have all seen each other, so if you ask curiously, it will be logical. Tamari. Yes, it can be said that I want to see what things Kushinon the others have seen. Yugito ni. I sign up for this matter. Matabi. Add me one, ask me to return it. Nohara Lin. Well, if possible, I would like to. Kushina. Hey, you are so rare. Nohara Lin. No, I just understand a lot of things. I want to look forward in life. Exploring new things is very interesting, isn't it? Terumi Mei. I also sign up, and I have the right to inspect in advance. Azuki Yugo. There should be no one who does not want to participate in this matter. Feng. Ah. Don't you ask my opinion. Chomei. Feng, people are willing to pull you into the group, so what you say is meaningless. Feng. You still have the nerve to say, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been discovered so quickly at all. Maple. If I persist for a longer time, maybe I can copy the chakra of Matabi from Yugito ni, and other rewards are also good. Fenghua Xiaoshui. Regarding this point, am I not more innocent? Fenghua Xiaoshui. Because of your exposure, Samuel and the others suspected that a second batch of people had obtained a copy of the diary, but they found me, the first batch of people. Ying. Well, if you were found out, you will find out, and there is no loss, but I will get a lot less rewards. Originally, I wanted to see if I could get something from Hinata-chan. Mabui. What about me? I was ready to fight Samui, but because Chomei was born at a disadvantage, I couldn't stop her calculations. Yugito ni. You still have the nerve to say that we have been sisters for so many years, but after you have a copy of the diary and guess that we also have it, you plan to hide it from us, and the relationship fades. Izabui. This is the second batch of rules for owning Japanese journalists. Of course I have to abide by them. What if I violate the rules? Matabi. Excuses. Everything is an excuse. Mabui. Matabi, don't get caught up in the fire. Samui and you Yugito ni didn't tell me about the copy of the diary. Yugito ni. We can't say to someone who doesn't have a diary, otherwise there will be great horror. Mabui. That's right, you can't say it because of the rules, and I'm the same, right? Yugito ni. I always feel something is wrong. Samui. Your IQ is still adjusted by Meibai, she is secretly changing concepts, although there are rules, but we are passive, and she is active. Samui. But these things don't matter anymore, I think of a more critical point now. Azuki Yugo. What? Samui. You said Gurren, do you have a copy of the diary? Windflower Light Snow. Ying. Mabui. This feeling, they are too familiar. Terumi Mei. There is nothing to guess about it. After I saw it, I tried to mention the diary in front of her, and she just had it if nothing happened. Fenghua Xiaoshui. The function of this diary is true because you understand it. Maple. Red Lotus, danger. Mabui. She was exposed without doing anything, but she has received rewards at least 3 times, and she has earned them. Yugito ni. Hey, don't be envious of others, you won a 5th Reikage quota too, and Matabi and I will support you. Izabui. Thank you, but no need, I will be officially appointed 5th Reikage in a few days. Yugito ni. What? How did I not know about this? Samui. 4th Reikage voluntarily abdicated, and Lord 3rd Reikage was behind him? Izabui. Not only that, but also the daimyo of the Land of Thunder did not have the slightest opinion. They were interviewed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Yi Kang. So cool. Why is there still no movement in the Kingdom of Wind? Tamari. Isn't it because of my sister, you have been relying on Konoha Aojin? Even if the Kingdom of the Wind and Sanagakure are willing, it is impossible to pass the position to a ninja who has officially joined Konoha and lives in Konoha to be Cage. In this case, it is better to declare surrender directly. Yi Kang. Oh, I forgot that there was such a thing, it seems that I have to go back to Sanagakure. Tamari. It's good to go back, just use the method that Sister Ming thought of to test all the pretty girls in the village, maybe there will be fish that slip through the net. Fenghua Xiaoshui. Agreed, this will increase the people in our group chat. Ino. Are you sure you are not gloating? Fenghua Xiaoshui. How could it be? If it weren't for the help, I wouldn't be able to refine chakra, and I wouldn't be able to speak in this group. I want everyone to enjoy the treatment of helping each other. Serious face. Hey, if you cut your whole body, the beating heart must be black. Terumi Mei. I won't chat with you anymore, it's time to go. At this time, Suzaku took off at high speed, flew to the top of the tall building and landed. Honglian in the underground base received the message immediately, her eyes lit up. To Yuya, let's go, Master Chien-chun has come. Okay, don't forget to share the reward with me. Don't worry, definitely not. so a quarter of an hour later. Tayuya's regretful screams resounded in the office on the top floor. The reward I want to share is not this. Fenghua Xiaoshui, welcome newcomers. Maple. Welcome, welcome. Samui. Sure enough, there are no exceptions for women who are treated specially by Yuchen. Ino. Tayuya. Are you polite? Nohara Lin. Maybe there will be a third batch? Tsunade. The truth of the diary is that you guys understand it. Red Lotus. I just wanted to test out Terumi Mei and replicate it. This is exposed. Fenghua Xiaoshui. Why is the newcomer not talking? What are you doing? Red Lotus. Making love. Female. Good guy. Mr. Yuchen really did not disappoint. Since the end of Zhao Yuchen's swallowing of Rinnegan's pupils, almost a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, many major events took place in the ninja world. The other 4 hidden villages other than Konohagakure experienced major changes, and all shadows changed. Everyone was stunned. And all these changes must start from Cloud Shinobi Village, which is recognized as the strongest after Konoha. The young and vigorous 4th Raikage was suddenly dismissed by the Cloud Shinobi Village executives headed by 3rd Raikage, and then everyone proposed that former Raikage Secretary Izabui be 5th Raikage. The 2 Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village were first responded Yugito Ni and Killer Bee, followed by the support of the think tank headed by Samui, the strong recommendation of 3rd Raikage, and the congratulatory letter from the Daimyo of Thunder. Izabui is fully seated in the position of Raikage. Just when everyone wondered why Cloud Shinobi Village has undergone such changes, and what Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are doing, only to find that this is just the beginning. Everyone has not reacted to the change of Raikage, and Kirigakure then announced something to the outside world. 4th Mizukage Yagura issued an edict of guilt for the blood fog policy launched during his tenure, and then took the blame and abdicated. At the same time, with Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Hoshigaki Kisame, Momochi Zabuza, Black Hole Leia as the main 4, and 3 newcomers as the assistant, the 7 ninja swordsmen announced their reorganization. At the same time, the Hyuga clan returned with the Takitori clan who had retired from Hermitage. Minazuki brought the Minzuki clan back, and with the addition of some other blood successor limit ninjas, Kirigakure seemed to have swept away the influence of the blood mist policy. After that, Kirigakure's most respected elder Yuenshi recommended Terumi Mei as 5th Hokage Mizukage, and the 7 ninja swordsmen declared their allegiance. Undoubtedly become Mizukage. Mizukage and Raikage have increased at the same time, combined with the changes in Konoha Village Hokage not long ago, and all powerful female ninjas are in power at the same time, which makes everyone a little confused for a while. No one knows what is the deep meaning behind this series. After calming down, some people joked that Tsuchikage and Kazekage should also become women. As a result, this person was dubbed the slightly ironic title of Prophet. Because not long after 5th Mizukage came to power, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi of Iwakage Village in the Land of Lands recommended his granddaughter Kuroto as 4th Mizukage before stepping down on the grounds of his advanced age. Just when some people felt that Haitu was too young to convince the public. The 4 Tails Jinchuriki who defected from Iwakage Village returned to the village, and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki were the first to express their support. Then the defected Deidara returned to the village. He was very prestigious among the younger generation of ninjas and publicly expressed his support for the black to become the 5th generation since Tsuchikage. Looking at the dialect, from the young generation to the elderly, from the blood successors to the Jinchuriki, from the powerful to the common people, there is no one who opposes the Kuretsuchi to become Tsuchikage. And with the congratulatory letter sent by the daimyo of the Land of Land, everything was settled. That is, the day after the Kuretsuchi became Tsuchikage, changes occurred in the country of the wind. Sanagakure is famous, and the hero Scorch Style, the most famous hero in the Third Ninja War, returns to the village to launch a liquidation against Sanagakure's top management. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara helped to sweep the formation. The Red Sand Scorpion released the puppet made by 3rd Kazecage's body to shock the audience. Tamari, the eldest daughter of 4th Kazekage, publicly supported the team. In the end, Sanagakure's top management apologized to Yi Kang and issued an edict of guilt. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha took the blame and abdicated, and passed Yi Kang to be 5th Kazekage. From the top to the common people, there is no objection. So far, the shadows of the 4 great hidden villages, to be exact, all the shadows of the 5 great hidden villages have been replaced by female ninjas. This change made many people with few information channels feel at a loss. No one understood the meaning behind these changes. But everyone knows that a major change is about to take place in the ninja world. It was at this time that a building that caught the world's attention happened in Tianjin. A so-called world government organization was established and announced that the organization is divided into many departments, such as Research Department, Household Registration Department, Business Department and so on. Immediately afterwards, Tanokuni Daimyo said that he would give up his position as a daimyo and announced that he would join the world government. As a reward, he was awarded the next class hereditary viscount title. This title is also established by the world government. From top to bottom, it is divided into Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Each title has 3 ranks, the third rank is the lowest, and the first rank is the highest. The hereditary title can only be passed on to the direct descendants, adopted sons, stepchildren can also be counted, and the rank of the title will not change when the title is passed on. The non-hereditary title will be reduced by 1 level each time it is passed on, and it will be retained until the Baron 3 Kingdoms. This Tien Zhiguo daimyo is not a good daimyo, but he is a third-class viscount, which puzzles countless people. But to say that he is being threatened, everyone thinks that this world government cannot, because the connection between daimyo and daimyo is very deep. Just then, something even more astonishing happened. Fire Nation daimyo and Konoha village Hokage Tsunade were announced to join the world government at the same time. From then on, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is no longer the nominal ruler of the Land of Fire, but a second-class hereditary count recognized by the world government. At the same time, Tsunade, who is Hokage, no longer has the highest decision-making power in Konoha village, and has also obtained the title of a third-class hereditary earl, and has become the 10 heads of the military department of the world government. This change has surprised me countless times. What is the charm or strength of this world government that can make Fire Nation and Konoha village, which are recognized as the strongest today and also in the strongest period in history, make such a decision? It was at this time that the world government announced that all the chiefs of Ninja Village in the country's daimyo had a meeting at the current headquarters of the world government in Hirata's Ninja Village. Just when many people felt that there was a good show to watch, the whole family was about to storm. The facts stunned them once again. 5th Kazekage Ra, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, 4th Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, 5th Reikage Azabui, the shadows of the 4 hidden villages responded first, saying that 10 people will be present at that time. Then came the leader of Nadeko village, the leader of the country of rain, and Mifune of the country of iron followed suit. In this way, Grass Ninja Village, which is often used as a wall, and Shao Ninja Village, which depends on the major hidden villages to survive, also responded. Then, the Queen Xian of the Ghost Country was the leader, and the new female daimyo of the Snow Country, Fenghua Shuiyue, was the leader. The daimyos from all the big and small countries also expressed that they would come to the appointment on time. In the end, the daimyos from the Land of Thunder, the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Water all expressed that they would be present. Ever since, the entire ninja world began to become lively. Aristocrats, daimyos, chiefs of ninja villages, etc., who are rarely seen at ordinary times, are now daring towards the world government in various ways from all directions. And some wild, serious and intelligent traders who watched the excitement, etc., also started to rush towards the headquarters of the world government. After waiting for the goal, everyone fell into shock. Not only because of the soaring heights in the center, but also because of when Bai University was established. There are dozens of buildings with dozens of floors in the surrounding area, as well as various areas with meticulous planning. Not to mention that they have never seen such a modern and magnificent scene, they have never even heard of it. There are also the asphalt road, the red road section, and the division of the straight ninja jumping area. In short, this is a somewhat special paradise. After most people come here, a deep-rooted idea emerges. Definitely stay here, live here, root here, be a part of it. To be a person here is to be a person, to live outside is to live. And this leads to real estate directly making money. Senju Hashirama and Guren, who were in charge of the construction work, were also exhausted. In the end, Zhao Yuchen took the shot himself, Sage Mode plus Wood Style plus Crystal Style, and quickly got up early in the morning to create a city. And this led to the fact that money was really just a number to him. Today, the world-renowned daimyo meeting and hidden village chief medical meeting were held on time. The leader is the leader of the world government, the self-proclaimed head of state, Yu Chenji. World Government Building, 49th floor. So it was named the Ninja World Conference Hall. Today, the Daimyo Conference and Ninja Conference that attracted the attention of the whole ninja world were held here. Those who can participate in this meeting are either big names from various countries, or people with high status in the country, such as auxiliary ministers, such as some nobles with hundreds of years of history. In addition, the leaders of the major ninja villages, ninjas whose strength has reached the Jonin level, and later or the patriarchs of the ninja clan, all gathered together without exception. This group of people sat on both sides, as distinct as civil and military ministers, and the ones sitting in the front were the daimyos and 5 shadows of the 5 great nations. On the left side are all middle-aged men with greasy hair and pink face, and on the right side are all beauties. They are talking to each other. Ming, I heard you leaned against the wall last night. Tsunade looked at Terumi Mei with her chest folded. At this time, Terumi Mei was obviously a few years younger from the face, but her temperament was a little more charming, and her charm was raised to another level. If you ask her, she will definitely tell you that this is the performance of being nourished by love. It's better to come out against the wall than you to come out. Terumi Mei replied lightly. But someone said to let Yu Chen come out against the wall. Tsunade pouted. I've never had sex before. I'm just expressing my fighting spirit. As for the result, Terumi Mei chuckled and said, I don't think the 4 of us combined can be Yu Chen's opponent. 4 refers to herself, Tsunade, and Ra and Azabui. Yi Kang was fully revived half a month ago. It was a single-person resurrection method developed by Yu Chen combined with Rinnegan's inborn technique and immortal talisman. It's a bit like the resurrection of the immortal talisman doesn't just stay in the body that hasn't completely died. Even people who are really dead or even have their bodies destroyed can be resurrected. It's just that the latter case needs to be used in conjunction with impure world reincarnation. In addition, the shortcoming of expending one's own life after using the natural technique of the heretics has also been overcome. The limitation is that there is only one resurrected person, and because the talisman of immortals needs to store energy, and the natural technique of the outsider cannot be abused, there is a cooldown time. But this time is nothing to the important task of eternal life and eternal youth. And Mabui got together with Yu Chen not long ago. With Samuel and Yugito Ni at the helm, she can't escape even if she wants to. The only exception is Kuratsuchi. She is still 1 year away from becoming an adult, so she was able to escape Yu Chen's clutches. Even though she probably didn't want that at all. 4 sisters, I'm still here, can you not talk about this? Haitu said with a depressed expression on his face. Hearing this, the 4 girls laughed together, and then Yi Kang asked Mabui. You choose to join the cabinet, you should know the next process, right? After the world government, with Yu Chen as the head of state, he established 2 organizations, the cabinet and the military cabinet, and the cabinet was aimed at politics, people's livelihood and management. The military cabinet is mainly about war, and the people who join it are high IQ talents with military capabilities such as Nara Shirju and Yamanaka Hai. For example, Senju Tobarama joined both pavilions, and even recorded the scientific research department, etc. In Yu Chen's words, it is called hard work for those who are capable. Anyway, in the face of absolute strength, he is not afraid of any calculations. Everyone who is obedient can enjoy the blessing together, and if you are not obedient, just replace a group of obedient people. I know, but there's nothing to say. Mabui said lazily, Yu Chen Jun won't even show up later. Hearing this, the 4 girls were taken aback. This can be related to the memories of the entire ninja world, and Lycan is not going to come forward? His strength allows him to be so capricious, but won't there be waves? The 4 women felt a little heavy for a while. At this time, there was an aisle following Tsunade's seat, and the Fire Nation daimyo, who was holding a minifan in his hand, suddenly said, Tsunade-ji, I don't know if you are free to come to the main seat of the Earl's mansion tonight. Tsunade turned to look at him, raised his eyebrows and said, Sit. If you have anything to say, just tell me, I will help if you can. Tsunade-ji is a quick talker. The Fire Nation daimyo covered her mouth with a smile, and said, I have a few good things in my hand, which have been handed down from my ancestors and have a history of thousands of years. I want to give them to the head of state through you. This self-proclaimed name, as well as the name of Chen, can be said to be quite self-conscious. Tsunade crossed his arms and asked with great interest, what's the benefit for me? After being well interviewed by Senju Tobarama, the Fire Country daimyo simply gave up the daimyo position. The advantage is to get the hereditary earl. Even if such daimyos as the Land of Thunder surrendered their rights obediently after today, they would not be treated as well as the daimyos of the Land of Fire. This is called buying horsebones with 1,000 pieces of gold. But after spending a few days in Kyushu City, where the world government is located, Tsunade found that the daimyo of the Fire Nation seemed to be convinced by Yu Chen, desperately trying to get closer. This time, it actually said that there are good things that have been passed down for thousands of years to be sent up. They are some ancient spells, which are said to record the cultivation methods of the ancient times, which are completely different from the current ninja's cultivation system. Nation of Fire told the truth. In the past 1,000 years, you are sure you can't use it? Tsunade's interest was halved immediately. Of course. The Fire Nation daimyo nodded and said, the monks of the Fire Temple have always wanted to get 1 or 2 pieces from the Earl, but I didn't agree. The cultivation method of the immortals in the Temple of Fire is nothing compared to the ancient cultivation methods. Oh. Tsunade wondered. In that case, why don't you use it yourself, and why don't you use this so-called cultivation method to cultivate your confidants? Hearing this, the Fire Nation daimyo sighed. Why don't you want to? I summoned active archaeologists and scholars to study together, but the gains were not great. The text used to record information on the spell is higher and deeper than the text in our ninja world. If not, how could the Fire Country daimyo not want to have his own strength? Although for one reason or another, the shadows and most ninjas dare not attack them, they are always in power in name. But they don't like the feeling that they can be killed at any time. So they have been looking for ways to become stronger, but with little success. If you have any with you, let me see. Tsunade has renewed interest. The Fire Nation daimyo didn't hesitate, and took out a talisman from his cuff and handed it to Tsunade. Seeing this, the 4 Black Earth girls came together curiously. And when they saw the above words clearly, the 5 girls were stunned. I always feel like I've seen this writing somewhere. I haven't seen it, it's just a bit like learning something. I remembered that in Yu Chen's office, it seemed that he practiced this character with a brush. So, this is Yu Chen Jun's previous life text. World Government Building, 49th floor. So it was named the Ninja World Conference Hall. Today, the Daimyo Conference and Ninja Conference that attracted the attention of the whole ninja world were held here. Those who can participate in this meeting are either big names from various countries, or people with high status in the country, such as auxiliary ministers, such as some nobles with hundreds of years of history. In addition, the leaders of the major ninja villages, ninjas whose strength has reached the Jonin level, and later or the patriarchs of the ninja clan, all gathered together without exception. This group of people sat on both sides, as distinct as civil and military ministers, and the ones sitting in the front were the daimyos and 5 shadows of the 5 great nations. On the left side are all middle-aged men with greasy hair and pink face, and on the right side are all beauties. They are talking to each other. Ming, I heard you leaned against the wall last night. Tsunade looked at Terumi Mei with her chest folded. At this time, Terumi Mei was obviously a few years younger from the face, but her temperament was a little more charming, and her charm was raised to another level. If you ask her, she will definitely tell you that this is the performance of being nourished by love. It's better to come out against the wall than you to come out. Terumi Mei replied lightly. But someone said to let Yu Chen come out against the wall. Tsunade pouted. I've never had sex before. I'm just expressing my fighting spirit. As for the result. Terumi Mei chuckled and said, I don't think the 4 of us combined can be Yu Chen's opponent. 4 refers to herself, Tsunade, and Ra and Azabui. Yi Kang was fully revived half a month ago. It was a single-person resurrection method developed by Yu Chen combined with Rinnegan's inborn technique and immortal talisman. It's a bit like the resurrection of the immortal talisman doesn't just stay in the body that hasn't completely died. Even people who are really dead or even have their bodies destroyed can be resurrected. It's just that the latter case needs to be used in conjunction with impure world reincarnation. In addition, the shortcoming of expending one's own life after using the natural technique of the heretics has also been overcome. The limitation is that there is only one resurrected person, and because the talisman of immortals needs to store energy, and the natural technique of the outsider cannot be abused, there is a cooldown time. But this time is nothing to the important task of eternal life and eternal youth. And Mabui got together with Yu Chen not long ago. With Samuel and Yugito Ni at the helm, she can't escape even if she wants to. The only exception is Kuratsuchi. She is still 1 year away from becoming an adult, so she was able to escape Yu Chen's clutches. Even though she probably didn't want that at all. 4 sisters, I'm still here, can you not talk about this? Haitu said with a depressed expression on his face. Hearing this, the 4 girls laughed together, and then Yi Kang asked Mabui. You choose to join the cabinet, you should know the next process, right? After the world government, with Yu Chen as the head of state, he established 2 organizations, the cabinet and the military cabinet, and the cabinet was aimed at politics, people's livelihood and management. The military cabinet is mainly about war, and the people who join it are high IQ talents with military capabilities such as Nara Shirju and Yamanaka Hai. For example, Senju Tobarama joined both pavilions, and even recorded the scientific research department, etc. In Yu Chen's words, it is called hard work for those who are capable. Anyway, in the face of absolute strength, he is not afraid of any calculations. Everyone who is obedient can enjoy the blessing together, and if you are not obedient, just replace a group of obedient people. I know, but there's nothing to say. Mabui said lazily, Yu Chen Jun won't even show up later. Hearing this, the 4 girls were taken aback. This can be related to the memories of the entire ninja world, and Lycan is not going to come forward? His strength allows him to be so capricious, but won't there be waves? The four women felt a little heavy for a while. At this time, there was an aisle following Tsunade's seat, and the Fire Nation daimyo, who was holding a minifan in his hand, suddenly said, "Tsunade-ji, I don't know if you were free to come to the main seat of the Earl's mansion tonight." Tsunade turned to look at him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Sit? If you have anything to say, just tell me, I will help if you can." Tsunade-ji is a quick talker. The Fire Nation daimyo covered her mouth with a smile, and said, "I have a few good things in my hand, which have been handed down from my ancestors and have a history of thousands of years. I want to give them to the head of state through you." This self-proclaimed name, as well as the name of Chen, can be said to be quite self-conscious. Tsunade crossed his arms and asked with great interest, "What's the benefit for me?" After being well interviewed by Senju Tobarama, the Fire Country daimyo simply gave up the daimyo position. The advantage is to get the hereditary earl. Even if such daimyos as the Land of Thunder surrendered their rights obediently after today, they would not be treated as well as the daimyos of the Land of Fire. This is called buying horsebones with 1,000 pieces of gold. But after spending a few days in Kyushu City, where the world government is located, Tsunade found that the daimyo of the Fire Nation seemed to be convinced by Yu Chen, desperately trying to get closer. This time, it actually said that there are good things that have been passed down for thousands of years to be sent up. They are some ancient spells, which are said to record the cultivation methods of the ancient times, which are completely different from the current ninja's cultivation system. Nation of Fire told the truth. In the past 1,000 years, you are sure you can't use it? Tsunade's interest was halved immediately. Of course. The Fire Nation daimyo nodded and said, "The monks of the Fire Temple have always wanted to get 1 or 2 pieces from the Earl, but I didn't agree. The cultivation method of the immortals in the Temple of Fire is nothing compared to the ancient cultivation methods." Oh. Tsunade wondered. In that case, why don't you use it yourself, and why don't you use this so-called cultivation method to cultivate your confidants? Hearing this, the Fire Nation daimyo sighed. "Why don't you want to? I summoned active archaeologists and scholars to study together, but the gains were not great. The text used to record information on the spell is higher and deeper than the text in our ninja world. If not, how could the Fire Country daimyo not want to have his own strength? Although for one reason or another, the shadows and most ninjas dare not attack them, they are always in power in name. But they don't like the feeling that they can be killed at any time. So they have been looking for ways to become stronger, but with little success. If you have any with you, let me see." Tsunade has renewed interest. The Fire Nation daimyo didn't hesitate, and took out a talisman from his cuff and handed it to Tsunade. Seeing this, the 4 Black Earth girls came together curiously. And when they saw the above words clearly, the 5 girls were stunned. "I always feel like I've seen this writing somewhere. I haven't seen it, it's just a bit like learning something. I remembered that in Yu Chen's office, it seemed that he practiced this character with a brush. So, this is Yu Chen Jun's previous life text. Show me." Just when Tsunade and the girls were wondering, a nice voice suddenly came from behind them. Feather dust. The 5 girls turned around together and found that Zhao Chen appeared at some point. "Your Excellency." The originally noisy conference hall instantly became audible. Everyone looked at Zhao Yu Chen with respect, fear, or admiration. No one dared to show hostility or other emotions. Even the daimyo and the major ninja leaders who have not officially announced their surrender are no exception. Zhao Yu Chen ignored these, but took the talisman handed over by Min Min. Tisk. When seeing the familiar words on it, Yu Chen showed a strange expression. This character is generally not recognized by people in Kyushu, because it belongs to the bronze inscriptions after the oracle bone inscriptions, which were mainly popular in the late Shang and early Zhou dynasties. He would recognize it because he was a star in his previous life and wanted to participate in an archaeological variety show. In order to perform well, he learned some oracle bone inscriptions and the like. At that time, he didn't remember much, but after time travel, the memories of the previous life are like files stored in the computer. Now he can retrieve them whenever he wants to use them, so he recognizes some of them. If he didn't understand, the word on this talisman is Shashi Fa Foundation Building Chapter. What's the matter with this strong painting style of cultivating immortals? Does it match with Hokage ninja? Well, if you have to say it, it actually works. The ninja world exists in Jinjiao, in counterfeit versions of red gourds, amber bottles and other utensils, and in magical arts such as Shengfeng ears and Samadhi real fire. How about a serious cultivation method? He had learned about Taoism in his previous life, and he remembered that the cultivation methods were divided into outer alchemy method and outer alchemy method. Among them, the inner alchemy is often found in some novels about cultivating immortals, devouring the heaven and earth to strengthen the aura, transforming the body step by step, changing the fate and one's own realm, and finally becoming a fairy or even transcending. And the outer alchemy method is actually to swallow the elixir to become stronger. For example, eating the golden elixir refined by the Taishang Laojun can directly become like this. Ordinary people's alchemy is to take the amount, and use ordinary spiritual grass and fruit as the basis to refine ordinary pills to improve their strength. There are also people who practice both internally and externally. In this way, is there a strange sense of familiarity? That's right, the Waden method is very similar to the operation of the Otsutsuki clan's sacred tree. They find life planets one after another, use the body of young Otsutsuki to activate 10 tails to turn into god trees, and then devour the natural chakra on the planet, and bear fruit after thousands of years. In the end, if you practice the beast fruit into a pill and swallow it, you can ascend to the sky in one step, and the worst is a 6 paths level existence that can survive for thousands of years. Repeat this process continuously, and finally become a god by devouring it. Among them, Otsutsuki Shi, who developed the magic technique, is a typical representative. There are so many similarities, it may be said that Kishimoto likes Kyushu culture and plagiarized a lot, but to be honest, it can be said that the theory of the reflection of the heavens. In short, Shushin and Hokage ninja have a good style of painting. Where did you get this thing? Zhao Yuchen put away the talisman that was suspected to be a skill, and turned to look at the Fire Kingdom daimyo. Facing those eyes with a peculiar halo on the surface, the Fire Nation daimyo didn't dare to show any disrespect, and instinctively sat up straight and said, "This is a treasure handed down from generation to generation in our Daming Mansion." The 5 countries of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder are not only the 5 strongest countries in the ninja world today, but also the 5 countries with the longest history, all of which have a history of more than 500 years. In other words, the talisman produced by the Fire Country daimyo has a history of at least 500 years. I say such nonsense. Seeing that the daimyo of the Land of Fire seemed ready to eloquently, Zhao Yuchen interrupted. "As long as it is a good thing, I will naturally not treat you badly, you just need to tell me what I want to know." The expression of the Fire Country daimyo froze. If it were someone else, he would already be angry now. You know, Hokage has to maintain respect in front of him, even if he is powerless. Because they are daimyo, the highest place in this world, and the rule makers. As long as no one can push the entire ninja world horizontally by themselves, and no one can solve all the daimyos at the same time, they will be attacked by groups and usher in destruction. So although they have no power, they are not afraid of being violently targeted. But now, Zhao Yuchen has an energy that overturns everything. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Konoha and even the power of the 5 hidden villages are all in his hands. Therefore, he will be the real one in this ninja world. Otsutsuki Kagaya is now resurrected, at most relying on infinite Tsukuyomi to get rid of the people in the ninja world. Only Zhao Chen wanted them to surrender. This is bought by the ancestors of the family from the ancient country of Lulan. The great name of the country of fire replied succinctly. Lulan ancient country, Zhao Yuchen's eyes flashed. The dragon vein that can travel through time and space, the information brought by the charm, and the information involved in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory all seem to be related to this location. There's so much wrong with this place. It seems that if I have time recently, I will go there to explore and explore. And you, do you hold these strange things? Zhao Yuchen looked at the other 4 daimyos. They looked at each other and nodded decisively. At this time, if you don't climb up to Zhao Yuchen and make the Kingdom of Fire famous, isn't that a fool's behavior? Are they all from the ancient country of Lulan? Zhao Yuchen asked. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Wind nodded immediately. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder shook his head and said, "Half of our collections in the Kingdom of Thunder come from Lulan, and the other half come from the Kingdom of the Sea." The daimyo of the Country of Water nodded and said in agreement, "The collections of our Country of Water are all from the Country of the Sea. I heard that there is a special Uzumaki in a certain sea area of that country. Precious things often appear thousands of years ago. But as time went on, less and less came out of that Uzumaki." Hearing this, Zhao Yuchen nodded. In other words, things related to Kyushu and Shushin all come from 2 ancient places. At that time, send all your hands to me. As for the benefits, you will know right away, it is definitely something you dream of. Zhao Yuchen said something to the 5 daimyos, then turned to look at everyone. His gaze was calm, but no one dared to look at him. Even Senju Hashirama feels a level of oppression. "Thank you for coming here, I hope you can make the right choice in the future. Then the meeting will officially start, and our World Government Cabinet member Narashika will preside over it." After the voice fell, Zhao Yuchen's figure had disappeared. Not only did he not host, he didn't even want to be present at the reminiscence. This scene made many people's expressions change slightly, feeling that they were not getting the attention they deserved. Although we have no ability to resist you, at least you should have some superficial respect, right? If we don't cooperate, it will bring you a lot of trouble, won't it? Some people wondered. But this idea completely disappeared after Naruto came on stage, turned on the big screen, and began to chair the meeting. Just because the first thing Naruto came to the stage was to invite everyone to enjoy a battle. The two sides were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, both of whom used their strength. Full-body Susanoo and Yugito ni Jutsu under the blessing of sage art. That's the power to stand at the top of 6 paths. And this is just an appetizer for the head start, followed by the appearance of the 9-tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the perfect Jinchuriki mode is turned on at the same time, and the tailed beast bomb is used together. Finally, Kong Nin's moving castle in the air appeared, and countless aircraft carriers and submarines appeared. With Uchiha Madara joining the world government, Kong Nin and Shen Nong are no exception. There is also Zero Tail, a perpetual motion machine that can devour human negative emotions and turn it into a dark chakra. It has been surrendered and sealed by Zhao Yuchen on the bottom floor of the world government building as a sustainable and recyclable energy source. Ziyuan will regularly use the light attribute chakra to purify the Zero Tail. This liar has shown the top combat power of the world government, looking at the high-end combat power, and has a powerful destructive power that ordinary people can control. In the face of such power, other ninja villages and countries combined are not opponents at all. For a while, everyone was silent. It is said to be watching a popular science movie, but this is the root of the superweapon Tuanyu. Next, let me show you the treatment after joining the world government. Nara Shikamaru switches screens. After seeing clearly, everyone's breathing became short of breath. These daimyos, the high nobles, the chiefs of the ninja village and the power of the Jonin, all had one thought. Must join world government. 1. Jonin joins the world government, will obtain the world government ninja level certification, can obtain the world government resident certificate, can randomly select a house in the center of Kyushu City, and then get a fixed salary of XXX every month, and enjoy XX department welfare. 2. Ninjas join the world government, you can get a piece of land planned by the world government, you can get. Messages appeared one after another, and the eyes of the daimyos of the major countries and the leaders of Ninja Village turned blood red. All of them present here have lived in this city for at least a week. People like the daimyo of the country of fire have lived here for more than half a month. During the time they lived here, they knew what it meant to be alive. Completely different casinos, completely different cuisines, various types of unheard of services, key transportation, viewing equipment, entertainment sisters and so on. Everything in has a fatal appeal to them. For daimyo, aristocrats and wealthy businessmen, there is no way to have strong strength, and enjoyment is their greatest pursuit. For example, the big names in various countries usually play cards and make people at home. There are no other entertainment items at all. Watching TV and movies are unchanging and unintentional pastimes. But in JoJo City, they just want to be country bumpkins. There are too many things they have never heard of or seen, and they immediately like it. If someone drives them out of Kyushu City now, they will definitely feel very uncomfortable and die. As for the ninja, not only the ideas of the daimyo and others, but also the most desired 2 words. Peace. Here, they don't have to worry about being attacked and dying suddenly. Even if you die by accident, as long as you are sure there is no fault, the world government will also be resurrected. The danger factor of the tasks performed is greatly reduced, but the benefits are greatly increased. This is simply the place they dream of, and they all desire to have the identity here. But now, looking at the rules issued by the world government, they feel that this is simply sending benefits. It can be said that anyone who opposes will become their common enemy. After entering Kyushu City, after watching the film shot by world government, the method of coercion and temptation has been used in Ultimate. No wonder Yu Chen doesn't plan to show up. Terumi Mei looked at the various benefits after joining Kyushu City on the big screen, and realized that she still underestimated Yu Chen's structure and courage. He is willing to give treatment beyond their belief, so that most people are willing to join, so that the whole world can reach peace in the fastest time. And once the peace comes, the world government will start to develop technology, people's livelihood, agriculture and so on. Any money in one's hands is only a catalyst for development, and will eventually return to Yu Chen's hands. This is a blatant conspiracy. You thought this was over? Mabui said suddenly. The 4 girls looked startled. At this point, Naruto said, these are just the conditions that you need to publicize in the future, not the conditions for you. With your identities or strengths, if you only have such a condition, you may see you clearly. The head of state has given you preferential treatment. If you choose to join the world government now, you will have exclusive benefits. After speaking, Naruto released a new picture. When seeing the content on this picture, everyone present was not calm, even a little crazy. The benefits given above can be described as simple and rude, such as elite jonin and daimyo from various countries. As long as you join, you can get a knighthood, and give various benefits and enjoyment privileges. As long as you join now, you can enjoy the preferential treatment of many things. And these are only they are qualified, ordinary people can't. Putting such perks into reality, they could be ahead of a lot of people. If you have no problem with your brain, you will not refuse. I set an example and join the world government. The daimyo of the country of water was the first to stand up and express his opinion, saying, I believe that under the wise leadership of the head of state, the entire ninja world will usher in vitality and peace. For such a cause, I don't think it's worth doing if I am a famous name in the country of water. I hereby declare that whoever is disobedient in the land of water will be expelled from the land of water nationality from today. The land of water clamored very loudly. The daimyos of land of earth, land of enemy, and land of wind immediately cast contemptuous glances at them. As a great name of a country, or a great name of a great country, don't you feel guilty for directly surrendering to the enemy? You really don't want any face? What about your dignity as a daimyo of a country? Don't you feel unwilling to give up your rights and status like this? Just a little benefit and a reason to enjoy it, and you will be bewitched. That's right. The daimyo of the country of water said it well. The daimyo of the country of thunder stood up and echoed. My country of thunder also has the same attitude. For the peace of ninjas, for the common prosperity, for the conscious development of the ninja system, and for the future to be able to deal with foreign enemies outside the world, the ninja world must twist it into a rope. I, the kingdom of thunder, was the first to agree. If there are nobles and commoners who oppose it, I will deprive the status of the citizens of my country. Daimyo of the country of water and daimyo of the country of thunder jumped out to support the world government. Obviously, the two absolutely followed in the footsteps of the Fire Nation daimyo and were corrupted by entertainment together. The daimyo of the country of the wind and the daimyo of the country of the earth were anxious when they saw this, and immediately responded. Among them, the daimyo of the 10 countries also condemned the other master. Can you talk? From now on, there will not be so many countries in the ninja world, only the ninja world will exist and become the world government. And we are the lords of the world government, and we will fight to the end with the world government. Right. As the 5 daimyos frantically expressed their opinions, the others were not far behind. The general trend is the general trend. There is no opportunity to give charcoal in the snow, and it is icing on the cake, it must not be left behind. Seeing this scene, the 5 girls of Terumi Mei looked at each other, knowing what each other meant. As shadows, they also expressed their opinions. This so-called meeting was indeed destined to end well before it started. At the same time, after Zhao Yuchen checked the few talismans he got in his hands, he became more determined to go to Gulalon. After thinking about it, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to Honglian. Go ahead and start the Chunin exam early. This Chunin exam is no longer jointly organized by the hidden villages, but the first Chunin exam held by our world government. Hearing this, Honglian immediately nodded and said, yes. She immediately takes control of the building with crystal style, sending the message down. At this moment, the whole building suddenly shook. Zhao Yuchen looked to the side and opened the space portal. Otsutsuki Ura style. Boom. Outside the world government high-rise, a colorful energy Uzumaki suddenly appeared hundreds of high above the sky. Walking out of it was a man with pale skin, cold eyes, long light blue hair, a high ponytail, no brows, 2 weird spots on his forehead, and 2 weird horns protecting his forehead. Wearing an ordinary white dress, carrying a fish crate emitting a bloody red light on his back, and holding a red fishing rod in his hand, those who didn't know thought it was a fisherman. Looking at the Kyushu city below, he raised his head and let out wild laughter. Ha ha ha, it worked. As expected of our clan's sacred object, it can travel through time and space, changing fate in heaven defying. Yuchen, today I'm going to get rid of you before you grow up, even if you may be cursed by time, it's worth it. While speaking, the man with blue hair in white put his hands together and shouted, Tengai Shinsei. Boom. A few miles above the sky, the wind is surging. Countless rocks appeared out of thin air, and quickly gathered towards several points, forming a huge spherical meteorite. The people who gathered because of the shaking of the building discovered this situation immediately. Hiss. What is this? An extraterrestrial meteorite. It's so big, if this thing hits the ground, everyone in tall buildings will be destroyed. Run away. Escape? You can't escape at all, this is the power of the gods. Is this the god of Kyushu being punished by God? Well. It's messed up, all messed up. Countless people in Kyushu gave birth to despair. Even some powerful ninjas are like this. This is Tengai Shinsei. On one of the floors of the World Government Building, Uchiha Madara looked up and saw the meteorite in the sky. His expression showed astonishment, followed by a fiery fighting spirit. At this time, he is no longer without eyes, but transplanted back into a Rinnegan, which was gifted by Zhao Yuchen. As for the one of Uzumaki Nagato, it is temporarily under the management of Senju Tobarama, and it will be used to revive a group of people every once in a while as a group resurrection coin. And Uzumaki Nagato has transplanted a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan whose pupils were swallowed by feather dust, and Senju Hashirama is the same. Both of them have the opportunity to open Sage Body and Immortal Eye. As for the other whiteboard Mangekyo Sharingan, it has been handed over to Honglian for safekeeping by Zhao Yuchen, who is the main person in charge of the world government. Who can get it depends on who makes the first contribution and gets enough world government meritorious service. World government meritorious deeds will be the hardest currency standard in the entire ninja world. Far away. Now it's Tengai Shinsei. Madala, do you know this is a god? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama, and said proudly, this is the power of Rinnegan, and it is also a special ninjutsu that can only be performed at the 6 paths level, focusing on destruction. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama lived up to his usual silliness, and said in a serious tone, so, there are 6 paths level powerhouses who have attacked us. We hear. Uchiha Madara snorted inwardly. Damn hot mom, have you forgotten Konoha so quickly? However, Zhao Yuchen did not ban the 5 hidden villages. Instead, he planned to turn these 5 hidden villages into important military towns, and even a new city. In the future, the 5 hidden villages will build a new college named after the hidden village, and open elementary schools, middle schools, etc. in various places to implement ninja and targeted welfare education. At that time, cultural people and people with ninja talents will bloom everywhere, and schools are the way for them to change their lives and destiny. And the ninja school in the 5 hidden villages is naturally the best school, and it is also the existence of the world government branch. The major countries bid farewell to history, but the hidden ninja village will survive with the world government forever. Perhaps it is for this reason that everyone, as well as some elderly senior officials in Yin village, choose to surrender. Since resistance is useless, surrender can actually make the village develop better, so why persist in resistance? It's better to continue or watch Yinkun grow bigger and stronger, and seek greater benefits. Could it be the Sage of 6 Paths? Senju Tobarama suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Definitely not. Uchiha Madara retorted without thinking. If it is Sage of 6 Paths, at least the power of the 9-tailed beasts should be recovered first to attack us. I think it's the alien race Otsutsuki mentioned by Yuchen. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama didn't go to Uchiha Madara, but thought about it carefully and nodded. It should be like this. Brother, let's take action. Today is a special day, so don't cause any bad influence. Showing our strength at the right time can turn bad things into good things. Okay. Senju Hashirama nodded, put his hands together and was ready to enter Sage mode. But Uchiha Madara held out his hand to stop him, and stepped forward. Hashirama, leave this matter to me. It's great that I have the strength of the Otsutsuki clan. See if my Rinnegan is stronger than them. Madara, I want to fight too. It's not easy to meet such an opponent. Senju Hashirama said that he didn't want to miss it either. But at this moment, the sound of thousands of birds chirping suddenly appeared in one of the tall buildings. Immediately after that, a purple electric glow shot out from the top of the building. 1,000 birds flow. Accompanied by an indifferent voice, the purple electric glow instantly swelled and spread. Boom. The several huge falling spheres were all wrapped in purple lightning, instantly shattered and wiped out. Hiss. The people who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. The godlike power in their eyes was resisted so lightly. Are there godlike figures in this world government high-rise? I seem to have heard that voice somewhere, so familiar. Idiot. It's on TV, that's the voice of the head of state. My lord Yuchen. He is so strong. An idiot who can convince Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Jinchuriki headed by the 9 nationalities, shadows and high-level officials of the 5 hidden villages, of course his strength cannot be weak. Wow. I used to like Lord Yuchen because of his good looks, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. I really want to marry him. When will you choose a concubine? Fantasy, Master Yuchen is also something you can climb up to? There are too many outstanding women around Yuchen. Appearance is just an admission ticket, don't think about it. The crisis was resolved, and the atmosphere of everyone chatting relaxed. But at this time, Yuchen stepped forward and came to the sky. Otsutsuki Ura style. Zhao Yuchen raised one hand and said in a flat tone, did you come here with a plow? You really know a lot of things, Yuchen. Otsutsuki Urashiki roared. Yu Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "It seems that I will cause a lot of trouble to your family in the future, and you actually want to kill me across time. But karma is irreversible, you are just delusional." "Is it delusional? You have to fight to know, you are not the future you." Otsutsuki Urashiki originally wanted to say something, but stopped in time at the last moment. He knew very well that once he said too much, he might be induced. Then his actions this time will be in vain. "Even if I die, I want you to die. As long as you fall, I have the possibility of resurrection. Otsutsuki Shi has to reward me too." Otsutsuki swings the fishing rod in Ura style. Seeing this, Zhao Yuchen didn't make any movements, his expression was always calm. "Pu Shi, I really want to fight with you. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity," Zhao Yuchen said with emotion. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Urashi suddenly felt a chill deep in his heart. A powerful devouring force enveloped him, and he suddenly found that he couldn't shake his fishing rod. Zhao Yuchen looked at the colored space behind Otsutsuki Urashiki and frowned. Hinata. Although Hinata is more mature than now, there are many different temperaments. But Yu Chen still threw out the other party's identity at a glance. "Brother Yu Chen, see you in the future." Hinata smiled at Zhao Yuchen, her pure white eyes shining with purple light. She aligned Otsutsuki Ura style with a flip. Crack. There was a purple thunder falling, glowing with pitch-black fluctuations. This thunder swallowed Otsutsuki Urashiki, destroying everything about him. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Urashiki turned into nothingness, which even the wedge couldn't do. Zhao Yuchen. This Hinata is open. Interesting. Looking at the disappearing colorful space Uzumaki, Zhao Yuchen smiled. The future Hinata seems to be a little too powerful, and he can kill Otsutsuki Urashiki casually. But she is from the future, and Tensigun has obviously been activated. It is normal to have such strength, after all, she is his future woman. But this still makes me want to improve my strength quickly. I don't know if the influence has passed, or there is no influence. With the thought in his mind, Chen felt that he was still thinking too much. Everything has its own cause and effect. The future Hinata can kill Otsutsuki Urashi so easily, and he will only become stronger, so why worry? He just needs to be himself and do the best thing at the moment. With this in mind, Zhao Chen cast Flying Thunder God and returned to the tall building. At this time, many strong men and high-level world government leaders had gathered on the roof, obviously waiting for his return. "Boy Yu Chen, who was the enemy who attacked just now?" Senju Hashirama couldn't bear his temper the most, and was the first to ask. Everyone present knew his character and the relationship between Yu Chen and Tsunade, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with calling him that. "Otsutsuki Ura style." Zhao Yuchen replied. "It really is Otsutsuki." Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he asked, "How is your strength?" "Strength?" Zhao Yuchen glanced at Hinata indistinctly, and replied, "That's a member of the Otsutsuki clan. If you have strength, you don't need to enter a special state to kill you." "Kill me casually." Uchiha Madara's expression was serious. Zhao Yuchen nodded. The members of the main family of Otsutsuki have at least devoured the fruit of the sacred tree. Even if the quality is average, they still have the blood successor snare and special power. On the level of life, unless you become the perfect 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you are not qualified to compare with him at all. In terms of power, you only have the Rinnegan, and he has the white eyes and the Guyu Rinnegan. Besides, there are also appliances specially developed by the Otsutsuki family, which have a restraining effect on the human beings existing in the body. It's better than anything else, what do you think? Uchiha Madara fell silent for a moment. He didn't expect the gap between himself and Otsutsuki to be so large. That is simply not a fighting awareness and mentality that can make up for it. But you don't need to be discouraged. Seeing that everyone's expressions on the scene became serious, Zhao Yuchen changed the subject and added, "Otsutsuki is not insurmountable. The world government will soon popularize the cultivation method of basic immortal arts. By then, anyone can devour natural energy and become powerful. As long as you work hard, the strong will become stronger, and I will often offer extraordinary rewards. It's only a matter of time before we surpass Otsutsuki. Of course, this is a benefit that only core members of the world government can enjoy." At this time, Zhao Chen has not forgotten to increase the weight of the world government. But the effect was brilliant, and everyone was very excited. Many people have already started to work hard, and they are ready to do a big job at that time. It is impossible for anyone to refuse to become stronger. Everything starts with the convening of the Chunin exam this time, and it depends on everyone's performance. Zhao Yuchen expressed his expectation. Everyone nodded, but Senju Hashirama was more concerned about Otsutsuki Urashiki's fate, and asked in doubt, Yu Chen, what about Otsutsuki Urashiki? Of course I solved it, Zhao Yu Chen said without blushing. Future Hinata is his woman, her woman has never come here to deal with future people, rounding up as him to deal with this guy. No writing brush. Solved, so fast, Senju Hashirama showed surprise. He is silly, but not stupid. Zhao Yu Chen gave Uchiha Madara a popular science, and he can understand it too. He has apparently been resurrected and has been Mangekyo Sharingan, but has privately fought against Uchiha Madara, not against the latter. This is also the case that the latter only needs one Rinnegan, and does not use Tengai Shinsei and Planetary Devastation and other ultimate moves, just the ability to absorb chakra. Universal Pull and Shenluo Tianzheng, combined with other Six Paths abilities, make him overwhelmed. So what he wants to do most now is to improve his physique and awaken Rinnegan. Once he has both Rinnegan and Sage Body, his strength will surpass Uchiha Madara again. But the current Uchiha Madara is still so far away from Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Yu Chen actually wiped it out in such a short period of time. What kind of strength is this? In the face of absolute strength, this is so fast. Zhao Yu Chen's eyes are fixed, Tenseigan's power is running, Tenseigan chakra mode is on the verge of opening, Six Paths level special chakra is injected into the eyes of the sky, and a special look is running. Hot eyes. This is the best reward he has received in this period of time. Can see through all illusions, enchantments, and see the goodwill and malice in chakra. Not only that, the gaze can also be condensed into substance, directly attacking the soul. Any soul below the Six Paths level can be directly erased. Hiss. At this moment, everyone at the scene only felt an invisible pressure appearing. They found that they could actually feel their own soul, and the soul was trembling. It seems that as long as Yu Chen thinks, he can directly shatter their souls, and their lives will not exist. Hiss. Everyone was shocked by Yu Chen's strength. How strong is the regiment can achieve this level? You know, they are the 5 shadows of all dynasties, they are Jinchuriki, they are perfect Jinchuriki, and the worst are elite Jonin, who can play a key role in wars. But now, even Yu Chen's gaze couldn't bear it. Everyone, do a good job. The world government will not treat you badly. Time seems to be frozen, 1 second is infinitely extended, and it seems that time is extending infinitely. Everyone just feels confused and doesn't know what to do. Yu Chen's figure had suddenly disappeared, leaving only a sound that seemed to come from infinite distance, but exploded in their ears. They woke up suddenly, and found that the clothes on the back had been soaked in cold sweat at some point. This is the power of the gods, Onoki sighed instinctively. Citrus Yagura, Luo Sha, Fourth Reikage Eye and others nodded in agreement when they heard the words. Whether they are conceited, barbaric and rampant, or boast of being both civil and military, they are all ants who can't resist the mentality and ability to resist in front of the strength Zhao Yu Chen just showed. With such an existence, the world government has Dingai Shenzhen. The unification of the ninja world is imperative. After one day, a news that shocked the entire ninja world spread around the world government. The daimyos of the 5 major countries took the lead, followed by the daimyos of the smaller countries, and all announced that they would give up their daimyo titles and accept the hereditary titles issued by the world government instead. From then on, they no longer have real power and political power, only the various preferential treatment that they can enjoy in the world government according to their titles. For example, discounts are announced for tasks, such as discounts for study fees. For example, you can enter some special places, and you can enjoy new scientific research products in advance, etc. In addition, the major hidden villages and ninjas also choose to join the world government, and become a member of the world government since then, abide by the laws promulgated by the world government, accept the deployment of the world government, and so on. For a time, the entire ninja world was boiling because of this change. And the first sentence world government Chunin assessment contest held by the world government. This exam, just the first exam, is a whole month. But all of this has nothing to do with Zhao Yu Chen. As the head of the world government, he only needs to appear at the closing ceremony and finals, except for the opening ceremony. The most important thing for him now is to fully awaken Tenseigan. It's done. Zhao Yu Chen opened his eyes abruptly. Boom. At this moment, the entire Kyushu was shocked. What happened? It feels like the air is freezing. I couldn't move, I even wanted to kneel down. The space seems to be imprisoned, and I can no longer move. This feeling is somewhat familiar. It seems to have happened a month ago. In the city of Kyushu, no matter it is the civilians or merchants who have moved in one after another in the past month, or those nobles with titles, or those serious people with strength, they all feel an indescribable coercion. They want to talk but can't, only the mind can stop functioning. Stronger people like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can barely move, but they also find it difficult. Under such influence, the strength they can exert will be directly halved. Who is it? Senju Hashirama asked solemnly. Is there any more to say? It must be Yu Chen. Uchiha Madara was boiling with fighting spirit. Did he break through again? Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "Are you serious about your fighting spirit?" "Of course I want to have a fight with him, but not now, and I'm not an idiot." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said, "I've recently practiced the immortal method provided by Yu Chen, and within half a year I can make a breakthrough in my body level. When the time comes to bring back another Rinnegan, I will be a proper 6 paths class. At that time, I will challenge him again, and I will know how big the gap is." Uchiha Madara likes to fight, but doesn't like to be abused. Otherwise, he would not obey Senju Hashirama, fearing that he would fight once in 10.5 months. But his understanding of Otsutsuki and the real 6 paths level powerhouse is still in Yu Chen's dictation. If he has the opportunity, he hopes to feel it. You only need half a year. Senju Hashirama grasped the point instantly. Not bad. Uchiha Madara showed a smug smile. I heard that you want to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, and it will take about a year. Damn it, it's not because you faked your death and sneaked away. Senju Hashirama said unwillingly. Uchiha Madara bit off a piece of his flesh back then, obtained ultimate Yongdun with the power of a little 6 paths level genetic factor, then hibernated for decades, and successfully opened Rinnegan in his later years. If it wasn't for the severe lack of energy and blood in his body, he could push the entire ninja world horizontally by himself at that time, and each devouring tail beast could become a new 10 tails Jinchuriki. This ninja world will indeed be, as he said, not enough for him to play alone. But now, Uchiha Madara is revived in the full glory of his youth and got back his own Rinnegan, so he adapts quickly. There is a 6 paths factor in his bloodline, which is of the same origin as Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It is naturally not difficult to develop it when he obtains a fairy cultivation method that is more powerful than Mount Myoboku and can nourish the body. Even because of Rinnegan, devouring nature chakra becomes stronger very quickly. In comparison, although Senju Hashirama has developed his physique to the limit long ago, he has not reached sage body after all, and has not felt the power of yin-yang escape, and his eyes are ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan transplanted from others, and light adaptation also needs to be done. A period of time. That is to say, after the real evolution, these eyes will fit his body genes when he transforms into Rinnegan, and there will be no hidden dangers, otherwise he will want to change the way of becoming stronger. But in terms of speed, he must be much faster than Uchiha Madara. Don't be complacent, Madara, I'll ask Yu Chen to cook for me, Senju Hashirama said arrogantly. Do you have a big face? Uchiha Madara asked. Why do you say that you asked Yu Chen to prescribe small stoves for you, but he would prescribe it repeatedly? Are you stupid? Uchiha Madara looked at the idiot expression on his face. I am Xiaozuna's real grandfather. Speaking seriously, Kid Yu Chen is going to call me grandpa now. Why do you think he's going to make a fuss? After all countries and ninja villages announced to join the world government a month ago, the world government has become the highest ninja and the only government military combination organization. And Yu Chen is undoubtedly the daimyo's daimyo, centralized and supreme existence. In terms of strength, he alone can overwhelm the crowd. In this huge ninja world, only a few people such as Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Hagoromo who are afraid of death can fight against him. There are countless strong people gathered around him, and his future is limitless. In this case, he no longer needs to estimate anyone's feelings. He promulgated a decree, strictly stipulating that a person with a title can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and civilians have to pay taxes if they want to do so, and each of them needs to register with the official agency. As the head of state, he directly announced to the whole ninja world who his wives were. Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Azabui and Ra are on the list, as well as Kaide in Jinchuriki and the 2 secretaries composed of Yugito Ni, Mabui and Guren, as well as Kushinand Makoto and others. Except for them, women such as Hyuga Hinata, 4th Tsuchikage Black Earth, Yamanaka Ino, etc., are all fiancés. At the same time, Yu Chen promulgated the age limit for marriage, men over 18 years old, and women over 16 years old. Under some changes, some people are happy and some are sad, but no one dares to oppose them. As for Tsunade, he was indeed one of Yu Chen's legitimate wives, and Senju Hashirama's words were absolutely correct. Uchiha Madara was silent. For the first time, he swears, he envies Senju Hashirama for having a wife. Who would have thought that the granddaughter of the direct relative could actually help in this regard? Uchiha Makoto, I don't have a good relationship with him, and he has long since stopped calling himself Uchiha. It must be too late for me to get married and have a daughter to marry Yu Chen. Well, My Uchiha clan has a lot of beauties. If it doesn't work, I will take a few adopted daughters in the clan, and after they are trained, let them find a way to become Yu Chen's women. You take the quality, I will go. Uchiha Madara felt like giving herself credit for her wit. He didn't want to please Yu Chen wholeheartedly, but Senju Hashirama wanted everything he had. This is all about fairness. Yu Chen is not limited to ninja training. Uchiha Madara of Battlefield Rose really plans to give herself some beauties from the Uchiha clan, otherwise she will be dumbfounded. At this moment, he was feeling the change in strength, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. So strong. He originally thought that his strength would not change much during this transformation. Because in the quasi-6 paths period, he had already surpassed the normal 6 paths level combat power, and the most this transformation was to make his background stronger. But he found that he still underestimated the benefits of bloodline transformation. No wonder those Otsutsuki were so obsessed with evolving bloodlines, devouring fruits and alchemy. After possessing Tenseigan, Otsutsuki's physique also changed from acquired to innate. The added turning eye technique is just a little more means for him. For him, who has the ability to fuse many Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, it is just icing on the cake. But after owning Tenseigan, the consumption of these magic spells and pupil spells can be at least halved, which means that his endurance will be much stronger, and chakra can exert more power at the same time. Not only that, after Otsutsuki's physique reached the innate level, his sensitivity to natural chakra increased several times, and the efficiency of absorption and utilization also increased several times. That is to say, although his method remains the same, the absorption, application, exertion, and combination of natural chakra are at least tenfold improved. Besides that, he also awakens special Tenseigan chakra mode. In this mode, the strength can be increased several times again. If there is no Otsutsuki physique, there may be side effects after using it. For example, Otsutsuki is used after awakening Tenseigan. If Naruto defeats it, it will directly lose Tenseigan. And he has the innate physique of Otsutsuki, so he doesn't have to worry about this. Very good, very powerful. Zhao Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand lightly. Royal Palace of Heaven, he feels the ball space. The seal of the 6 paths level outside the first ball space is also more clear. You can't stop me now. Zhao Yu Chen tore through the space and stepped out in one step. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya, I'm here for an appointment, in the initial ball space. Seeing Yu Chen, Kagaya knew that he had made a breakthrough. At this moment, Yu Chen is on the same level as him, possesses the same level of physique as hers, and possesses a Tenseigan comparable to his Rinnegan. No, due to the deprivation of 10 tails, in terms of strength, she is even inferior to Yu Chen. In addition, Yu Chen has mastered many divine arts, many abilities that she does not know. Its comprehensive strength must have surpassed him. Even if she is to be released from the seal now, it must be only a moment before Yu Chen is imprisoned. But even so, she didn't mean to submit directly, after all, she was from the Otsutsuki family. This is also the blood of the fighting clan. Let's fight. Kagaya took off the comfort from her body. As the goddess of Izuki, she has horns shaped like rabbit ears on her head. Apart from the summoning beast 10 tails or Geto statue, she also has 2 summoning skills that are jade rabbits. The goddess of the moon and the jade rabbit are a perfect match. The jade rabbit appeared, and immediately cast a joint illusion, trying to trap Zhao Yu Chen. Well cultivated. Unfortunately, I've seen too many, and it won't do much for me. Zhao Yu Chen smiled confidently, and directly used the palm technique obtained in the diary to make moves. The 2 jade rabbits were captured instantly. It may be because it has been sealed for too long, or because there is not much chakra in the body. After the summoning beast was taken down, Otsutsuki Kagaya staggered. Her complexion changed, just like the expression of ordinary people after running away suddenly. Seeing this, Zhao Yu Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue and directly turned on Tenseigan chakra mode. Blessed with powerful strength, Otsutsuki Kagaya barely seemed to have much parry power in him. Boom. The first ball space is the space to which Otsutsuki Kagaya belongs. Her emotions trigger changes in this space, and visions appear in the world. The earth split open, revealing a gap. There is lava emerging from it, with a fiery breath. Seeing this, Zhao Yu Chen sacrificed the Optimus Pillar to suppress it. The forces of the 2 sides were at a stalemate, and the Holy Pillar was stopped halfway through the suppression. Otsutsuki Kagaya showed a dignified expression, and there was a trace of pain between his brows. She has too much chakra on her body, and loses most of her strength, so she is no match for Yu Chen. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky. Under the thunder and lightning, it rained heavily. Lava is also emerging, trying to engulf the pillar. Heavy rain and lightning also tried to affect Zhao Yuchen. But obviously, this power has no effect. I won't play with you anymore. Zhao Yuchen used strength. Under Tensigan, Otsutsuki Kagaya will not work either. Separation line. The battle between Zhao Yuchen and Otsutsuki Kagaya ended sooner than expected. Perhaps because of being sealed for too long and losing too much power, Kagaya is not an opponent at all. She was quickly defeated, and his noble head was buried. I have something to go to Gulalon, and I may not be able to return in a short time. A lot of things will happen in Kyushu City in the future. After you remember all of them, remember to plan in advance to deal with them. Stretching out his hand to touch Kaguya's horn, Zhao Chen left a mark of flying thunder god. Afterwards, he reached out and took out 1 fruit and 9 suspended light spots from the forbidden space. This is? Kagaya leaned against Yu Chen's arms and asked. She recognized the 9 floating dots, which were the core chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. After being fused together and swallowed by the Gedo statue, he could reopen the Rinnegan Sharingan. It's just that there is not much chakra in her body, and she still needs to rely on natural chakra for combat. But this is enough. Yu Chen's meaning is very simple, that is to let her let go of the 9-tailed beasts. She was puzzled by the fruit, which made her instinctively want to devour it even though she hadn't seen it before. This is the chakra fruit, a fruit formed purely from fairy chakra. Ordinary people swallowing it can transform the body into a fairy talent, and it will be easy to swallow natural chakra to become stronger. And if you swallow it, it can wash away the dirt in your body and replenish the lost chakra. Zhao Yuchen's words made Otsutsuki Kagaya look astonished. She didn't expect such a thing to exist in this world. But she quickly thought that this should be Yu Chen getting the diary as a reward. If you have Tensigan before, this fruit is also useful for Yu Chen. But now that he has Tensigan, swallowing this fruit does not have much effect, because he does not need to be Jinchuriki, nor does he rely on 10 tails to become stronger. This fruit is a stuffing item and an item for washing the body, but Yu Chen's bloodline is too high, there is no need for washing, and the realm and strength match. But if Kagaya uses it, it will immediately return to the level of perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. Thanks. Kagaya offered a kiss. Naturally, Yu Chen would not refuse, he could easily offer benefits, and of course he needed a certain reward. Then what will I do in the future? Kagaya took the fruit and the 9-tailed beast chakra to his subordinates, and did not devour them in a hurry. To devour, he also needs to wait until Gedo's statue is summoned back. But this time, she's not going to be 10 tails Jinchuriki. Because Yu Chen said, 10 tails will affect her herself. She intends to use a part of 10 tails' torso as a carrier to devour the fruit and the 9-tailed beast chakra by herself. There are still many things you have to remember well. 1 month later, in the direction of Liuli Island at the junction of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire, sea legions from other continents will log in. Before that, you must ask the Red Lotus to send people to Chinkao, the southernmost town in the Kingdom of Wind. Town, take it, the 3 daughters of Camilla, they are wearing special armor, and the chest is inlaid with Greer ore, which is easy to identify. They also know the intelligence of the Hyde Legion, and they can easily take them down after they have dealt with them in advance. Except for Hyde, the others are not guaranteed to die. When the time comes, let Hongren and Mabui watch over them. Some talents who can set up submarines and warships, as well as shipbuilders, or people who know how to use Greer ore, stay as much as possible. By the way, we can use illusion to make Hyde expose the fact that he has been using them to kill the relatives of Camilla's 3 daughters, so that Camilla's 3 daughters will definitely join the world government. You don't need to come forward about this matter, just let the world government show its muscles. After 3 months, Otsutsuki Hagoromo can't hold back, and will make a final test. When your strength has recovered, you can take him down with a flip of your hand. You don't need to be merciless. Just devour his chakra, and by the way, kill him for 1,000 years. The layout and accumulation of things, as well as the Pure Land are taken. When the time comes, the Pure Land will be in the hands of the world government, and it will be a resurrection pool. After those Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you will get a special gem from him. I will tell you how to use it now, you can use it to find the Otsutsuki style. He has another 10 tails in his hand, but he doesn't accept him. I think that's why he didn't die after being attacked by you, but he didn't contact the Otsutsuki people to save him in the first place. After you find Otsutsuki, with his current strength, you can easily kill him. Eat the memory of Otsutsuki Ichishi, you will know the secrets of the Shell organization. Let Uchiha Net lead the team to solve everyone. The rest of the matter, as long as you develop step by step, just wait for me to know. Zhao Yuchen said a lot in one breath, and he will know this, naturally through Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique. At the same time, he has also simulated all situations through another pupil technique, so he is not afraid of accidents. If it doesn't work, the sealed wood-style avatar he left in the world government will come out. I see. Kagaya nodded seriously. Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you understand, corpse? Red Lotus. I have no problem here, received. Mabui. Here +1. Azuki Yugo, to deal with Camilla and the others, I will take action. I recently learned Flying Thunder God / and it will be very fast when combined with Suzaku Mechanism Beast. Samui. I think there is a high probability that they have a copy of the diary, otherwise they will not log in advance, and they will not hide it. When the time comes, you can take out the copy of the diary to confirm it in person, and it may save time against the enemy. Mitarashi Anko. It's so boring in Kyushu City, I'll go with you, Shion. Kurenai. You should go, you can eat all kinds of food every day, and you are not afraid of being called a fat woman. Anko. Are you kidding me? I am practicing 2 kinds of sage mode now. I will not get fat if I keep eating all the time, and Yu-chen said that I can get a little fatter and feel more slender. Tsunade. No matter how hard you try, it is impossible to have my touch. Anko. No, I feel that I will be able to master the 100 healings mark soon, and I will definitely do it by then. Fenghua Xiaoshui. You are about to master the 100 healings mark, so fast. Fragrant Phosphorus. What's so strange about this? I've already mastered it. Kushina. That's right, it's been 2 months since the world government was established, and it's been a month since we became Yu Chen's wife, so there's no one who hasn't mastered the 100 healings mark, right? Tamari. Uzumaki clan, please don't talk at this time, please? Yi Kang. Do you have any comparability? Makoto. Then me too. Zion. The Uchiha clan, please don't talk. Makoto. Why, we have always been insensitive to Shienju chakra, and you, a person who has escaped from the blood and inherited the limit, why do you intervene? Zion. Sister Makoto, you are killing me, female. Feng. You have learned the essence of this sentence. 100 healings mark has mastered +1. Yugito ni. Is there anything difficult about 100 healings mark? Nohara Lin. Jinchuriki shouldn't come out to create a sense of presence. It's already open, and Sage Mode can also let tailed beasts help. What can I say? A. Yugura has given up 3 tails, don't act like you are not 3 tails Jinchuriki. Kuretsuchi. What's so special about 100 healings mark, as long as it's sex with brother Yu-chen, who can't do it? Female. Hey, you're talking like you've made Yu-chen willing to go to jail for you, okay? What happened today? I don't even know it, Terumi Mei. You guys are really good at talking. The point shouldn't be that Mr. Yu-chen will be away for a long time, but he taught Kagaya's sister so many tasks all at once. Karama Yakumo. My husband told me about this. This time he is going to the ancient country of Lulan to experience the dragon veins, not sure how long it will take. Tamari. Is this dragon vein very rare? Hinata. Listening to brother Yu-chen's meaning, that's almost what it means. Yamanaka Ino. It is said that there is the power of time. Fenghua Xiaoshui. It is the power of time again, when time is so worthless. Aster. Ying. But how did brother Yu-chen know about these futures? Fenghua Xiaoshui. Well, of course this is because of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. Yamanaka Ino. If you don't tell me, I will forget about it. Kagaya. Don't worry, with me here, this ninja world can't be messed up. Makoto. That's not necessary, you will soon restore the strength of your peak period, even if Otsutsuki Hamura comes back, you can't seal you with Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Samui. Forget it, he still doesn't say some things, which is a bit embarrassing. Kushina. Makoto, you're being careful and flattering now, and you're really kind. Makoto. To please you bastard, I am not stubborn, even if I continue to scold Kagaya-ji, what can she do to me? My real backer is Yu-chen, and he is the only one I want to please. Makoto. Now Yu-chen's performance shows that she trusts her very much. Then I, who was the most hostile to her before, of course have to be the first to show acceptance. Don't let the sisters think too much, right? Female. Yes, you were right. Kagaya. That's it. Kagaya. It's only a few months, soon. In the first ball space, watching Zhao Yu-chen's leaving back, Kagaya got up and sat up with trembling thighs, then took out the source chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and started refining. It is better to say that it is eaten directly than refining. Shua. The moment chakra entered her stomach, the vertical lines between her brows opened, revealing a reincarnation Sharingan, and the Guyu was very dazzling and gleaming with a strange light. Then she was not in a hurry to swallow the chakra fruit, but formed a special seal with her hands. This seal is not the seal used to perform ninjutsu, but the seal used to cast spells. This kind of spell is a special method that Yu Chen mentioned her name in the diary in the past few months. If she is lucky, the effect is that her soul can go out of her body. This soul out-of-body technique is not the same as the spiritualization technique. It is a cultivation method for the soul. Only when the soul is refined to a certain extent can it be successfully displayed. In other words, this is not a method to use the soul, but a method to enhance the soul and use it. After getting this spell, Kaguya was happy for a long time. Because her body is already strong to a certain extent, and because she has swallowed the fruit of the divine tree, she has embarked on the road of swallowing the fruit to become stronger, and her own cultivation is meaningless. In other words, she becomes stronger without eating the fruit. And this spell allows her to take another path. But after a period of proficiency, she found that she could open up a new path. That is to occupy the will of 10 tails with a sliver of his own soul, completely turning one tail into an avatar. In this way, 10 tails in her are completely integrated, and she is no longer just a perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. 10 tails has no will, so nature cannot affect her, and the ability to devour nature chakra has become a part of her, which means that she is becoming stronger all the time, devouring, Dan. Hiss. Kaguya stretched out his fingers to buckle the reincarnation Sharingan on his forehead, and then treated it with Senjutsu medical ninjutsu to completely restore it without leaving a trace. After doing all this, she implanted her own soul into this Rinnegan Sharingan, and then cast summoning to summon Gedo statue. Go. Kaguya threw the reincarnation Sharingan into Gedo statue's mouth. After a short period of performance, Gedo statue began to change and eventually became a big tree. That's it, let's get started. Kaguya captures 10 tails' mind and begins to devour it. At the same time, she swallowed the chakra fruit given by Yu Chen. In case 10 tails counterattacks, she also has a whole card. At the same time, above the ancient country of Lulan, Zhao Yu Chen came across the sky. After Tensigan awakened, this ninja world was really too small for him, and he could go back to any place he could think of. Dragon Vein, this is here. Different from the original book, when Naruto entered here 3 years later, he also met the young Namikaze Minato. This time I came here first, I don't know what will become together. But there is a high probability that it will not be possible to return to the past. Zhao Yu Chen moved his eyes and waved his hand towards the ground below. Boom. The ground cracked, and a crack appeared. Ordinary people can't see it, but Yu Chen can see it with the Tensigan. Below is a giant purple dragon bound by chains, screaming. Lucky golden dragon of Lulan ancient kingdom. It was not destroyed, but was imprisoned by a special force and became a source of energy for a time travel point. Interesting. Zhao Yu Chen feels that the world is becoming more and more like cultivating immortals. He stepped forward, ready to take a closer look. But at this moment, he found a movement in his mind. Then, the diary suddenly flew out and floated above the lucky golden dragon. Crack! The chain shattered, and the luck golden dragon cheered, and then flew into the diary with lightning speed. The next moment, Yu Chen felt his soul come out of his body, standing on a long river. This is the long river of time. No, it's just a small section of a very small tributary of the long river of time. I stand above the ninja world for 20 years.